Universal Christmas. When Luca had first envisioned opening a retail store, he hadn't expected his clientele to be so tiny. Luca smiled at the kid. Hi there. On the other side of the kitchen island-sized counter he used as a gift-wrapping station, a dark-headed child stood blinking at him, his eyes, the same calm blue as the waters of St. Lucia, round in his face. He was 4 years old, maybe? 5? 6? The most experience Luca had with kids was with his older sister's son. Though with Isabel being 22 years older than him, her kid was actually a year older than Luca's 27, making for a strange uncle-nephew relationship, and he wasn't close with his other siblings' children. Which meant his experience with kids was a big, fat 0. Are you lost? He asked. A headshake. I need help wrapping a present. Oh. That was technically what he did as Lighthouse Bay, Maine's first and only gift wrap store, but the kids who came in were generally accompanied by an adult or two. At the cash register on Luca's right, his one and only part-timer was ringing up a customer purchasing rolls of Christmas wrapping paper. Near the front, a couple was perusing his selection of baby-themed gift bags, and opposite them was an older woman browsing a table of journals made from old books by a local artist. He sold natural and eco-friendly products from more than 30 local makers, from organic bath bombs and body butters to cheese trays and cutting boards and coaster sets made from recycled wooden furniture to handcrafted small batch organic and ethically sourced chocolate bars made from sustainably farmed cacao, making That's a Wrap a unique shopping experience. Buy a gift and get it wrapped, all in one place. Perhaps one of his current customers was the kid's parent or guardian, doing the whole I'll pretend not to look while you shop for me thing that people did when they were shopping in the same store for each other. Where are your parents? Luca asked. I don't know, the kid shrugged. They're probably still at the park. That would be the park at the top of Main Street, just a short 30-second walk from Luca's store. There was a 20-foot Christmas tree in the park center and a Christmas market that was the cutest small-town thing Luca had ever seen. Not that he'd had much opportunity to visit small towns, but still. Bracing his forearms on the counter, he leaned over it to get a better look at the kid. Do they know you're here? Another shrug. I don't know. Oh boy. From what he'd seen, Lighthouse Bay wasn't the kind of small town where everybody knew everybody else. It was, however, the kind of place where you were sure to run into a friend or acquaintance on Main Street. But Luca was fresh off the boat from Los Angeles, California. Well, plane, as it were. And in his 3 months in town, he'd been so busy setting up his store that he hadn't had time to make friends with anyone who didn't also own a shop on Main Street or wasn't his neighbor. And the only reason he knew his customers' names was because they introduced themselves to him as soon as they entered his store. Apparently, that was something people did in small towns? Weird. Still, it meant he didn't truly know the people currently in his store, and short of standing in the middle of it and calling, Does anybody know who this kid belongs to? Which he supposed he could do, but also he really didn't want to. He'd have to solve this mystery on his own. I need help wrapping this. This was a crudely drawn Christmas tree on a sheet of printer paper. Luca took the drawing with care, conscious that this was a gift. Next to the tree were lopsided presents as well as a stick family consisting of a mom, a dad, and what Luca assumed was the kid standing in front of him. On the mom's other side was another man with 3 kids. A stepfather and his kids? A family friend? A close cousin? It's for my daddy for Christmas. Right. Okay. He could wrap this up quickly, then walk the kid back to the park and search for his parents. I can pay you. The little guy put a quarter and 2 dimes on the counter. Luca stifled a grin. It wasn't quite what he charged for specialty gift wrapping. Why don't you hang on to that and buy yourself something at Pippett's Candy? But my daddy says we have to pay people for their services. Far be it from him to contradict the kid's father. Okay. Luca pocketed the change. What wrapping paper would you like? The reindeer. The kid pointed behind Luca, where the entire wall was devoted to Christmas wrapping paper. The rolls hung from the wall, making it easy for Luca to grab the end and cut off the amount he needed. This one? Luca pointed at red paper featuring reindeer with cartoonishly round eyes and unrealistically large antlers. He designed it himself, just like he designed the artwork on every roll of wrapping paper, every gift bag, and every greeting card. They were truly one of a kind, though he hoped to get his products into local supermarkets or general stores in the next year. The kid bounced on his feet. Yeah! From one of the cubby holes on his side of the counter, Luca pulled out a deconstructed box. Why don't we put the drawing in here so it doesn't get damaged? It was already torn in one corner and creased both vertically and horizontally from where the kid must have folded it in his pocket. Can I put stickers on the wrapping paper? You can do whatever you want, Luca told him as he assembled the box. It's your money. See those cubby holes in front of you? There are stickers, ribbons, sprigs of greenery, gift tags. Take out whatever you want me to use. Frowning, the kid set a roll of green ribbon on the counter. How come it looks weird? Because it's plastic-free and made from sustainable natural fibers. What's sustainable? He asked, placing reindeer stickers, yellow ribbon, and an origami reindeer on the counter. It means... The crash of bells slamming against the glass-fronted door cut him off as it was flung open. A man stalked in, long legs eating up the distance between them, hair the color of the finest chocolate glinting under the store lights. The deep scowl highlighted the lines by his eyes. Luca placed him at mid to late 30s, about a decade older than him. Otis, the kid squeaked. There you are. Jesus. There was so much relief in that sentence, Luca could almost taste it. The kid, Otis, chanced a wave. Hi, Daddy. Don't hi, Daddy me. The man squatted, folding his tall frame in half so he was eye to eye with his son. Grasping the kid's shoulders, he said, What were you thinking? You can't just run off like that without telling anyone. You know the rules. You stay where we can see you, especially in a large crowd. But I had to get my present wrapped. What? The man glanced around as though only now registering where they were. Oh, I can do that for you. But the present's for you, Otis said with an air of long suffering. Luca took the drawing off the counter and tucked it into one of his cubbies. Not that it mattered. Dad hadn't given anything except Otis a second glance. Well, then your mom could have wrapped it, the man pointed out. Mom wraps with newspaper and it's ugly. Actually, there were ways to make newspaper-wrapped gifts look amazing, but Luca wisely kept his mouth shut about that. Well, that doesn't mean you can... Another jangle of bells against glass as the door was again thrown open, this time by a woman who bore a remarkable resemblance to the one in Otis's drawing. So did Dad, now that Luca was giving it a second glance. Otis! She jogged across the store, tracking snow behind her, and pulled Otis into a crushing hug. Oh, thank God! Are you okay? What happened? Are you hurt? Huh? Head cocked, Luca examined the little family. Was this how parents were supposed to act when their kid went missing? Once, when Luca was a couple of years older than Otis, he'd somehow gotten separated from his mom and older siblings at the mall and had wandered around for hours before a good Samaritan had taken him to security. His oldest brother had picked him up, and when he'd arrived home, nobody had said anything except that he shouldn't go off on his own, and was he hungry because there were sandwiches left over from lunch. Come on, sweetie, we're going home. But, Mom, I'm not done. I need my present. I paid for it and everything. What present? It was Mom's turn to glance around and register where her son had landed them. The father ran a jerky hand through his hair and turned to Luca with those same St. Lucia eyes. On the kid, they were eerie. On the man, They seemed to peer right into the heart of who Luca was, leaving Luca blinking and wishing the man were single. He was giving off caretaker vibes that made Luca's starved soul sit up and pay attention, and paired with those eyes, it was a potent combination. "How long will it take?" the man asks. Luca noted the shaking hands, the impatient downturn to his lips, the way Mom clutched at Otis as though he'd disappeared any moment, and said, "I deliver." "Fantastic." The man planted both hands on his hips. "Got a pen?" "You can fill out the form on the tablet there." Luca waved a hand toward the end of the counter, where a tablet sat on a stand. He shot Otis a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll wrap it up nice for you and drop it off tonight." "And you'll use the reindeer paper and the reindeer stickers?" Otis asked. "Promise." Within the next minute, the little family swept out of the store, Otis's hand firmly gripped in his mother's. Luca blew out a breath. That was the most excitement That's a Wrap had seen since he'd opened 2 weeks ago. The other customers were still browsing as Alyssa, his college part-timer, sidled up to him. "What was that about?" "Kid wandered away from his parents. Parents freaked out," Luca summarized. "Do you know them?" "I recognize them from seeing them around town. I think Hot Dad's an O'Toole." Luca snorted a laugh. Hot Dad, indeed. "O'Toole? There's plenty of them in town. They own the property at Harper's Point. Or they did." At Luca's frown, Alyssa added, "The one just north of here? With the lighthouse?" "Right. The one with the little boutique inn. My best friend stayed there when he visited." That had been shortly after Luca had moved here, and again for his grand opening, and before he'd had a guest bed. Not that he'd gotten a guest bed since. It was on his to-do list, just somewhere near the bottom of it. "Yeah, the O'Tooles sold the property to some hotel group last year," Alyssa said. "Anyway, Zach called. The appetizer should be delivered around 6. As the town's event planner, Zach was single-handedly in charge of every town event, and from what Luca understood, there were many. That included all the Christmas activities, one of which was tonight's one-night-only holiday shop and sip, a chance for Luca to flex his people skills and pimp his store to anyone who would listen. Because the only way to prove to his narrow-minded family that it was possible to sell eco-friendly products without breaking bank was by kicking ass and taking names. In other words, making a profit. "Great," he said, pulling Otis's drawing from the cubby. "If you wouldn't mind taking care of the customers, I've got a few more gifts to wrap. Then we can close and set up for the event." After which, he'd deliver presents, assuming their owners didn't show up at the holiday shop and sip, like Lighthouse Bay's very own personal Santa Claus. Grinning, he got to work. With heavy steps, Mal O'Toole descended the stairs and passed a weary hand over his face. In the hour since they'd returned, his hands had finally stopped shaking and his heart was back to its normal rhythm. He'd known kids could scare the shit out of their parents. They'd fall off the swing, get their fingers caught in doors, fall off their bikes, trip over their shoelaces. Normal stuff. Looking down to say something to your 6-year-old and discovering that not only were they not where you expected them to be, but they were nowhere in the immediate vicinity either? Pure, uncontrollable panic. He found his ex-wife in her kitchen, kettle in hand, calmly pouring water into a mug. Dressed in leggings and a flowy sweater, curly hair pulled into a bun at the top of her head, she was the picture of grace and tranquility, whereas Mel felt like he was going to jump out of his skin, spider crawl over the walls, then pass out in a snowbank. She glanced over at him, amusement on her face that reminded him of the day they'd met. Re-met? Emily, a Lighthouse Bay native like Mel, had been a year below him in school, and though they'd been friendly, he wouldn't have called them friends. When his family had moved to Seattle after 8th grade, He hadn't given her a second thought until they'd coincidentally ended up at the same college in Washington State. Friendship had bloomed, then romance, then love, and Mel hadn't been with anyone else since he was 20 years old. They'd been divorced since Otis was 2, and though it had been amicable and he counted himself one of the lucky few who still remained friendly with their ex, he'd never call that time of his life easy. There was nothing easy about splitting from the person you made vows to. But sometimes feelings changed, and that was as uncontrollable as the tides. They'd fallen out of romantic love, realizing that, while they'd wanted many of the same things out of life, marriage, family, and to eventually move back to Lighthouse Bay to raise Otis, and their values meshed as well as any happy couples, they'd lost their spark. They'd become like two best friends who shared a house and raised a kid together. While Mal was interested in sex, he'd lost interest in sex with her, and vice versa. They'd done couples therapy, and things had been rough for a few months as they'd tried to figure out why it wasn't working and how they could fix it. But some things couldn't be fixed. Sometimes people fell out of love, and it just was. As much as Mal hated to admit it, sometimes carefully laid plans went awry, even those of the I do kind. Emily quirked an eyebrow as he leaned against the kitchen door jamb. "And?" "He's asleep," Mal said. "Told you he would be. I just wanted to check. Check that Otis was still in his room, still in his bed, still breathing." Back when Otis was a baby, when he'd first started sleeping through the night, Mal had set his alarm to wake himself every couple of hours so he could sneak into Otis's room to make sure he was okay. This had gone on long enough that he was a walking corpse during the day. Emily, in a stroke of what Mal could now admit was wisdom, but at the time had infuriated him, had told their therapist about it in one of her one-on-one sessions. A therapist he'd begun seeing after the grief of losing his and Emily's daughter to a stillbirth in college had nearly drowned him. "I know it was over a decade ago," Dr. Keeley had said when Otis was about a year old, "and you probably thought you were past Hope's death, but having another kid can bring it all back. Here's what I want you to do. Tonight, when Otis goes to sleep, I want you to remove the alarms from your phone. When Otis sleeps, you sleep." "I can't." "You can. You must. Lack of sleep makes people dangerous. It affects your reflexes, your temperament, your judgment, your ability to think clearly. Not to mention the repercussions to your physical health. What if Otis were to fall down the stairs and you were so exhausted you were too slow to react to get him help?" That had squeezed the breath from his lungs, fear clogging his throat. He'd turned off the alarms that night, but he hadn't slept for even a minute, forcing himself to stay awake for any sound from Otis's bedroom. When Otis had awoken as usual the next morning and Emily had dropped him off at daycare, Mal had taken a sick day from work and slept until dinner. Otis was 6 now, and Mel slept through most nights without being jerked awake by some phantom sound from Otis's bedroom. "Do you want a tea?" Emily asked, dragging him out of the past. "No, I'm going to head out." "Sure you don't want to stay the night? I can make up the couch for you." "Thanks, but I'm good." They'd agreed, when they'd separated, that unless there was an emergency, they wouldn't share a home again. That would just confuse Otis. And their kid running away to get his gift wrapped and being found perfectly safe wasn't an emergency. Overall, Otis had been missing for a total of 10 minutes. He and Emily had been lucky that Em's neighbor had been at the Christmas market and noticed Otis wander off. Emily added honey to her tea. "Are you still going to the sip and shop?" "Shop and sip," Mel corrected. "And I don't know." He blew out a breath, thought of everything that could have happened in the few minutes Otis had been missing, then bundled those what-ifs into a box like Dr. Keeley had taught him. "I'm not really in the mood to network." "You should go. Get your mind off things. You never know what kind of business you might get. Technically, the holiday shop and sip was an opportunity for shoppers to meet Main Street store owners while taking advantage of tonight-only sales. It was kind of like bar hopping, but with retail, soft drinks, and finger foods. It was meant to entice citizens of Lighthouse Bay and the surrounding area to shop local. But Mal was savvy enough to use the event as a way to promote A&M Designs, his and his sister's web design and digital advertising business, to shop owners and managers. If he went, that was, which was looking less and less likely the longer he lingered at Emily's. The shop and sip ran from 7 to 9, and it was already after 8. Mug cradled in both hands, Emily said, "Malcolm." "Emily?" "You told Aoife you'd go." "Right, I did, didn't I?" His sister was ferrying her kids to dance class, or gymnastics, or music lessons, or whatever in Biddeford tonight, so that left Mal to network and drum up business. They'd launched in the summer, back when Mal had still been in Seattle, before he'd been fired from his full-time job at the digital advertising agency he'd given years of his life to. His work with his sister was supposed to be a side freelancing gig for him. He'd be support for Aoife if she needed to bounce ideas off someone or required a few hours of help with admin work. But after he'd lost his job, she'd brought him fully into the business, quickly rebranding Aoife's designs to A&M Designs and incorporating his web design and digital advertising expertise with her own. Whereas almost all of Mal's experience lay in retail and nonprofit, Aoife's was in B2B, business to business, and in troubleshooting web hosting problems. They had several clients already, most from in and around Lighthouse Bay, Portland, and Boston, plus one national multi-million-dollar organization that had hired them to facilitate the transfer of their current website onto a new hosting platform, and a second that was owned by the husband of a friend who needed digital advertising services for the charitable arm of his organization. But that didn't mean he and Aoife could sit on their asses when there was potential business to drum up among the local, businesses. Adding more clients to their roster was part of his plan to make A&M Designs profitable for the both of them. He straightened off the wall and headed for the foyer, where he lifted his winter coat off a wall peg. "I'll drop Otis off at your place tomorrow after school," Em said, leaning against the staircase railing. "What do you have planned for this weekend?" "There's a gingerbread house decorating activity for kids at the market on Saturday I was going to take 'em to. Then Aoife's having us over to bake cookies." Mal reached for his boots. "Sunday maybe we'll get a tree." He had the entire week planned out with Christmas activities Otis was going to love. After the upheaval that had been the last year, Mal was determined to give him the best Christmas ever. New town, new state, new house, new school, new friends. Otis had taken it all like a champ. Okay, he'd taken most of it like a champ, and he deserved an amazing holiday for it. "I still need to get a tree," Em said, gaze straying to the living room where there was nary a single decoration, despite this being the first week of December. Not that Mal's place was any better. Hell, he still had boxes to unpack from the move from Seattle that had now been sitting around for almost 2 months. "Oh, hey," Em snapped her fingers. "Forgot to mention, those granola bars with the almonds Otis was super into, he's now decided he hates them." Chuckling, Mal laced up his boots. Of course he has. That was the thing about having Otis every other week. Neither of them could keep up with his finicky tastes. Mal kissed Emily's cheek, then tugged the door open. "See you tomorrow." "Have fun at the sip and shop." "Shop and sip?" "Whatever." "Night, Mal." "Night." Outside, his breath fogged in front of him as he walked toward Main Street, what the locals affectionately called Christmas Lane from Thanksgiving until New Year's. It was one of the things Mal remembered most from his childhood here. The stores decked out in lights and decorations, the pop-up Christmas tree stand at the corner of Main and Regent Streets, the clock tower lit in red and green every night, and the carolers that serenaded shoppers on weekends in December. When his family had moved away the summer after 8th grade, Christmas Lane had been one of the things he'd missed most, though Seattle had its own kind of charm at the holidays. After more than 2 decades away, it seemed like Lighthouse Bay, Maine, did Christmas bigger and better than it ever had. The daily market in the park had been a one-day affair back then. The holiday shop and sip hadn't existed, and from what he'd heard, the annual parade that he remembered as a little dinky thing was now apparently the Thor of small-town Christmas parades. Em's words after she'd attended last year's. He and Emily had always intended to return to Lighthouse Bay, and that hadn't changed after the divorce. Last October, Em had gotten a job as a financial advisor in Biddeford, and she'd moved to Maine within the month, opting to settle in her hometown and commute the short 20 minutes to work each day. Otis had stayed with Mal in Seattle to finish out the school year, though they'd taken plenty of trips back and forth for Mal to house hunt and for Otis to see his mom. In hindsight, it might have been easier to move Otis with them last year because by the time school ended and Mal flew him here to live with Emily at the start of the summer, Otis was not pleased to be leaving his friends behind. Hissy fit was an understatement. Cue hissy fit number 2 when Otis learned that Mal wouldn't be staying the summer in Lighthouse Bay with them. But Mal had been managing a team of 5 at a digital marketing agency, and he'd needed to be on site to onboard his replacement. He dipped his chin into his scarf as he walked. His boots crunched on snow. Every house he passed seemed to have bigger and brighter holiday displays than the last. The streets were quiet at this time of night, and he could see lit Christmas trees through front windows. As he approached Christmas Lane, music drifted on the breeze, the source of which became clear when he made a left onto Main Street at the church. It was a party. Carolers stood on the church steps singing an a cappella version of Paul McCartney's Wonderful Christmas Time. One of the carolers was an O'Toole by marriage, and Mal gave her a wave as he walked past. Shoppers laden with bags flitted from one store to another. Groups of friends giggled under street lamps adorned with wire stars shot through with tiny white lights. On the other side of the street, Tiny's Panini had erected a pop-up tent, and they were doling out coffee, apple cider, and hot chocolate. Next door, Dev's Bakery was doing the same, just with scones and danishes and muffins. Mal had already done his research and had compiled a list of which businesses on Christmas Lane already had websites, which had websites that needed an update, and which had virtually no online presence. Patting his pockets to double-check the business cards were still there, he mentally put on his salesman cap and got to work. Chapter 2. 6 months ago, Luca had stood in front of senior management and the board at Perfectly Wrapped, the wrapping paper company his paternal grandfather had built, now run by his mom and dad, and presented his findings on how much environmental impact was put out by the business and ways to adjust their eco-footprint. Many of the adjustments would have required long-term planning and upfront costs, but Luca had calculated ROI and included a graph showing the upward sales trend if his changes were implemented and then properly marketed. His mother, the CFO, had walked out halfway through the meeting to take an urgent call and never returned. His father, the CEO, had told him they weren't looking to update their business practices, especially ones that were costly, and that perhaps he should start at the bottom with better recycling policies rather than stick his nose where it didn't belong. Board members had coughed to cover laughter, and Luca's oldest sister, Isabel, had muttered a pithy, "How did you expect this to go?" as she gathered her tablet and tottered out of the room on 4-inch heels. Luca had double majored in business administration and geography environmental studies at UCLA. He knew what the fuck he was talking about. Yet senior management had treated him as though it had been his first day on the job, instead of his 10th year with the company. He'd started out in the LA retail store at 16, transferred to the print shop at 18, and upon college graduation, he'd moved to account management and been on site when print jobs had gone to press. Everything from wrapping paper to the expanded products his parents had introduced 2 decades earlier, like greeting cards, journals, and giftware. He knew firsthand how much waste there was when there were no environmental policies in place. It was what had motivated the double major. But his parents had taken him about as seriously as they ever had, which was to say, not at all. Luca had given his 2 weeks' notice that day and set out on his own. Now, here he was, on the opposite coast from where he'd grown up, where winter was a real season, trying to prove that running an environmentally conscious business didn't have to be a money suck. And aside from that very real winter, it was kind of awesome. He missed Elijah, his best friend, more than he could possibly describe. But away from the negativity of his family and the cynicism of the friends who'd more or less dropped him like a particularly nasty sand crab when he'd announced his intention to move and open That's a Wrap, he felt like he could finally thrive without the shadow of his family's name hanging over him. His maternal grandparents would have loved his store, and they would have loved that he was in Lighthouse Bay, the place where they met as teenagers. Thinking of the people who'd practically raised him always rendered him an angsty mix of happy and sad, making him smile and his eyes prickle with heat. 2 years since they'd been gone, and the wound was as fresh as it had been then. The holidays were especially difficult emotionally, given Luca had spent every Christmas with his grandparents from the time he was 11 years old. He'd joined Elijah and his parents for the last two, but no matter how great they were to him, there was always something missing without his grandma and grandpa around. Inhaling sharply, he shook his head and brought himself back to the here and now. Luca made a mental note to tell Zach that the holiday shop and sip had been a kick-ass idea. Luca hadn't been convinced that anyone would show tonight, especially since he hadn't taken the time yet to get to know the local community, aside from business owners along Main Street. Christmas Lane. But he'd been handing out flyers to customers for the last week, and he had a sign in the window advertising one free gift wrap during the event. Of a certain size, of course. He wasn't wrapping a dollhouse or a bike or flat-screen televisions for free. Jewelry boxes, though? Books? Dress shirts? Gaming consoles? No problem. And the people were coming. He'd wrapped more gifts in one night than he had in the 2 weeks since his grand opening, and he had the paper cuts to prove it. He was confident that the 50% off coupon for up to 2 rolls of wrapping paper would keep people coming in the next few weeks. He hadn't had much time to pimp his store tonight like he'd wanted, but Alyssa was doing that between ringing up customers. All in all, the shop and sip went into the win column. "Hi there," he greeted his next customer with a smile. "You must be Luca. I'm Macy." She held out a hand, curly blonde hair puffing out the sides of her knit hat. It was so weird that people knew his name without him ever having met them. If he wanted to, he could have lived anonymously in L.A. for the rest of his life. But here, the word anonymous had no meaning. "Luca Dawkey," he responded, using his mother's maiden name, the surname of the grandparents he missed every day. His given name, Koenig, was synonymous with his family's business and with his brother Donovan, who'd somehow befriended a reality TV star and then had an affair with the reality star's married sister. Gasp. The scandal. He mentally rolled his eyes. It was also stupid, and although he'd been sad to leave his hometown in his rearview mirror, he couldn't say he missed how fake most of his relationships had been. "What can I wrap for you, Macy?" She placed an octagonal box on the counter. "It's for my best friend." She lifted the lid. Inside the box was a shimmery blue mug with dogs wearing Christmas hats. "I was going to put it in a gift bag because of its shape, but you've come to the right place." A few minutes later, he handed Macy back her gift, wrapped in purple and silver paper with purple ribbon and silver sprigs of holly he'd purchased from a local maker who crafted them using dried holly leaves. As he waved goodbye to a beaming Macy, Luca blew out a breath and surveyed his store. No one else was waiting to have a gift wrapped, but several customers lingered near the front and at the stand of greeting cards. Alyssa was by the register, telling a young couple that instead of using plastic on the rolls of wrapping paper, they were held together by FSC-certified cardboard shred made from post-consumer materials. The appetizers that had been delivered from Dev's Bakery a couple stores down had consisted of gingerbread cookies, snowflake-shaped sugar cookies with blue sprinkles, mini cupcakes with peppermint icing, and slices of fruitcake. The cafe next door had also provided mini quiches, mini egg salad sandwiches, and cheese puffs for those preferring savory over sweet. With only 20 minutes remaining to the shop and sip, there wasn't much food left. Luca put a hand to his growling stomach. He'd skipped dinner to hang Christmas decorations in the store in the hour between closing and the start of the shop and sip, and he was as hungry as he could ever remember being. He poured himself a glass of 7-Up, hoping the fizzy drink would hold him over until he got home, but didn't have the chance to take a sip before a voice said, hi. Luca turned, and there was Hot Dad, cheeks and ears rosy from the cold, a tiny piece of fluff from his scarf caught in his short beard, gloves held in one hand. He wasn't scowling anymore. In fact, he was smiling, those St. Lucia eyes warm and friendly. Luca's heart skipped a quick beat before he could remind it that this man was married with a kid. "Hi," he said. "Welcome back." He hadn't noticed earlier, but they were roughly the same height. Luca's driver's license put him at 6 feet, and Hot Dad was maybe 2 or 3 inches taller. That smile grew, sending Luca's stomach fluttering. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. I wasn't at my best, and I think I might have come off quite rudely." Luca waved a hand. "Your kid was missing. No apologies necessary. I hope Otis didn't give you any trouble." "Nah, he's great. Just wanted his present wrapped. In fact, I have it ready if you want it." "Yeah, thanks. I'll give it to him tomorrow." He'd left all of today's presents behind the register, and there were only a handful left. He grabbed Otis's and handed it over. He'd wrapped it in the reindeer paper with the googly eyes, added green ribbon accented with a curled piece of yellow ribbon, to which he'd tied the origami reindeer, placed a line of reindeer stickers near the top, and included a reindeer-shaped gift tag for Otis to fill in. "I know Otis said he paid you, but did he really? I know for a fact that he couldn't have had more than $1 on him." "He did," Luca said with a nod. Hot Dad's eyes narrowed. "A whole 45 cents, Luca amended with a grin. Hot Dad glanced behind him where a sign on the gift-wrapping counter outlined Luca's prices. He pulled out his wallet. "Let me cover the difference." "You don't have to. Please. 45 cents won't go far." "Honestly, it's fine." Luca leaned against the counter. "Plus, Otis seemed really proud that he could pay me, and I don't want to undermine that." "That's really sweet of you, but at least let me buy something to make up for it." "That I won't say no to." On Hot Dad's side of the counter, Luca had placed a box of his best-selling wrapping paper. Hot Dad placed 4 of them on the counter, seemingly at random. "That's about twice what Otis technically owes me," Luca said with a chuckle. "Trust me, it won't go to waste." Hot Dad rolled his eyes. "I've got plenty of aunts, uncles, cousins, and siblings to buy for. I'll be wrapping until the end of time." "Or you could just come see me." Luca didn't mean to sound flirtatious, but there was a breathy spin to the words that was too late to take back. Married, married, married. Why couldn't he remember that the man was married? Except Hot Dad's gaze flew to his, and was that interest that quirked his lips and had that gaze giving Luca's body a quick sweep? Well, okay. Maybe not married? There was no ring on his finger, which meant absolutely nothing. Married with an open relationship? Those lips quirked into a full grin that took over his entire face, laugh lines creasing his mouth and eyes. "Maybe I will." Now who was flirting? Luca's chest went warm. He'd known a lot of beautiful people in his life, and he was no stranger to flirting with a hot guy. But those guys had been polished and superficial, or polished and aloof. Hot Dad had gray hairs near his ears, a scruffy jaw that spoke more of laziness than fashion, and wore a red scarf with reindeer silhouetted in white, a gift from Otis, if Luca were to guess. He was real in a way that Luca didn't have much experience with. Luca stuck out a hand. Luca. Mel. So that was his name. He'd filled out the delivery information on the tablet earlier, putting simply M and O in the first and last name fields. Mel's palm was chilly against his. Not surprising, given he'd come from outside. But it was strong and solid, sending goosebumps up Luca's arm. I like your store, Luca. I especially like the name. Luca leaned one hip against the counter. I wanted to call it Wrap It Up, but my friend back home said it was too dirty. Mal's laughter showcased white teeth against tanned skin. The throaty sound sent those goosebumps into the back of Luca's neck. They're not wrong, Mal said. Where is home, anyway? L.A. California boy. Been in Lighthouse Bay long? About 3 months. And what do you think of our part of New England? It's cold, Luca admitted with a grimace toward the front window, where the street lights and the multicolored fairy lights hanging in every shop window showed the snow in stark, colorful relief. There's already a foot of snow on the ground, and it's only the second day of December. Yeah, I recently moved back from Seattle, and the cold and snow are going to take getting used to. A woman settled into line behind Mal, and he smiled an aw-shucks smile that had Luca grinning back for no reason. Oh, sorry, I'm holding you up. I'll take these and grab a card. He selected a greeting card from the rack next to the counter. It had a fluffy cartoon sheep with "Heard it's your birthday" written beneath. The paper's grainy. It's seed paper, made from post-consumer materials and embedded with seeds that will grow when planted in soil. Get out. Mel's eyebrows flew into his hairline. You just plant the entire thing? He asked, waving the card. Yep. Some of them are wildflower seeds, some are herbs, some are vegetables. I think that one is tomato seeds. There's a label on the back with instructions. Seed paper cost an arm and a leg, so he only had a small selection of greeting cards for sale. Luca rang Mal up, then held up a fabric bag with his logo on the front. Want a reusable bag for $1? Sure, Mal said, pulling a credit card out of his wallet. If you bring a reusable bag with you, I take 5% off your purchase. As he paid, Mal peered at him through his lashes. I'll remember that next time I come by. You do that. There was the breathy flirtatiousness again. Luca bagged Mal's items, including Otis's gift, and handed it over. Thanks for coming tonight. Good night, Luca. The way Mal said his name in a throaty murmur, Luca repressed a shiver. Good night, Mal. Chapter 3. 21 Days Until Christmas. Mal's boots crunched on packed snow as he followed Otis down the sidewalk toward Christmas Lane. Otis hopped ahead, making sure to step in every icy patch. He liked the sound the ice made when it broke underneath his feet. Emily had dropped Otis off at Mal's yesterday after school for Mal's week with him, and Mal had a list of Christmas activities planned that was as long as his arm for this coming week in his quest to give Otis the best Christmas ever. First up was decorating a gingerbread house at Santa's workshop in the park at the top of Christmas Lane, an event for 4 to 7-year-olds that Otis didn't seem all that enthused about, but that Mal was sure he'd love once they got into it. They had 10 minutes to get there, and if Otis wanted a cookie from Dev's bakery booth in the market, they had to hustle. Otis's disappearing act weighed heavily on Mal's mind, in part because it had brought up memories of Hope's death. They weren't at all the same, but anything could have happened to Otis in the time he'd been missing, and 2 days later, Mel was still spooked about it. Otis reached Christmas Lane, pausing at the church to wait for Mel. "Come on, Dad." "I'm coming," Mel said, jogging to catch up. Dead ahead, the clock tower stood in the middle of the road, and along both sides of the street, shoppers toting bags or takeout cups of coffee went in and out of stores. Mel took Otis's hand before they crossed to the other side. Mel's name was called from somewhere, a faint, "Hi, Mel," that could have come from any direction. He lifted his arm in a wave, and several people waved back, some of whom he didn't even know. God, he loved this town. He'd loved growing up here, and while there were a lot of things about Seattle he'd also loved, there was nowhere quite like Lighthouse Bay. He just hoped he'd made the right decision in moving himself and Otis here. Sure, it had always been the plan, but it was hard to trust that things would work out when the universe kept throwing his plans out the window. There'd been his and Emily's unexpected pregnancy, then Hope's stillbirth, his divorce, getting fired from a job he'd loved after the agency he'd worked for was acquired by a larger one, despite having dedicated a decade of his life to it. That last one was still fresh, the wound only a few months old. It was why he was once again seeing Dr. Keeley bi-weekly after having moved to infrequent meetings over the last several years. Because, as he'd learned, talking helped. And sometimes talking to an impartial third party helped more than talking to people who loved him and who were hardwired to offer unsolicited advice when all Mel wanted was to vent without reciprocation. Dr. Keeley had once told him that he needed to get better at dealing with unplanned change. The loss of his job had thrown him, reminding him of the loss of Hope, of Emily. It hadn't crushed him like Hope's death had, but it had certainly been a blow to his finances, to his self-esteem, to his sense of purpose. Months later, he was still trying to get all of that back, even as part of him didn't trust that this new life he was trying to build for himself and Otis would work out. New year, new you, right? Wasn't that how the saying went? And with the new year imminent, so was a fresh start. "Daddy, look!" Otis stopped in front of Pippett's candy, face right up to the window, huge eyes on the rows and rows of candy. "Can we go inside?" "After, okay?" Mel tugged his hand to get him moving. "We've got a gingerbread house to decorate first." They had a schedule to keep, after all. Otis groaned, shoulders slumping. "But I don't want to. It's so boring." He dragged his feet, heels scuffing the sidewalk. "Oh!" He gestured with one mittened hand. "That's the guy who wrapped my present." Sure enough, a recently displaced California boy stood in front of the general store, a bundled roll of something tucked under one arm. A gorgeous, recently displaced California boy, that was. Roughly Mel's 6'2" height, Luca had dark blonde hair, eyes the gray of a stormy sky, a couple days' worth of scruff on his jaw, and narrow eyebrows a touch darker than his hair. Mel had been with Emily for more than 10 years. It had been a long time since he'd been attracted to anyone else. Even longer since he'd been attracted to another guy. Frankly, with the move from Seattle to Lighthouse Bay, Mel had expected to have to go into Biddeford or Portland if he was in the mood for companionship of the non-female variety. The queer population of Lighthouse Bay was small, and as far as he knew, they were all coupled up. Mel had barely noticed Luca when he and Emily had dragged Otis away from the store. During the holiday shop and sip, though, Mel had taken a first, second, and third glance before he'd walked up to him, and once they'd started talking, he'd been so distracted that he'd neglected to hand over his business card. That's a Wrap was one of the businesses on Christmas Lane without a website, a fact that he'd forgotten all about with Luca's smooth, "Or you could just come see me." That was one hell of an invitation. "Luca," Mel said as he and Otis reached him. Luca turned a megawatt grin on them. "Hi." To Otis, he added, "Hi again. Did you get your present?" "Yep," Otis nodded. "Thanks, mister." "It's Luca. So, what are you guys up to?" "We're going to a gingerbread house decorating activity at Santa's workshop," Mal said, moving aside to let other pedestrians get past him. "Sounds fun." Otis rolled his eyes. "Not really." "What are you up to?" Mal asked. "No work today?" "I'm on my lunch break," Luca said, more happily than most people on a mundane lunch break. "But with this fresh snow, I figured I'd go sledding instead. So I just bought myself this crazy carpet." He held up the bundle, which unrolled to reveal a crazy carpet in the same candy apple red as his winter coat. The sled was essentially a thin, rectangular piece of plastic with two small cutouts on one end for handles. "Shouldn't you get something to eat, though?" Mal asked. Luca waved a hand. "I'll get something later." He eyed Mal, then Otis, then Mal again, and grinned. "Want to come with me?" Mal's eyebrows flew upward. "Sledding?" "Ooh, yes!" Otis hopped in place. "Yes, yes! Can we, Dad?" "But the gingerbread houses." "I want to go sledding instead." "We can totally all fit on this," Luca added, peering critically at his crazy carpet. "Maybe. Come on." He pushed past Mal, heading in the direction Mal and Otis had come from. "I know the perfect hill. This way." "Woohoo!" Otis yelled, trotting after Luca. "Okay, then. Guess they were going sledding." This wasn't the type of unexpected change Dr. Keeley said he needed to get better at dealing with. It was a tiny thing in the grand scheme of unexpected changes. Still, it left Mal a touch out of sorts as they headed past the clock tower until he spotted Otis skipping alongside a laughing Luca. Well, having his plans thwarted by a sexy California boy who was nice to his kid wasn't all bad. Adults without children of their own sometimes didn't know how to act around other people's kids or what to say to them. Luca's effortless kindness with Otis made him infinitely more likable, and Mal liked him plenty already. Past the clock tower were slim houses on wide lots. Some were family residences, others were small businesses, a law office, a dentist, financial services. Main Street sloped gently downward, and if they continued walking for 10 minutes or so, it would eventually take them down to the marina. They didn't go that far, though. Luca snuck a left past the final house, where the land opened up. Dead ahead, the Atlantic Ocean, gray and frothy. On the right, a busy, snow-packed hill, perfect for tobogganing. Kids sped down the hill and climbed back up, screeching and hollering, while their guardians loitered at the top with travel mugs of coffee. Mal recognized a couple of older O'Toole cousins and held up a hand in greeting. "Whoa!" Otis's eyes went huge. "Daddy, how come we haven't been here before?" He'd forgotten about it. He hadn't gone sledding since he was Otis's age. Before he had a chance to say so, Luca dropped the crazy carpet onto the snow and sat right in the middle. "Who's coming with me?" "Me!" Otis plopped himself between Luca's legs. Luca smiled at Mal. "You coming?" "Yeah, Dad, you coming?" Mal eyed the hill dubiously, then the crazy carpet. The sled had zero structural integrity, and at barely a centimeter thick, he'd feel every bump and rock going down. But Luca and Otis were giving him big pouty eyes, and what was he supposed to say to that? Plus, he'd be all snugged up behind Luca. They were roughly the same height, but Mal had more bulk. As a result, when he sat behind Luca, Mal dwarfed him as he attempted to situate his arms and legs so they didn't hang overboard. And if things stirred in regions further south at the sensation of Luca's backside snug against his front, hopefully Luca was too busy to notice. Luca squeezed his knee. "Ready?" "As I'll ever be." It wasn't comfortable, being practically contorted like a pretzel, But he had Luca in front of him, and Otis was making little happy sounds. Just for the record, Mel said, I think this is a bad idea. Noted, Luca said with a laugh. Now, let's do this. And with that, they were sliding down the hill at a speed that froze Mel's teeth and whipped the ends of his scarf into his face. Otis laughed the whole way down, but Luca ended up with a death grip on Mel's knee. It was over almost as soon as it had begun. The aforementioned structural integrity of the crazy carpet wasn't enough to hold all three of them, and one by one, they tumbled off it with varying degrees of moans and giggles. Two guesses who was giggling. Otis continued to roll down the rest of the hill, his squeals lost among the other children's, the crazy carpet trailing after him like a devoted puppy. Mel had been right about those bumps and rocks, but twinging, he lay on his back and blinked up at the cloudy sky. Next to him, Luca groaned long and loud and flipped onto his back. That was terrible. Why do people do this? Snow is the worst. Chuckling, Mel turned his head to peer at him. Now you understand why all the adults are up there. He waved a hand at the top of the hill. They've got the right idea, Luca muttered with another groan as he sat up. Mel stood and held out a hand to Luca. Bet you're wishing you'd gotten lunch instead, huh? How are your delicate West Coast sensibilities holding up? They want a roaring fire and a hot chocolate. Mel grinned, brushing snow off the back of Luca's coat. Come on, let's get out of the way. They headed down rather than up, since Otis had found a friend from school who was building a snowman at the bottom of the hill. Mel waved at the friend's father, then sat on a bench. It never occurred to me to bring the kids here. Considering how many sledding accidents occurred every year, maybe he'd conveniently forget about it again. Luca cocked his head. Kids? I didn't realize you had more than one. That sent him whipping back in time 16 years to college-aged Mel, who'd been both terrified and excited when Emily had told him she was pregnant way before either of them were ready for kids. Okay, mostly terrified, 90% terrified, until the ultrasound when the fetus had finally started looking like a tiny human instead of a shapeless glob. He shook himself out of the past and focused on the present. I don't, he said, answering Luca's question. But my sister has a son Otis's age, Sammy. They're joined at the hip most of the time. Ah, Luca said, around a full-body shiver. How's business been since the shopping sip? Mel asked. Pretty steady, can't complain. Luca eyed the sledding kids, propping one ankle on the opposite knee. There are a lot of people who don't have the time to wrap their own gifts. Or maybe they're too lazy. Well, Luca's smile was sly. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, but yes, that too. You know what would get even more people into your store? A website and some digital advertising. Funny you should mention that. I just hired a company to do that for me. Damn. Mel had been planning on using that as an excuse to see him again. You need web design? Malcolm O'Toole at your service. At your every service. Ooh boy, getting a little bit ahead of himself, yeah? It was something I wanted to have in time for the opening, Luca continued, bringing Mel's dirty thoughts to a screeching halt. But with getting the store up and running, it fell off my plate. His smile was amused when he added, I do like that you looked me up, though. Mel matched his smirk. I looked up your store. Uh-huh. I thought maybe That's a Wrap was a California-based company expanding east. But since I couldn't find you online, I guess that's not the case? Nope. Luca popped the pea. Just me and my little store. I open it here. Have you got family in the area? No. The smile slipped off Luca's lips. Like I said, it's just me. Moved here 3 months ago for a fresh start. Fresh start, huh? Hadn't Mel been thinking something similar not 15 minutes ago? Mel side-eyed Luca. He must be lonely as hell out here all by himself. Mel remembered what it had been like to move to Seattle at 14 years old, not knowing a single person in his neighborhood or his high school. Luca had said that it had been 3 months since he'd moved to town, which was about a month longer than Mel had been back. Mel was lucky. He did have family and friends here. His sister, Emily and Otis, as well as his parents, who'd moved back last summer. Plus his childhood best friend, Dev, was still here too. Not to mention the extended O'Toole clan of aunts and uncles and cousins. Mel recalled seeing Luca's store under construction before it had opened, but he'd never seen the man himself up until a couple of days ago. Curiosity niggled the back of Mel's brain. There was obviously a story for why Luca had needed a fresh start on the complete opposite side of the country. Mel checked on Otis briefly. He and his school friend, Kareem, were rolling a snowball almost as tall as their 6-year-old frames, the crazy carpet discarded nearby. Then asked, "Are you heading back home for the holidays?" Luca shook his head. "This is home now. My best friend might come, though. What about you? Going back to Seattle for Christmas?" "Nope. There's no one left there," Mal answered, astute enough to recognize a change of topic when he saw one. "My parents and one of my sisters moved back here last year. My other 3 sisters are in Portland, Oregon, but they'll be here for the holidays." "Must be nice to have almost everyone in one place," Luca mused. "Is your wife's family here too?" Mel blinked once. "Ex-wife." Luca peered at him, that gray-eyed gaze narrowing. "The woman from the other day?" "Otis's mom. We've been divorced a few years now." Amusement tickled Mal's throat, and he cocked his head. "Did you flirt with me at the shop and sip knowing I might be married?" That smirk was back, quick and carefree. "In my defense, I didn't expect you to flirt back." "Flirt with all the guys, do you?" "Just the ones I want to get to know better." God, Mel wanted to bottle that smile and pocket it for rainy days. He'd met Luca's gaze, the interest in Luca's as obvious as Rudolph's nose. His chest warmed as his own smile widened, anticipation curling pleasure in his gut as Luca opened his mouth and said, "Dad!" The moment broke, reality intruding. Otis barreled into him, dragging the crazy carpet behind him. "Can me and Kareem go down the hill again?" "You'll have to ask Luca." Mal tipped his head in his direction. "It's his sled." "All yours," Luca said. "I mean that. Keep it. Forever and ever." "Woohoo!" Otis turned and headed up the hill with Kareem. Mel sent Luca a wry look. That's kid speak for thank you. He's welcome to it. "You sure you don't want it back?" Luca rose. "I can unequivocally say that I've never been more sure of anything in my life." Mel snorted a laugh. "I need to get back to the store." Luca tossed a grin Mel's way. "Thanks for coming sledding with me." "Even though it was terrible?" Luca's grin widened, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "It wasn't all terrible." The words were innocuous enough, yet they warmed Mel from the inside anyway. "Maybe we can do it again sometime? Except, without the sledding, but perhaps with food." Jesus. If he'd ever before been this awkward asking someone on a date, he couldn't remember. Luca didn't seem to notice. "I'd like that," he said, and with a final smile, he left. Hours later, Mal was staring into his freezer when a knock on his front door preceded its opening. "Mal?" "In the kitchen, Dev." There was the sound of fabric against fabric as Dev rid himself of his outerwear. Then his childhood best friend rounded the corner into the kitchen, still wearing the red bandana he used to keep the hair out of his eyes when he baked. As the owner of Dev's Bakery on Christmas Lane, he baked everything from scones to muffins to danishes to cookies to breads. At 5'6", he was almost a whole head shorter than Mal, but what he lacked in height, he made up for in determination. Kind of like a small dog that thought it was a Doberman, except where small dogs faked confidence, Dev's was all real. He placed the bakery box branded with his bakery's logo on the counter. I brought dessert, gingerbread cookies, sugar cookies, and some leftover danishes from the day. Thanks. Mal held up 2 frozen pizzas. 4 cheese or pepperoni, ham, and sausage? Lips pursed, Dev pointed at option 2. Good choice. Where's Otis? Dev asked, hopping onto a bar stool. I thought it was your week with him. It is. He's sleeping over at my sister's, Mal said, popping the pizza into the preheated oven. We were there this afternoon baking cookies, and then he and his cousin were playing and he didn't want to leave, so he shrugged. Aoife gets to keep him for the night. That explains why I got a dinner invite. Were you bored? Mal reached into the fridge. Not bored, just, I don't know. Wanted company, I guess. There was too much on his mind. Work, Otis, Luca. He'd given his unpacked moving boxes, tucked into a corner of the dining room, a contemplative glance when he'd returned home sans Otis, ultimately ignoring them in favor of calling Dev and inviting him for dinner. Is Clark coming? Mal asked, referring to Dev's fiancée. He's visiting his dad in Connecticut this weekend, Dev said, accepting the beer Mal passed him. You didn't want to go along? Dev shook his head. Couldn't. Toby's my only other baker, and he's only part-time. He wasn't able to work this weekend, so I stayed behind. Mal grunted and sipped his beer. Is it rough on you when Otis has sleepovers? Dev asked, twirling his bottle on the countertop. Considering you only get Otis every other week? Not really. Leaning against the counter opposite Dev, Mal gave that some thought. I miss him when he's not around, whether it's the week he's with Emily or if he's at Aoife's for the night. But it's also nice to see him happy. He and Sammy were close when Aoife and her family lived in Seattle. Otis was upset when they left, but them being here was a selling point to us moving here, even though he was sad to leave his friends behind. It's good to see him and Sammy basically pick up where they left off. Kind of like you and me. Dev toasted him with a grin. Mal clinked his bottle against his. True. When Mal and his family had left Lighthouse Bay, Mal and Dev had kept in touch for a while, until life had intruded, and they'd lost touch. Mal had thought of him every so often, though, wondering what his childhood best friend was up to, if he was happy, if he made friends in high school, if he'd gone off to college, and if so, where. Reconnecting with Dev had been one of the highlights of moving back. Dev was the same, yet different. He was still determined and stubborn and short. But whereas a younger Dev had been quiet and often sad, owing to his parents' death when he was 5, this older Dev, while still quieter than the cousin he'd grown up with and his sometimes obnoxious fiancée, was more vocal, more unassumingly confident. He had a solid presence about him that reminded Mal of a brick wall. So tell me, Dev said with a smirk, rotating on his stool to face the dining room. When are you going to unpack the rest of your stuff? Your house looks like a bad showroom. Mal groaned up at the ceiling. Yeah, I know. Aoife grumbles every time she comes by. You've been here 2 months, his sister always said. There's no reason for you to not have unpacked. Not to sound like your sister, but I moved in with Clark in the spring, and it took the 2 of us maybe a week to unpack and get everything sorted. And we were only doing it in the evenings, after work. What's your excuse? Mal shrugged one shoulder and stared into his bottle. I guess I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Dev's eyebrows lowered. What other shoe? I don't know, Scratching his jaw, Mal sighed out a breath. How did he articulate what he couldn't explain to himself? You know what happened with my job, right? You said you were let go because of the company reorganizing after your agency got bought out by a larger one. Right, Mal acknowledged, the scent of baking pizza beginning to permeate the tiny kitchen. I was supposed to move here with Otis last fall, remember? Transfer to the office in Portland? My boss in Seattle didn't want to lose me, so first he offered me a promotion I didn't want, then a raise when I turned it down, then finally begged me to stay a few extra months to train a replacement. I figured why the hell not, since the house here I'd put an offer on fell through. Plus, Otis would get to finish out kindergarten in the same school. Except in the summer, the agency was acquired by a larger one, and I was let go because my role was all of a sudden redundant. Jesus. Dev's jaw dropped. Mel, that sucks. How come you never said anything? Mel shrugged again. I didn't really want to talk about it. He'd been talking about it with Dr. Keeley for weeks anyway. I told you so you can see where I'm coming from with that other shoe. Okay, but... Dev pointed at Mal with his bottle. I think you're making up shoes. Mal snorted. What? Think about it. You're back home after years away. Your sister's here. Your parents are here. Otis is here. You've got a business going with Aoife. You have a place to live. I mean, it's very white and very square, and you can barely fit an extra person in your kitchen, but you have a roof over your head. Where's the other shoe? Well, when he put it that way, huffing a laugh, Mal rubbed his jaw. Maybe it's because I'm still new to town that everything feels transient. Things might feel more permanent if you unpacked a little, add some more wall decor, fill those bookshelves with books, get some table lamps. It'd make the place feel more lived in. If I feed you pizza, will you get off this topic? Sure, Dev smirked. We can talk about Luca instead. What? Mal paused with his beer halfway to his mouth. What about Luca? Heard about your sledding date this afternoon. First of all, it wasn't a date. And second, how do you know? People talk, especially along Main Street. I heard a customer telling another customer about it, who heard it from her husband, whose sister saw you flirting with Lighthouse Bay's newest gift wrapping expert. Mal took the pizza out of the oven. I wasn't flirting. Well, maybe he had a little bit. Are you going to see him again? In this town? Mal asked with a half laugh, playing dumb. It's kind of inevitable. Dev scoffed. You know what I mean. I hope so, Mal admitted, cutting into the pie with a pizza cutter. Even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I haven't dated since Emily. My life isn't exactly going the way I thought it would job-wise. Nothing right now feels permanent. And I have no idea how Otis is going to feel about me dating. Have you asked him about it? Mal plated a slice for each of them, then handed one to Dev. No. Does he know you're into men? No. Want my advice? No. Dev chuckled. I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Go for it. Mal huffed. It's not that easy. Asking Luca out? That had been the easy part. It was everything that came after that made him nervous. Trusting another person not only with his heart, but with Otis's. It is. You're overcomplicating it for no reason. Was he? It didn't feel that way, especially when he had Otis to consider as well. Anyone who got involved with him wasn't just getting involved with him. He came with a kid, and that naturally complicated matters. But dating was like every other plan he'd ever made. He had to take things one step at a time. Chapter 4. 19 Days Until Christmas. Mel was walking home from dropping Otis off at school on Monday morning when he got a text from his sister. Can you take my breakfast meeting? Aoife had texted, complete with the hands-in prayer emoji. Sammy's homesick today. Is he okay? Mal messaged back. He put his phone away and his gloves back on while he waited for his sister's response, which came as he was climbing his porch steps. He's got that flu that's been going around the school. Great. That meant Otis would come home with it at some point, too. Hopefully during Emily's week with him. Mal sniggered at that thought, which was, admittedly, kind of mean, but he wouldn't be surprised if Em had had the same one. He let himself inside the house, the heat thawing his frozen face, and typed back, What's the job? The phone rang in his hand. he answered while he unzipped his boots with the other. Hey, it's a web design for a new store on Christmas Lane. Mal paused with one foot half out of his boot. A new store on Christmas Lane? Considering the only new one was That's a Wrap. Yes, he blurted, interrupting whatever Aoife was saying. Sure, I can do that, sure. A pause from Aoife's end, then, Are you okay? You sound all breathy. Are you sick too? No, I'm good. What was it about Luca that had Mal tied up in knots? It was probably the fact that he hadn't dated since college. What did people do when they were interested in someone these days? How much had things changed in the 17 years since he'd met Emily? What time's the meeting? 9, Aoife said. He checked the time. 8:30? Fuck. He always showered after taking Otis to school because trying to get a 6-year-old ready who dragged their feet whenever they were on a schedule was a workout in and of itself. Unshowered, sporting bedhead hair, and wearing ratty sweatpants and a faded college hoodie was not how he wanted to meet a potential client. Never mind that the client was Luca. Sorry, I know it's last minute. All good, he interrupted, making quick work of removing his outerwear. Can you email me the details while I shower? And get in touch with Luca and let him know I might be a few minutes late? How do you know the client's name? Aoife asked. Is there someone else who's opened a new store that I don't know about? You've met him then? Well, that's good. A faint, Mom, came from Aoife's side of the line. Shoot, I've got to go. I'll email you the information. Are there any other meetings you want me to take today? Just this one. Thanks, Mal. Mal had never gotten ready so quickly in his life. Within 20 minutes, he was showered, changed into a lavender shirt tucked into black slacks, fancier than Lighthouse Bay typically saw, but hey, he needed to look the part, and was once again bundling himself into his winter gear. Taking a second to check himself out in the mirror hanging on the back of the hall closet door, he ran a hand over his jaw. He should probably shave at some point soon, or at least trim his beard. It was looking a little unruly compared to Luca's short and stylish scruff. It was just one of those things he couldn't be bothered with, kind of like unpacking. Aoife's email said he was to meet Luca at Tiny's Panini, the cafe on Christmas Lane that was between Luca's store and Dev's bakery. He skimmed the rest of the email as he walked in that direction, familiarizing himself with what Luca was looking for. From the email chain, it appeared that Aoife and Luca had discussed pricing as well, though this would have been their first in-person meeting to talk about exactly what Luca wanted in a website. Guess Mal really would be offering him his every service now, so to speak. Christmas Lane was quiet this early in the morning. The Christmas market, as well as most of the shops, opened at 10. Annie's Irish pub only served breakfast on weekends, and Stefano's Italian restaurant wouldn't open for hours. A couple of people walked into Namaste Yoga, and children's laughter could be heard from Martine's daycare as Mal crossed the street to the east side. Aside from that, it was just him, and his nervous stomach, trying to figure out how to romance a guy. A guy he was about to work with. Damn, don't shit where you work. Wasn't that what people said? You know what? Fuck it. He wasn't going to let that stop him. After his divorce, Mal had never felt so untethered to who he was, to who he'd wanted to be as a husband, to life itself as a newly single bisexual guy with a toddler at home. He'd thrown himself into fatherhood, and that had been enough. Until he'd met Luca, with his sunny smiles and his vivaciousness and his total disregard for the true purpose of a lunch break. The first person Mal had met since the divorce who made him ask, what if? Who made him want something for himself. Mal had known he was bisexual since senior year of high school, a fact he'd only briefly explored before Emily. He'd fooled around with a guy from his English class his freshman year of college, but two fumbling virgins trying to figure out how to make things fit was not great. He'd also never dated someone who wasn't near his own age, and Luca must be at least 10 years younger than Mal's own 37. He was conscious of the age gap insofar as it existed, but he didn't much care about it. It was like acknowledging that he was dark-haired to Luca's blonde. If such a trivial thing as hair color didn't matter, why should a stupid age difference? Jesus, he was getting ahead of himself again, and Mal! Well, speak of the devil. Luca approached from the opposite direction, bundled in a knit hat that matched his eyes, a scarf in bright purple, and a thick candy apple red parka with a furred hood. For a West Coaster who'd never experienced a New England winter, he sure knew how to dress for one. Mal paused under Tiny's Panini's awning to wait for him, the cold hurting his teeth when he smiled. Hey, you grabbing breakfast too? Luca asked when he reached Mal, nodding at the cafe. Actually, I'm your 9 o'clock. Luca's brow furrowed. My what? Your 9 o'clock, with A&M Designs? Oh, I thought I was meeting an Aoife Farber? He pronounced Aoife's name correctly. Aoife, without tripping over the word. Or as Aoife liked to say, it's like Eva, but with an F. She has a sick kid at home, so she sent me in her stead. Mal held out a hand. Malcolm O'Toole, the M in A&M Designs. Aoife's my sister. Luca Dawkey, Luca said, placing his gloved hand in Mal's. He pronounced his surname Dawkey, saving Mal from having to ask him about the pronunciation. I guess we'll be working together? For now. Aoife and I have different skill sets and interests, so depending on what you need, she might take over the actual design. That's a shame, Luca murmured, edging around Mal to the door with that grin Mal was already obsessed with. Shall we? They entered the cafe to the clink of cutlery and the chatter of diners. The place had been spruced up for the holidays. Strings of lights were strung up along the walls, and faux pine garlands hung on the rafters, the latter decorated with glass ornaments hanging by red and green thread. There was a nutcracker atop the fireplace mantel, and each table held a white candle in a red blown-glass bowl. Luca led them to a table for two near the fireplace. Mal waved a hello at the mayor, then left his coat on the back of a chair. I'll go order. What can I get you? My treat. He warmed as Luca's gaze swept from his feet to his chest, appreciating that Luca was making his interest clear. Mal wasn't one to play games, and thankfully, Luca didn't seem the type either. I'll take a coffee with milk and sugar, Luca said, dropping his coat onto the back of his own chair. He was dressed similarly to Mal in skinny black slacks and a red shirt that matched his coat. And the stuffed French toast. French toast made with sourdough bread stuffed with caramelized apples and topped with cinnamon sugar and whipped cream. For some reason, the order didn't surprise Mal. Be right back. He returned within a few minutes and tucked his wallet into his coat pocket as he sat. They'll bring it out when it's ready. You know, I've only been in here a handful of times, and it's always busy, Luca commented. It's kind of the go-to place in town. Annie's and Stefano's aren't open for breakfast during the week, and Dev's Bakery doesn't have seating. They know my name and order now at Stefano's, Luca said with a quick smile for the employee who brought their coffees. You don't cook? I do, but the store has been keeping me so busy that I often don't have the time, or I forget to until I'm starving. Plus, half my kitchen stuff is still in boxes. Same. Mel toasted him with his flat white. You'd think I'd just moved in last week and not 2 months ago. I got Otis's room set up first thing and then got lazy about the rest. Anyway, he took a quick sip of coffee. Should we get started? I don't want to take up too much of your day. Luca waved a hand. No rush. The store's closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. With another of those grins, he added, I'm yours for as long as you want me. Why did that make Mal's heart jump in his chest? Good to know, he responded in the same flirtatious tone. He pulled his tablet out of the inside pocket of his coat to take notes, flipped the cover open, and detached the magnetic stylus. Okay, so tell me what you're looking for. For now, just something super simple that tells people that I exist, who I am, what I do, what I offer, and where to find me. It needs to showcase that I wrap gifts, sell eco-friendly products made by local artisans, offer one-of-a-kind gift wrap and greeting cards, and that they're sustainably made. Surprised, Mel eyed him for a second. Let's pick apart those last two things. First, why are they one of a kind? Because I made them. The wrapping paper, the gift bags, the greeting cards, that's my art. Mel sat back for the server to place his quiche and toast on the table. Thank you. To Luca, he said, You're an artist? Luca shrugged and dug into his meal. I dabble. From what I saw in your store, that's more than dabbling. Luca went silent for a moment as he poured maple syrup over his French toast. Art was kind of an escape for me when I was growing up, he eventually said without meeting Mal's gaze. My grandparents gave me an art set when I was like 7. You know those folded cases that have crayons and markers and glitter pens and little paint pots? Yeah, Otis has one, but he hardly uses it. I wore my crayons down to nubs and used the markers until they were dry. Didn't much care for the paint, though. Luca picked a caramelized apple out of the bread and popped it in his mouth, chewing slowly. My parents weren't that supportive of me in general, never mind of my art. It was my grandparents who made sure I was signed up for art classes after school and art camps during the summer. When I branched off from the family business to do my own thing, I was researching sustainably made products I could stock in my store. But then Elijah, my best friend back home, suggested that I design the products and work directly with an environmentally friendly print shop to print them. Mel forked a piece of quiche. Sounds like a lot of work to design the products, run the business, and manage the store. Luca toasted him with his mug. Hence why I don't have a website yet, and why I've still got moving boxes in every room of my house. Well, at least Luca had an excuse. Mel was partly too lazy and partly too overwhelmed by all the stuff he'd accumulated over the years. He jotted some notes before returning to his quiche. Tell me about the print shop. What makes them special? They've received more accreditations and awards for their leadership and environmental stewardship than any other printer in the country. I can send you a list of them, or even their website so you can see for yourself. Oh, that'd be great. They're one of the only print shops that looks beyond paper to the printing process itself. They don't use water, which conserves about 200,000 liters of water annually and eliminates the need to dispose of tainted water. Plus, their entire facility is powered with green electricity from renewable energy sources. I can send you information on that too. Seems like you really put the work in to offer products that are eco-friendly. I worked in a print shop in college, Luca told him. Literally on the floor every day, watching as posters and labels and gift cards were printed. I saw how much waste there was. He shook his head. Doesn't have to be that way. Is that the family business you mentioned? Luca's lips went flat, shoulders stiffening. Yeah. Recognizing the signals, Mel changed the subject. If Luca didn't want to talk about his family, Mel wasn't going to push. What else do you need on your website? Will you be offering products for purchase online? Not yet. Sitting back, Luca wiped his mouth with a napkin, leaving his lips a dark red that sent Mel's blood pumping. I do want to include a form for people to sign up to have their gift wrapped. That way they can schedule a time they'll drop off the gift and indicate whether they'll pick it up or want it delivered. Taking a huge gulp of coffee to wet his dry throat, Mel refocused on his tablet. Do you want to take payment online for that? Luca pursed his lips, not helping Mel's situation any. Yes, but that might get complicated. I have different pricing depending on the size and quantity of the gifts. Send that to me too, and I'll see what I can do. Nodding, Luca ate the last of his French toast. Pushing his empty plate away, Mel forced his gaze off Luca's too tempting mouth and wrote a few more notes. Can I see your store? I know I've been there already, but I'd like to take a look without any customers, get a feel of the atmosphere and the products." "Sure." Luca finished his coffee. "Want to go now?" "Let's do it." Chapter 5. 17 Days Until Christmas. Lucas stood in his store after closing, working on a floor plan for the next major holiday. Well, the next holiday. His designs for Valentine's Day were already with his printer, and he was expecting Valentine's Day-themed products from his local makers. Heart-shaped bath bombs, massage oils, scented candles, handmade mugs, early next month. He even had a giveaway planned. Every purchase between January 15th and the first week of February entered the buyer into a draw for a gift certificate for two to Stefano's Italian restaurant across the street. That was how he planned on bringing in the customers outside of the Christmas season, by working around holidays and hosting giveaways and events, though he intended to always stock generic wrapping for birthdays, anniversaries, and other evergreen events. After Valentine's Day came Easter, Ramadan, Passover, and Holy, though he still needed to research whether the non-Christian holidays were gift-giving ones. He was sketching out a plan for the south wall when a knock at the window drew his attention. Someone walking their dog waved at him. Luca waved back, squinting through the darkness, but he couldn't make out who it was. Not that it mattered. As he'd learned, Lighthouse Bay was the friendliest of friendly places. Luca got waved at by strangers. His neighbors had all shown up on his front porch with baked goods or casseroles the day he'd moved in. The older gentleman who lived on Luca's right had mowed his lawn for him on Saturday mornings, before the snow started, because it was the neighborly thing to do. And more than once, Luca had been invited inside for tea on his evening deliveries. It was so very far from what he'd known in L.A., and he couldn't decide if it was the best thing ever or seriously creepy. He'd heard through some of his customers that Lighthouse Bay took Christmas to the extreme, a fact that he'd more or less figured out for himself given the market in the park, the carolers on weekends, the upcoming parade, and the decorations adorning every shop. In fact, Luca had a whole binder handed to him by the Business Improvement Association that outlined the rules governing when decorations needed to be up in his store for each holiday or season. The way everyone in this town went Christmas crazy was a little weird. Cute, but weird. His phone rang as he was rearranging a display of wrapping paper rolls so that his best-selling stuff was front and center. Grabbing it from where he'd left it on the customer service counter, he blinked at the caller ID. Donovan, it read. His brother was calling him? Lucas stared at the phone, then stared at it some more in case his eyesight was deceiving him. Other than informing his family that he'd landed the day he'd arrived in town 3 months ago and the emailed invitation to his grand opening, he hadn't had any contact with them since the move. Donovan was the youngest of Luca's 4 older siblings, though he was still 12 years older than Luca. Their family wasn't close. None of the siblings were close with each other, and they weren't close with their parents, even though they all worked for the family business in some capacity. In fact, Luca didn't even really know his siblings, despite spending his formative years trying his best to get them to notice him. Donovan worked in sales, and Luca had once witnessed him convince a struggling small-town mom-and-pop shop to stock their brand of greeting cards. His brother could sell sawdust to a lumberjack. Donovan was, and always had been, the one person Luca could count on to not mock him or forget he existed or treat him like a nuisance. And it was only as he had that thought that he realized it wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement. But Donovan was calling him now, so that had to mean something, right? Unless something was wrong? Oh, God, what if something was wrong? He answered in a hurry. Hello, Donovan? Hey, Luca. Donovan's voice was smooth and mellow, very much unlike the scandal-creating bad boy who was on reality TV's Living It Up with Leon Lish. How's it going? Good, I'm good. Are you okay? What's wrong? He might be semi-estranged from his family, but that didn't mean Luca didn't worry about them. They were still his family. Uh, Donovan chuckled. Nothing, as far as I'm aware. Why? Luca sagged against the counter. I thought that's why you were calling. No, I just called to see how you were doing. No one's spoken with you since you left. The phone works both ways, Luca wanted to say, but that was incredibly petty. And also, he hadn't called either, had he? How was your grand opening? Donovan asked. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. I was at a conference in Dallas. It's okay, Luca said, picking at the countertop with his nail. At least you had the courtesy to RSVP. There was silence from Donovan's end for a moment. Can we FaceTime? I'd like to see your store. Biting his lip, Luca straightened. You really want to? Of course. They hung up, and Donovan called back on FaceTime in less than 10 seconds. Instead of restocking like he should have been, Luca gave his brother a virtual tour of the store, stopping every so often to talk about the local makers he worked with and to explain about the sustainable packaging used for wrapping paper rolls and to prattle on about the tour he'd taken of his Portland-based printer. Why do I recognize that flower there? Donovan asked as Luca was panning a wall of generic gift bags perfect for weddings, birthdays, and housewarming presents. The one on that purple bag. Penstemon, Luca said. Grandma and Grandpa had them in their front garden. Luca, Donovan cleared his throat. Your store's amazing. You've done really well for yourself. Eyes burning, Luca clamped his jaw shut and waited for it to pass before flipping the camera around to smile shyly. Thanks. He shrugged awkwardly, as though that's a wrap hadn't consumed the last few months of his life. On the screen, Donovan smiled at him. He wore a white dress shirt and tie. His jaw had a touch of late-day scruff, and every strand of hair was perfectly coiffed. Can I come visit soon? Donovan asked. I was thinking of taking a couple of weeks off in January, so... His shrug was just as awkward as Luca's had been. I'd love to see your store, in person, I mean, and your house, and you could show me around Lighthouse Bay. I'd really like that, Luca said, through a throat gone tight with emotion. Great. I've got to go, okay? I've got a meeting in a few minutes. We'll talk soon. Bye. Luca gazed at the screen after the call ended. In the back of his mind, in a tiny, dusty corner he hadn't wanted to acknowledge, he'd thought his family had forgotten all about him when he'd moved east. But Donovan had called. He'd reached out. Luca was already regretting that he hadn't had a chance to ask Donovan about his life, how he was doing. He wanted to know more. He wanted to know everything. He sent a quick text. Thanks for calling. Thanks for opening that door, he wanted to add, especially considering Luca hadn't, for reasons that weren't quite clear to him. Another knock at his window. Distracted, he glanced over with a frown. What appeared to be the abominable snowman waved at him. Luca moved closer to the window until the streetlights revealed that the abominable snowman was a bundled-up Mal with Otis on his back. Heart going a little mad in his chest, Luca unlocked the door and pushed it open a foot. Hey, what are you guys doing? Getting ice cream, Mal said. We just had dinner at my sister's, and this one, he wiggled Otis's foot, wanted dessert. Ice cream? Luca made a face at the snow on the sidewalk. Mal caught it and grinned. Are you a true New Englander if you can't eat ice cream in the winter? I don't think 3 months in Maine technically makes me a New Englander. Step 1 is ice cream in the winter. Come on. To get ice cream? Yeah, Otis piped in. It's right over there. He waved at Scoop's Ice Cream, a squat building tucked between the yoga studio and the daycare on the other side of the street. Get your coat, Mal prodded. Luca got his coat. 3 minutes later, he walked into Scoop's Ice Cream, where it smelled like freshly made waffle cones. It was a small place with white and red checkered flooring, bright lighting, and only 3 tables. A funky wooden sign on the wall directed patrons to patio seating at the back, but taped to the back door was a handwritten sign explaining that the patio was closed for the season. They got their ice cream to go since, as Mal explained, it was almost Otis's bedtime. Vanilla with sprinkles for Otis, strawberry for Luca, and sea salt toffee for Mal, which Luca didn't see coming. He would have pegged Mal for plain chocolate. Back on the sidewalk, Luca shivered in the winter air as he spooned ice cream into his mouth. The two did not compute. Ice cream is meant for hot days and summer picnics and strolling along an oceanfront boardwalk, he said. I don't know you that well yet, but I don't think this was one of your brighter ideas. Kind of like sledding? Heh, Luca tapped his bowl against Mal's in a mock salute. Point to you. Just wait, Mal said, chuckling. One winter here and you'll be as hardened as the rest of us. Debatable. Whoa! They'd turned onto a side street where one of the houses had so many inflatable lawn decorations it was like a mini Santa's village. There was a red vintage truck with Santa waving out the window, tree in the truck bed. A 12-foot-tall snowman wearing a top hat. A reindeer wearing an ugly Christmas sweater. An elf with red cheeks and big eyes. A squat Christmas tree. Penguins wearing Santa hats. A snow globe as tall as Luca with a caroling snow people family inside. A gingerbread house with gingerbread kids. And a Mrs. Claus. Oh, that's the Jones house, Mal said. At Luca's blank look, he added, Mika Jones? Luca blinked. The actor? He's from Lighthouse Bay? Yep. Mika Jones played a former detective on the popular Shadows and Light, which was in its 4th season? 5th? Luca had seen the first couple of seasons, but hadn't yet caught up on the rest. You've met him? He asked Mal. A few times. My best friend, Dev, was raised by his aunt and uncle, and his cousin was best friends with Mika growing up, so I met him when I was younger. Dev. From Dev's Bakery? That's the one. His fiancée is also friends with Mika. Huh. Small world. You're telling me. Mal nodded at the house as they drifted past. This is his parents' place, though the decorations are all Mika's. From what I know, his partner wooed Mika with them a couple winters back. The Joneses don't put them out until Mika's home for the holidays, so I guess he's back in town already. Jeff Belmore, Luca blurted. That's Mika's partner. I saw a photo of them online not long ago. Jeff Belmore had started a business out of college that was now the #1 sports equipment and apparel company in the country. He'd retired as CEO recently to helm the company's charitable foundation. Now there was a guy Luca would love to meet. Yeah, that's him, Mal said. A&M Designs does the digital advertising for his charity. Luca clasped his arm. You work with Jeff Belmore? Red alert, full-scale jealousy incoming. With his marketing people, Mal said, bursting Luca's bubble. I've never met the guy. Hey, oh! Pausing on the sidewalk, Mal glanced back. You coming? Otis glared at the inflatable reindeer on the Joneses' lawn. I don't think I like this reindeer. What's wrong with it? It's got a weird face. Otis stuck his tongue out at it, then skipped along toward them. It looks like it has to poop. I don't like it, said the kid wearing a knit hat with reindeer antlers, a reindeer patterned scarf, and mittens with big eyes and Rudolph's nose on the back. Watch your ice cream, O, Mal said, writing the cup in Otis's hand. It's about to slide out of your bowl. I can do it. Otis hugged his cup close and skipped ahead of them. Luca gently bumped Mal's elbow with his own. Can I walk you home? Mal's eyes met his. The St. Lucia blue turned indigo under a dark sky. I'd like that. We're not far, just a couple streets over. They made a right at the next stop sign, at which point Otis's nearing bedtime caught up with him, and he begged to be carried on Mal's back. Even the animatronic snowman waving from someone's front lawn couldn't crack a smile out of him. Luca collected Otis's and Mal's empty cups and spoons for disposal. You said you had dinner at your sister's, Luca asked. Aoife, right? Is she older or younger? She's older, but I've also got another older sister and two younger ones. In Portland, Luca said, remembering their conversation at the sledding hill. I've got 4 siblings too. Yeah? Older? Younger? Older. A lot older. The youngest is 12 years older than me. I was sort of an oopsie baby. Are you close? Mal asked, his quiet voice wrapping around Luca's senses. Nah, they were off doing their own thing way before I came along. I'm a little closer to Donovan than the others. He's the closest in age to me, but closer is relative. He never treated me like an annoyance or dismissed me like the others, but neither did he go out of his way to make me feel included. Luca was still surprised that Donovan had called, that he'd made the overture without any prompting. Mel touched Luca's elbow. Luca barely felt it through his winter coat, but it still sent warmth through his chest. I'm sorry, Mel said. It's okay, Luca shrugged. I had Elijah, and he's the best. His family lived next door to my grandparents, so even though we didn't go to the same school, we saw each other all the time. Did you spend a lot of time at your grandparents'? Yeah. My parents were always busy with the business, so my grandparents took care of me a lot. Mel took them left onto a side street that ran parallel to Christmas Lane. How did they feel about you moving out here? They passed away a couple of years ago, Luca told him. Before he could allow the sadness to take hold, he added, I like to think they'd be proud of me for branching off on my own. They would have missed me, but they would have supported me and understood why I had to leave. In fact, the only reason he'd been able to move cross-country at all and open his own store was thanks to the inheritance from his grandparents. They'd left him everything. In essence, they were supporting him, even though they weren't around anymore. Why did you have to move out here? Mal asked, shifting Otis and making him grumble. I guess I didn't have to, Luca conceded. But there wasn't anything for me in L.A., except Elijah and a handful of friends who forgot about me as soon as I left town. But why Lighthouse Bay? Luca kicked at a small mound of snow in his path. It disintegrated beneath his boot. My grandparents were from Maine. They were East Coasters? Yep. My grandmother was from Standish, my grandfather from Brownfield. Their families used to vacation for a week each summer in Lighthouse Bay. That's how they met. They became high school sweethearts, and after they got married, they moved to L.A. because they didn't like the winters here. Mel made an aha face. So they're why you're here. Luca shrugged. They talked about this place a lot. Said it was beautiful and friendly, and they wished it was on the West Coast so they could visit more often. I guess I always pictured Lighthouse Bay as their place, you know? And when I considered moving, it called to me. Did they ever come back to visit after they moved out west? Yeah, a few times. Luca smiled as he remembered his 10-year-old self begging to go with them. We were supposed to visit, the 3 of us, one day, but then my grandmother got sick. My grandfather didn't last long after she died, so... His lips twisted, but he couldn't find a smile. We never got the chance. They'd like that I was here now, though, and the fact that there just happened to be retail space available on Main Street exactly when I was looking. That can't be coincidence. He waited for Mal to laugh, like Chad, Luca's eldest brother, had laughed when Luca had told him the same thing. But Mal just nodded. Definitely not a coincidence. Grateful beyond words, Luca did find a smile for that. Anyway, after I saw the listing, I came out here to view it. I signed the lease, house hunted, and made an offer all in 1 week. This was about 6 months ago. Then I went home to pack and continue business planning and moved here about 3 months ago. Just like that, huh? Pretty much. Mel slowed at the bottom of a driveway and nodded at the house. This is me. I was wondering who lived here, Lucas said, taking in the house's boxy structure. Why, because it's hideous? That startled the laugh out of Luca. Well, yes, it doesn't match the rest of the houses. The area just west of Christmas Lane housed Lighthouse Bay's historic homes, but this modern construction was decidedly not historic. Luca had passed it a couple of times on his evening gift deliveries and wondered what the owner had been thinking. Why do you buy it if you don't like it? I'm not. I'm leasing. Even so, Mal had gone all out with the decorations. Icicle lights hanging from the roof, flashing multicolored lights framed around each window, static white lights around a 9-foot-tall pine tree, and a lit-up reindeer family. He even had some sort of spotlights buried somewhere in the yard that swirled red and green snowflakes on the house in an unidentifiable pattern, which is probably another reason I haven't unpacked, Mal continued. I hate this place. Why lease it then? Mel blew out a breath that ghosted the air in front of him. The short version is that I was in a rush. And the long version? The long version is something I'll have to give you another time. Luca glanced at Otis. I think he's asleep. Bet he gets a second wind as soon as I walk in the door. Mal's voice was a disgruntled grumble that Luca shouldn't have found as charming as he did. Thanks for walking us home. Thanks for letting me. I like talking to you. Mal's smile went lopsided. I like talking to you too. Still want to do it again sometime? I promise not to feed you ice cream while it's below freezing outside. Real food only. Scout's honor. Luca's armpits went damp despite the winter weather, and butterflies took flight in his belly. He dug his toe into the sidewalk. You must really want to date me if you've asked me out twice in 1 week. Or I just want an adult to talk to for once, Mal said, a teasing tilt to his smile. Luca stuck his tongue in his cheek and backed down the driveway, keeping his gaze on Mal's. Or maybe you like me. Damn, and here I thought I wasn't being obvious at all. The butterflies floated into Luca's throat. Text me? I will. The darkness enveloped Mal as he moved away from the sidewalk and into the shadow of the house, but Luca could still see the quirk to his lips. Good night, Luca. Night, Mal. Luca watched Mal and Otis head inside, waved at Mal through the glass-fronted door, then turned toward his own home only a couple blocks away, an extra bounce to his steps. Chapter 6. 16 days until Christmas. Luca had awoken this morning with a smile on his face that had followed him throughout the day. As promised, Mal had texted him. In fact, he'd texted so early that the message had been waiting for Luca on his phone when he'd woken up. Hence the smile. He'd been floating on a cloud of happiness ever since. He felt like he had in high school when he'd traded secret glances across the classroom with Dylan Bentham for a month before Dylan had finally kissed him at a Halloween party. Dylan had been Batman. Luca had been Superman. A match made in superhero heaven. They'd dated until the end of sophomore year, when Dylan's family had moved to wherever the art school was that his younger sister had gotten a scholarship to. Michigan? Anyway, that wasn't the point. The point was that this tingly feeling that bloomed in Luca's chest and made him smile at nothing and everything was as dizzying now as it had been with Dylan. Thing was, though, nothing had happened with Mal. They'd texted off and on all day, and that was literally it, aside from a few face-to-face interactions in the past week. And yet, Luca had his head so far in the clouds he could practically touch the stars. Just that there had been something almost magical about getting ice cream with Mal and Otis last night, then walking them home, Otis a sleepy presence, the numerous Christmas decorations and lights casting Mal's angular face in sharp relief. Luca loved his store and he loved this town, but last night had been the first time he'd truly felt like he belonged here. He bopped his head to Burl Ives' Holly Jolly Christmas and swished his hips from side to side as he rapped a moon lamp. It was exactly what it sounded like, a lamp that looked like the moon and sat on a little wooden base. It wasn't very big. If Luca put the fingertips of one hand against the fingertips of the other, the moon lamp would fit in the empty space between. It came in a box no larger than his head, and he'd already wrapped 6 of them since Thanksgiving. If he had to guess, it was probably on somebody's Best Gifts of the Year blog. As he was putting the last piece of tape in place, Alyssa hung up the phone at the cash register and said, "That was Marilee. She had a delay getting some of her ingredients, so we won't get a new shipment of her bath products for another week or 2. Damn." Marilee was one of the local artisans whose products Luca stocked in his store. They were displayed on a couple of tables near the front, with a nifty, eco-friendly stocking stuffers sign he'd designed himself. There were reusable straws, natural hand soaps and scrubs, and bath bombs and shaving soap, reusable sandwich bags, vegan dental floss, soy candles, a press that turned old newspapers into pots for seedlings, recycled cotton socks, beeswax wraps. And that was only on one table. Marilee's bath products had proven popular with women buying gifts for friends and family and with men seeking stocking stuffers for their wives on behalf of their kids. Okay, well, it is what it is. It wasn't a huge setback, and he wasn't going to let the delay bring him down. There were plenty of other stocking stuffers for his customers to choose from. He even had a separate display of themed pre-wrapped gift baskets for easy buying. "Want to take your lunch break?" he asked Alyssa. "Sure." Alyssa tossed her blonde ponytail over her shoulder. "I'm going to grab a sandwich next door, then head to the market. Want anything while I'm out?" "I'm good, thanks." While Alyssa went into the back to don her winter gear, Luca added twine to the gift he was wrapping, then threaded through the gift tag his customer had chosen. It was simple. Simpler than he tended to do, or liked to do. But the woman who'd dropped it off had said not to go too crazy because there was a good chance the cat would get to it first. And if the cat miraculously behaved itself, her son wouldn't care about the package the gift came in, just what was inside it. Luca remembered being that young and excited about Christmas. He also remembered how impersonal Christmas had been. Every year, Mom and Dad threw an extravagant holiday party for their friends and colleagues, always 2 weekends before Christmas. Luca had thought the black tie events embodied Christmas until he was old enough to understand that most families did other things to celebrate, like decorate gingerbread houses and trim the tree and sing carols and exchange presents on Christmas morning and eat their weight in turkey and stuffing. Instead, Luca had gotten a fancy party at a swanky outdoor venue somewhere on the outskirts of L.A., presents purchased by one of his parents' executive assistants, wrapped in the Koenig family's perfectly wrapped paper, of course, and pats on the head from his siblings on Christmas morning. This went on till he was 11, when he'd started spending winter break with his grandparents. His parents hadn't blinked twice when Grandma and Grandpa had proposed the new arrangement, which had been a young Luca Koenig's first lesson that his parents couldn't be bothered with him, though it had taken another 16 years for him to clue in that nothing he did would ever make them see him as anything but a nuisance. But that was fine. As soon as they registered that he'd been right about going green, they'd realized that he was worth the tuition money they'd spent on his college education. It was an understatement to say that they weren't happy that Luca had used that education to branch off on his own, instead of employing his knowledge to grow the family business. But hey, that wasn't his problem. Alyssa came out of the back room, stuffed into a knit hat, a scarf up to her nose, and a puffy winter jacket. All Luca could see of her were her eyes. "Back in a bit," she said, pushing the front door open. Luca brought the wrapped present to the other counter and tucked it into a nook beneath the cash register. Then, because he hadn't checked his phone in at least 7 minutes, he pulled it out of his pocket. Nothing new from Mel. He scrolled back up to the top of their conversation and reread the message that had had him grinning since this morning. How about Friday? Otis goes back to his mom's after school, so my evening is yours if you want it. Luca's heart had trilled in his chest, and he'd flopped onto his back in bed, phone held aloft, and reread the message a dozen times before responding with the brief, "I want it." Without context, it sounded like a dirty text, a fact that had sent him giggling into his pillow like a teenager. He wanted more than just one evening with Mal, but as soon as he'd had the thought, he'd put on the brakes. There was no sense getting ahead of himself. Maybe they wouldn't have a good time on their date. Maybe they wouldn't have anything to talk about. Maybe they'd have nothing in common. Maybe that spark they both seemed to feel would burn itself out before the night was over. Maybe one date was all it would take for Mal to realize that Luca wasn't worth his time. Even that thought hadn't managed to put a damper on his day, because while those worst-case scenarios were a possibility, it was also possible that the spark would flare into something brighter and all-encompassing. He'd risked it all to move across the country. If he could do that, he could take a chance on a guy who made his heart dance and his stomach go all swirly. His phone beeped with an incoming Google alert before he could put it away. He'd set them up for anything related to his family's business, which he was regretting as he clicked the link. The headline read, "Koenig family congratulates daughter on promotion." The fuck? His parents had publicly congratulated his sister on a promotion from senior marketing manager to chief marketing officer, but hadn't said a single word to him. Never mind to one of LA's most popular societal blogs. When he'd had his goddamn grand opening? What did he need to do to make himself stand out? Without bothering with a coat, he went outside and eyed his window display, hugging his arms to himself to ward off the chill. He'd placed a 4-foot-tall Christmas tree in one corner of the window. At its base were a dozen beautifully wrapped presents, if he did say so himself, of varying shapes and sizes to show off his skills. Was it possible his display wasn't Christmassy enough? Or maybe it was too Christmassy, and it needed to be more non-denominational. Maybe the presents weren't wrapped extravagantly enough. Or they were too small, and he needed to showcase bigger and oddly shaped items. That was it. He needed more. 10 minutes later, the boxes from his display were strewn across the floor of his store, and he was taping together a box he'd previously broken down for recycling. It was about the size of a moving box, so it was bigger than the others. If he used some of his classier wrapping paper, he could make it the focal point of his window display. The door opened before he could get started unwrapping, the bells jingling merrily and adding an extra layer to Carly Rae Jepsen's "It's Not Christmas Till Somebody Cries." Spoiler alert, it was him. He'd been the one who'd cried every Christmas because he'd thought nobody wanted him. It was only after he'd started spending Christmas with his grandparents and with Elijah next door that he'd begun to think it was the most wonderful time of the year. The first man who entered was 40-ish, blonde and curly-haired, and if Luca hadn't just spoken to Mal about Hollywood heartthrob Micah Jones last night, he'd be wondering what the hell the man was doing in his store in this little corner of New England. Scratch that. He was definitely wondering what Micah Jones was doing in his store in this little corner of New England. The man was from here, Luca understood that, so perhaps he needed wrapping paper? The man who entered behind him was a few years older and a handful of inches taller. He had hair that was a reddish-brown that matched his stubbled jaw, gray growing at the temples, and the physique of a footballer. Jeff Belmore, Mika's partner, but more importantly, super successful businessman. Luca's jaw dropped, mouth going dry, and his hips quit bopping to the music. Jeff wasn't playing the part of super successful businessman at the moment. Luca had only seen photos of him with Micah Jones at snazzy red carpet events, three-piece suited and looking dapper and big. Today he wore loose jeans, weather-appropriate boots, and a black wool coat. Wiping his damp palms on his thighs, Luca told himself to be chill, then squeaked out a, "Hi! Hi." "Hey." Jeff Belmore stepped around Micah Jones and the boxes littering the floor and approached him. Why Luca kept full-naming them in his head, he couldn't say. He was from L.A. This was not his first time meeting a famous person. "We're looking for Luca Dawkey?" "That's me." Luca bit back a giddy grin. They were looking for him? Maybe Jeff wanted to partner with him on a business idea. Wow. Chill had left the fucking building, hadn't it? "Fanboying. Meet Luca." "Great." Jeff smiled, showing off white teeth, and held out a hand. "I'm Jeff." Holy shit. Luca was shaking the Jeff Belmore's hand. "And this is my partner in crime, Micah." Luca lost all chill he'd ever had. "I know. Wow. It's so nice to meet you." He pumped Jeff Belmore's hand, that giddy grin escaping its hold and taking over his face. "I'm a huge fan." Jeff Belmore's eyebrows flew upward, and he shared a glance with Micah Jones before turning back to Luca. "Of me?" "Yes, sir. Sport U apparel was a case study in one of my business classes in college. The way you were able to turn it into the most successful sports apparel and equipment company in the country is amazing. And it's environmentally sustainable, too. I'd love to sit down with you one day and pick your brain." Luca's gaze fell to his hand, still clutching Jeff's, and he jerked it back. Sorry." For his part, Micah Jones stood behind his partner and munched on a snickerdoodle sandwich cookie Luca recognized from Dev's bakery, amusement alight in his eyes. "I'm always happy to talk business," Jeff said, before embarrassment could drag Luca down. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a slim leather case, from which he extracted a business card. "There's my personal information. Send me an email and we'll set something up while I'm in town." If stars for eyes were a real thing outside cartoons, Luca would be sporting them. "Wow, thank you. I'll do that." Reality intruded as the door opened again, and a woman pushing a stroller struggled with both the stroller and the door. Micah hurried over to give her a hand. Luca turned back to Jeff. "Is there something I can do for you?" "There is. I know you're new in town, but have you heard of the annual charity hockey tournament?" "Yeah, I saw a poster for it everywhere." All the shops had one. There was even one in Luca's store window, in the bottom left corner where it wouldn't intrude on his Christmas display. "Micah and I have been organizing it for the last few years," Jeff said with a chin nod toward Micah, who was in conversation with Luca's customer. "It's scheduled for the Saturday before Christmas." That was just over a week away. "Parade day, right?" "That's right," Jeff said with a quick grin that creased the corners of his eyes. "The parade goes from about 9 until 11, and the tournament starts at noon. Everything's organized, but we're missing a few prizes. We sourced enough prizes for all the participants so that everyone goes home with something, not just the winners. Would you be interested in donating something?" "Oh." Luca blinked and looked around his store. "Sure, I'd love to. What's the age group?" "It's about 90% kids 18 and under, though we do have some adult participants." Pursing his lips, Luca mentally inventoried his products. "I can offer a free gift wrap," he said. That would appeal to the adults, right? And for the kids? "How about a weatherboard? It's about yay high." He held his hands about 12 inches apart. "Made from beechwood and non-toxic paints. It helps kids learn about the weather. They're over here." He headed for one of the tables of stocking stuffers. "This is it." "Oh, that's actually what I came in for," Stroller Mom said with a chuckle. "I got one for my 4-year-old a couple of weeks ago, and her cousin's obsessed with it. I wanted to get one for her, too." Luca beamed. "Great. I'll set one aside for you." "Thanks. I'm just going to select which wrapping paper I'd like it wrapped in. She headed to the back of the store where his wrapping counter was studded with bits of ribbon and leftover pieces of paper he hadn't cleaned away yet. "Oh, this is cute," Mika said, taking the box from Jeff's hands. He'd finished the cookie, but there were crumbs at the corner of his mouth that turned him from Hollywood hottie to everyday hottie. "You can take it now if you want," Luca offered. "Unless there's somewhere I can drop it off before the tournament." "If you wouldn't mind dropping it off at the warehouse?" At Luca's scrunched brow, Jeff added, "The one past the elementary school? That's headquarters for all the Christmas activities, and we've been collecting all the donations in a box there." "Sure. Do you need more than one? I have a few I can donate." "One is fine, thank you," Mika said, putting the weatherboard box back where Luca grabbed it from. "And since we're talking about the tournament, we need a couple more participants for the second adult team. Don't suppose you'd like to sign up?" Luca grimaced. He hadn't been on skates since he was 7? "Yeah, I don't do that." "Skate?" "Sports." Mika snorted a laugh. "Hear, hear." "Sure we can't entice you?" A gleam entered Jeff's eyes. "It raises funds for the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank. Plus, the Lighthouse Bay Post is doing a write-up about the tournament. And they're donating the cost of printing programs for the event. Every participant gets a little write-up in the program. It's basically free advertising for your store." Free. That little word floated in his head. Beyond the opportunity for free advertising, however, was the chance to get out into the community and meet people. Why did it have to be hockey? He'd never held a hockey stick in his life. The closest he'd ever come to playing had been sitting in the stands at the arena when he was 7, 8, and watching Donovan play in a rec league. "Sure," he said slowly, "but just to curb your expectations, don't be surprised if I spend most of the game on my ass." Jeff waved that away. "We have all sorts of different skill levels. Don't worry about it. Have you got a card? I can email you the details and the registration form." Sure, it had been 20 years since he'd skated, but it had to be easy to pick back up. Like riding a bike, right? Right? Alyssa chose that moment to return, not even blinking twice at the famous actor and his semi-famous businessman boyfriend. She did blink twice at his mess of boxes all over the floor. "What are you doing?" Luca eyed the mess, eyed his empty window display, and admitted to himself that he may have acted a little impulsively. Perhaps it was time to cancel those Google alerts. Rearranging the window display? Alyssa's eyebrows rose. "The one you spent 4 hours working on before your grand opening?" Yes? I'm not even gonna ask. That was probably for the best. Chapter 7. 15 Days Until Christmas. Checking himself out in the mirror above the sink in the bathroom, Mal ran a hand over his jaw. He'd finally trimmed his beard, making himself a little more presentable, though there wasn't anything he could do about his hair at the moment. Dev's fiancée's hair reached his shoulders, and Mal's wasn't anywhere near that long, but it was still longer on top than he cared to have it. It was at that point where it turned wavy, and managing it was more trouble than it was worth. Still, he'd tamed it as best he could for his date with Luca. Stomach jittering, he blew out a breath and grabbed his toothbrush. His first date in more than 15 years. I got this. Or maybe he had nothing, given it was Otis who'd given him the idea for tonight's date. "What you doing, Dad?" Otis had asked yesterday morning, mouthful of cereal and milk. Sitting at the head of the table, Mal had placed his tablet flat on the tabletop. Absently, he'd muttered, "Looking for somewhere to take Luca on a date." Otis had cocked his head. "A date like Mom and John do?" "Mm-hmm." John was his ex-wife's boyfriend. But Luca's a boy. Mel's eyes had snapped up to Otis's, the breath stalling in his throat. Fuck, 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 fuck. He was doing this all wrong. He'd never told Otis that he was bisexual, or explained what the word meant, and he started that conversation by telling Otis he was dating Luca? Talk about doing things backward. He'd had a plan, a two-part plan. Step 1, sit Otis down to explain bisexuality. Step 2, sit Otis down and explain that his dad was dating. He'd managed to do both of those things in the span of the last 2 seconds, however, accidentally. Right, he'd said slowly, bracing himself for Otis's reaction. He is a boy. Otis had continued munching on his breakfast as though Mel wasn't having a crisis of fatherhood. You can go to McIntyre Farms. And that had been it. God bless kids who hadn't been corrupted by societal norms yet. Honestly, people don't give kids enough credit, himself included. The farm, Mal had repeated, his brain working at half strength. He'd rubbed his forehead. What's at the farm? When he was little, when his family still lived here, the entire O'Toole clan had gone strawberry picking in June, apple picking in September, and to pick their own pumpkins in October. To his knowledge, McIntyre Farms didn't do any winter activities. But then, he hadn't been there since he was 13 or 14. Sammy says they have a bonfire dinner thing. Auntie Aoife took him and Laurel and Uncle Liam. A bonfire dinner thing sounded unique, if nothing else. He put McIntyre Farms into the search bar on his tablet, then clicked through their website until he found what he was looking for. Celebrate the holidays with a special prix menu while enjoying your own private bonfire in an intimate and cozy Christmas setting, he'd read off the website. Yeah, that, Otis had declared proudly. Now, as he left the house and thumbed the key fob to unlock his car, he patted himself on the back for remembering to pick up boot warmers at the general store. They'd come in handy tonight, that was for sure. And with Otis safely dropped off at Emily's, where he'd stay for the next week, Mal had nothing to worry about except wooing the shit out of Luca. Though taking the California boy to an outdoor dinner during a Maine winter probably wasn't his smartest move. It wasn't technically breaking his promise, right? He'd sworn no ice cream while it was below freezing, and the menu didn't have any ice cream on it. Of course, even if it had, there was nothing he could have done about it right at this second, as he was pulling into Luca's driveway. Surely Luca's house was one of those cute historical ones Mal had wanted for himself. He didn't notice a single detail of it, though. Luca was waiting for him on the porch, bundled so thoroughly in his red coat he looked like a giant puffball, and Mal only had eyes for him. Under white Christmas lights strung along the porch, Luca's smile was huge and welcoming, making Mal's heart skip a beat. Jesus, he muttered, get a hold of yourself. Luca bounded down the steps and into Mal's car. Hi! The dome light highlighted his cheekbones, turned his gray eyes charcoal. Hi, Mal replied, the grin stretching his lips unnaturally wide. Did you wear the boot warmers? As directed, Luca said. Where are we going that I need boot warmers? Is it a hike? Because if so, I have to admit that I don't feel comfortable doing that at night. It's not a hike. The dome light clicked off. Mel blinked against the darkness and reversed out of the driveway. There shouldn't be any walking except from the parking lot. Luca went silent for a moment, the streetlights playing over his features. Is it a game? Do I have to guess? No, Mel said, chuckling. He navigated out of Luca's neighborhood and to the road that would take them west toward the highway. It's a Christmas-themed outdoor dining event at McIntyre Farms, featuring a prix menu. There's a bonfire, so we won't freeze our private bits off, and according to my sister, the food's delicious. Good thing I wore 2 pairs of pants then. Wise move. Prix menu, Luca murmured. That's basically a set menu for a fixed price, right? Now I understand why you asked me if I had any dietary restrictions. I would have asked anyway if there was food involved. Also, I don't think "I wouldn't touch seafood if my life depended on it" is technically a dietary restriction. It should be. It's so squishy. Luca visibly shuddered. And just the thought of caviar seriously makes me want to hurl. You moved to the wrong state if you don't like seafood. He waved a hand. There's lots of seafood in California, too. Good news is, there's plenty of other stuff to eat. So, what's on the menu? They chatted for the short 15-minute drive to McIntyre Farms on the outskirts of town. The farm sat on several hundred acres, its nearest neighbor barely visible over the treetops. Mel took the long lane that led up to the circular driveway and parked off to the side where there were a handful of other cars. As they got out, Luca whistled low. Fancy. The 3-story asymmetrical farmhouse sat on a small rise and was lit up like the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. White lights hung on the roof of every level and around each window. Green garlands threaded with red ribbon and white lights climbed up the porch columns. The snow-topped bushes lining the front of the house twinkled with red and white lights. The path on the side of the house was lined with candy cane lights. They followed it to the back of the house, boots crunching on packed snow. It's fucking cold, Mel voiced, making Luca snort a laugh. I apologize in advance if we freeze our asses off tonight. I've been freezing my ass off since I moved here. Wasn't that in September? Mel asked. It's still nice in September. Nice is relative, Luca countered, making Mal laugh. The candy cane path hung a right parallel to the house, toward the gazebo. On their left was a vast field of snow. From past visits, Mel knew that the strawberry and blueberry fields were in that direction, with the pumpkin patch behind it, and up a short hill in the distance were the apple orchards. They passed the gazebo strung up with lights, past the little hut where customers paid for their fruit baskets, and aimed for the newly built house that served as a cafe and gift shop selling products made with fruit from the farm. It was warm inside the house. Mel stamped both feet to get snow off his boots and headed for a table stationed near the cafe. The house had a barn-like feel with its open concept and high ceiling. While the cafe was on the left, the right side of the house was all retail space, selling pre-packaged pastries and locally made crafts. Hi there. A teenage wearing an elf hat and holding a tablet greeted them. How can I help you? I've got a reservation for 2 for the outdoor dining event, under Mal O'Toole. From somewhere behind the elf came the clink of dishware and the low murmur of voices. If Mal had to guess, they were using the cafe's kitchen to make tonight's meal. We have a Cinda O'Toole who works weekends, the elf said. Any relation? My cousin's daughter. Cool. Follow me. The elf led them through the house and out the back door. Have you dined with us before? She asked. This is our first time. Luca's smile glowed. Man, this town sure goes all out for the holidays, doesn't it? He tucked his hand into Mel's, the gesture seeming automatic, tugging at Mel's heartstrings. They'd exited the house to a yard full of 4, 5, and 6-foot-tall Christmas trees, each decorated with a different theme. This one was purple and silver, that one was silver and gold, another was decorated in traditional green and red, yet another displayed ornaments in the shape of fruit. Wait until you see your nook, the elf said. This way. The nooks were just beyond the little knot of Christmas trees. They were roughly 10 by 10 squares divided by rustic wooden pillars decorated with white lights. At the entrance to each was a poinsettia. Somewhere there were hidden speakers playing Christmas music. Currently they were playing a pop tune with lots of bells sung by a breathy female singer Mal vaguely recognized from the radio. It wasn't romantic at all, but it was certainly festive. This is you, the elf said, stopping at a nook near the end of the row. We've already got the fire going for you, so it should be nice and warm, and your first course will be served in just a few minutes. What can I bring you to drink? The wine and beer list is on your table, but we've also got soft drinks, juices, coffee, and tea. Mal shared a glance with Luca. Coffee, they both said, making them smile at each other. Sure, be right back. Inside the nook, it was indeed nice and warm. Not take off your coat and enjoy the balmy temperature warm, but warm enough not to freeze their balls off. The flames in the fire pit sparked and danced, and along with the lights on the pillars, it created a cozy and private ambiance. Next to the fire pit, but not so close that sparks would land in their food, was a table for two. 3 tall glass vases held squat candles, and the cutlery was wrapped in red linen napkins. Through the space between pillars, Mel noticed the nook on one side of them was empty, while the one on the other held a family of 4. "We get our own Christmas tree." Gesturing to the potted 2-foot tree with white lights and a sparkly blue star, Luca sat in a cushioned chair with a thick blanket draped over the back. He pulled off his hat, then draped the blanket over his lap. Mel sat across from him. "I should get one of those for Otis." "Does he not want a regular tree?" "We have one. Picked it up on Sunday, decorated it and everything. But when I dropped him off at his mom's earlier today, he wanted to take the tree with him and didn't understand why he couldn't." Mal had a mental image of Otis dragging the tree along the sidewalk and chuckled. There were tears. "At least something like this," he nodded at the mini tree, "he could take back and forth." "Is there a tree at your ex's?" "They're getting one tomorrow, but even telling him that he'd get to decorate 2 trees didn't appease him." Mel couldn't understand why it had been an issue this year when Otis had never been bothered by having 2 trees before. "Did he not take the divorce well?" Luca asked as the elf returned with their coffees, as well as pots of cream, milk, and sugar. "Thanks." "Depends how you define well." The elf left again, and Mal added cream to his coffee. "He's 6, so his mood swings go like this." He mimicked a wave with one hand. "Em and I divorced when he was about 2.5, but we'd separated about a year before that. I kept the house because Em wanted to move closer to her work, which meant Otis was with me full-time until we moved here, because his daycare was around the corner from me. I think, for him, having parents who didn't live together was normal. He didn't know any different until we started going for playdates at his friends' homes and both parents were there. That had been fun, explaining why sometimes mommies and daddies didn't live together. Then, when Emily had started dating John last year, who was divorced with 3 kids of his own, Mal had found a kid's book about different kinds of families, and now Otis would proudly tell anyone who would listen that he had a blended family. Luca had taken his gloves off to add milk and sugar to his coffee. He stirred with one hand, the other rested on the tabletop, long fingers pale in the flicker of the fire. "Is it crass of me to ask why you divorced? Or maybe it's not first date conversation." "I don't mind talking about it." Mel sipped his coffee, letting it warm his belly. "We were young when we started dating. I was 20, Em only a year younger. We got pregnant," he almost said, but hope was definitely not first date conversation. "We fell in love," he redirected. "Got married a couple of years after Em graduated college. We waited before trying to get pregnant because we both wanted to establish careers that would help us save up for a family. Otis came along in my early 30s. Mal tapped his fingers against his mug. "Emily and I wanted the same things from the very beginning. Marriage, a home, family. Hell, we still want the same things. It just turned out that, over time, we discovered we no longer wanted them with each other." Luca's eyes were dark. "I'm sorry." "Nothing to be sorry for," Mal said with a shrug. "It is what it is. We're both happier not being together, which sucks for Otis, but everyone screws up their kid one way or another, right?" Luca chuckled, choking on his coffee. The elf, who was apparently both hostess and server, returned with their first course. "Here you go. This is an apple pecan baked brie. Don't touch the pan. It just came out of the oven." She also placed a basket of crackers on the table, as well as 2 glasses of water. "I'll be back in a bit with the main course. Enjoy." "Smells amazing," Luca commented, slicing into the brie. Brown sugar and cinnamon-glazed sliced apples and cranberries were sandwiched in the brie, with more apples, cranberries, and pecans on top. Mel's stomach growled. I just realized how hungry I am. Same. Luca piled cheese and apples onto a cracker. I don't think I've eaten since lunch. He bit into the cracker, moaning at the taste. Mel gulped at the sound as it settled into the base of his spine and made his armpits sweat despite the cold. Tell me about your store, he blurted desperately. What made you decide to go green with your products? Luca licked a dollop of cheese off his thumb, which did absolutely nothing to improve Mel's sweaty armpit situation, or the problem developing in his pants. It was seeing all the waste at the print shop I worked at, Luca said, assembling a second cracker. Right. Mel shook his head and focused on the conversation, and not the growing desire to lean over the tiny table and take Luca's mouth with his own. The family business. You mentioned it the other day. Your family owns a print shop? No. Well, yes, but it's bigger than that. Popping the entire cracker in his mouth, Luca chewed slowly. My grandfather started a wrapping paper business back in the 60s. The same grandparent who took care of you? No, those were my maternal grandparents. It was my paternal ones who launched the company. My parents run it now and have for some time. They've got graphic artists on staff who design the products, and we own a print facility in Alhambra. Mel nodded as though he knew where that was. Or they do, I guess. Luca corrected himself. It's mostly a B2B company. Mel nodded again, with understanding this time. You can find their wrapping paper in most grocery stores on the West Coast, Luca continued. Walmart, too. Target. Smaller specialty shops. We've got the one retail store in L.A., and when I left, they were discussing opening a second one in San Diego. Sounds like a good setup. Why leave? Blowing out a long breath, Luca crossed his arms on the table. Because I spent 4 years majoring in business and geography/environmental studies so that I'd have the foundation to try to change environmental policies from the inside. It took me a long time to put a proposal together. Years where I looked at case studies and the impact of climate change, and when I finally presented to the board, I was more or less laughed out of the office. By the board, my CEO dad and one of my sisters. He shook his head and nabbed a cracker, biting into it with force. The sound of his crunching was barely audible over the pop of the fire. I quit that very day. 3 months later, I moved here. Mal sat back in his chair, the wood creaking beneath him, and observed Luca over the top of the candles. He was learning that Luca was a blend of intention and impulsiveness. To spend years researching the market and collating data and brainstorming ways to reduce a company's ecological footprint, only to abandon it all after one setback and start his own business from the ground up within only a few months? Except, perhaps it wasn't one setback. Perhaps it was simply the last straw. Mal could believe it based on the tidbits Luca had told him about his childhood. Any regrets? He asked. Luca shook his head. No regrets. His smile was sly. Especially not when I'm on a date with a hot guy who looks at me like you do. Mal's blood heated. This hot guy's only 3 years shy of 40, compared to... He waited for Luca to plug in the number. I'm 27. 10 years younger. It was about what he'd thought. Eyes narrowed, forehead creasing, Luca said, Does that bother you? Did it bother him that a sexy California boy found him attractive and interesting enough to date, despite the gray hairs and the child he came with? Not in the least. Good. Luca clinked his coffee mug against Mal's. Their main course was a steaming bowl of stew with apples, potatoes, and carrots that perfectly embodied the winter season, plus thick, crusty bread to sop up the leftover broth. They kept the conversation light and easy, Mel recounting a handful of business trips to L.A., and Luca telling him about a road trip up the West Coast with a 3-day stop in Seattle, after which they discussed the best places to eat in both cities. Dessert was a strawberry and blueberry crumble for two, topped with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Oops. and drizzled with butterscotch sauce. "God, this is good," Luca mumbled with his mouth full. "I'm not even going to complain that I'm once again having ice cream in the winter. Thank your sister for me for recommending this place." Actually, it was Otis. I guess Sammy must have told him about it. Mel forked a small bite of the crumble, because the slower he ate, the longer he could make this night last. Luca was funny and sweet, and Mel wanted nothing more than to stay here all night to talk to him some more. Michael Bublé was singing about how it was beginning to look a lot like Christmas when Luca said, "Do you guys have many Christmas traditions?" Me and Otis? Not really. Just the usual stuff. Decorating the tree, decorating the house, counting down with an advent calendar, going to a tree lighting ceremony. I never did any of that until I started spending Christmases with my grandparents. Again with the grandparents. Mel couldn't recall a single happy story from Luca that involved his mom and dad. Your parents don't celebrate? They celebrate in the kind of way that gets them seen. Luca's voice held no inflection. Big, expensive, fancy party for the who's who of the gift-wrapping business world. What about your parents? He asked in a clear attempt at deflection. Mel rolled with it, picking at the crumble as he told Luca about how the entire extended O'Toole clan, the ones in Lighthouse Bay and those who flew in from afar, got together on Christmas Day for presents and food. Luca's eyes went wistful at Mel's description of the chaos. Babies crying, kids shouting and laughter and generally getting in the way, uncles attempting to dance to a jazz version of This Christmas, cousins getting drunk off wine. Luca stared over Mel's shoulder with a dreamy smile as though he could see the scene unfolding right in front of him. Who was Luca going to spend the holidays with if his grandparents were gone and he wasn't close with his family? He was all alone here. He'd mentioned once that his best friend Elijah might visit, but what were the chances of that if Elijah had his own family in L.A.? The fire on Mel's right popped, sending shadows across Luca's face and turning his blonde hair a dark red, his cheeks too. As the music changed to Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas by Sam Smith, the singer's velvet voice smooth and sultry, the fairy lights dotting tiny pinpricks onto Luca's face, Mel couldn't have stopped himself from brushing his fingers against the back of Luca's hand if he'd wanted to. Thanks for coming out with me tonight. Luca's fingers twined with his. Thanks for asking me. Twice. His fingers, they were blocks of ice. And that color to his cheeks Mel had blamed on the fire? You're an ice cube, aren't you? Luca's laugh was slightly shaky, probably because he was freezing. I am starting to feel the cold a lot more now. Rising, Mel tugged on Luca's hand. Let's get you warm. Inside the house, Mel paid for dinner while Luca browsed the store, though Mel suspected it was an excuse to linger a little longer where it was warm. He was sorting through a bin of wrapping paper with a furrow between his eyes that Mel desperately wanted to smooth out with his thumb. As they were walking back to the car, their arms brushing and sending tiny sparks of joy through Mel's chest, Luca said, Do you think this place would be open to selling sustainably made and one-of-a-kind wrapping paper? I can... What? Why are you smiling at me like that? I love that you noticed the generic wrapping paper and saw a way to make the place more environmentally friendly. People think they're helping the environment by recycling the wrapping paper, but a lot of it isn't recyclable. The paper's often dyed, laminated, or it contains non-paper additives like gold or silver accents or glitter, and that stuff's not recyclable. And unless it's eco-friendly, tape is really difficult to recycle. And of course, whatever wrapping paper you're tossing usually has bits of tape on it. For reasons Mal couldn't name, Luca's ramble made him grin like a dummy. I didn't know there was such a thing as eco-friendly tape. Exactly! Luca clutched Mal's arm as they reached the parking lot. And maybe McIntyre Farms isn't aware that there are eco-friendly wrapping paper options. I should put a proposal together for them and draw up some designs that complement the farm's Christmas ambiance. If that's something you're interested in, you could reach out to Frank at the general store, too. Mel thumbed the key fob, unlocking his SUV with a quick blink of the headlights. Though he is a cheapskate, so depending on how much more it costs for the eco-friendly stuff, he might laugh you out of his store. Well, not really. He's not mean. But you know what I'm saying. Luca was laughing, teeth bright in the parking lot's lights. Noted. Thanks for the tip. The conversation on the way home was light and easy. Luca visibly defrosted, the red in his cheeks fading. Sitting so close to him, Mel was acutely aware of how Luca smelled like bonfire and coffee. It was an oddly attractive scent, and Mel sucked in a long breath through his nose to commit it to memory, a facet of this date he never wanted to forget. Wait, you've never gone skiing or snowboarding? Mal was asking when they reached the outskirts of downtown Lighthouse Bay's historic district. Hello? Chuckling, Luca waved from the passenger seat. Born and raised in Los Angeles. I happen to know there's some pretty decent skiing in the Sierra Nevadas. I went there with a few buddies after college. Mel slowed and turned into the residential neighborhood. Sorry, let me make sure I've got this straight. Amusement thickened Luca's voice, and he turned in his seat so he sat at an angle, facing Mel. You lived in Seattle, and instead of going north to British Columbia for skiing, you went to California? Something's wrong in that noggin of yours. Mal's laughter filled the car. In my defense, I had some friends without passports, so we had to stay stateside. I did get up to Whistler a few times before Otis was born. Even took Otis last winter. He preferred tubing, though. Can't blame him. It was a lot of fun. Tubing. Yeah, it's like a big inflatable donut-shaped thing you sit in and you just... He made a gliding motion with his hand. Fly down the hill. Yeah, I know what it is. Skiing for the lazy, says the guy who's never been skiing. Luca waved a hand as though that didn't matter. My parents weren't the vacation at a ski resort types. More of the rent an extravagant villa in Lake Como type. He cocked his head. On Lake Como? Another wave of the hand, like he'd decided he didn't care about the grammar enough to give it more than a passing thought. Wait, so... Mel turned onto Luca's street. Is this your first time seeing snow? I've seen snow. Oh, good. On TV. At Mel's snorted laugh, Luca said, I'm kidding. I've seen snow. I went to Vail with some friends in college. Vail, huh? Fancy. So you have skied, Mel said, turning into Luca's driveway and putting the car in park. Never touched a ski in my life. I spent most of our time there flirting with a bartender in Vail Village. You? Flirting? Luca batted his lashes at him. God, this guy. He'd keep Mel on his toes, wouldn't he? Letting instinct take over, Mel placed his elbow on the center console and stretched out his arm, palm up. The grin on Luca's lips softened. He passed his curled fingertips over Mel's palm, the nails tickling over his skin and sending a fizzy tingle up Mel's arm and into the base of his neck. Luca repeated the gesture a second time before his fingers slid between Mel's, the friction delicious and heady. Without conscious thought, Mel had leaned toward Luca, and with Luca doing the same, it left them only a hand's width apart. Luca's hand was no longer doing its impression of an iceberg. It was warm in Mel's, the skin smooth, the sensation of their palms pressed together, serving to do nothing but make Mel desperate for more of Luca's skin on his. His gaze dropped to Luca's lips. I had a great time tonight. Me too, Luca murmured. Can we do it again soon? How about tomorrow? Mel blurted. Before Mel could be embarrassed about coming on too strongly, Luca whispered, Perfect. He looked at his house, at Mel. Do you... Mel's phone rang, startlingly loud in the relative quiet of the car. Luca jerked back, then let out a burst of nervous laughter. Since the Bluetooth system automatically connected to his phone, his car's screen lit up with Emily's name. Shit, it's my ex-wife. Concern wedged into his stomach, along with knowledge that his night was about to come to a disappointing end. Emily never called to shoot the shit, especially not after 10 o'clock at night. I'm sorry, I have to get this. It's probably about Otis. Luca squeezed his hand once and let go. That's okay, I understand. He propped the door open, letting frigid air into the cozy interior of the car. Text me about tomorrow. Count on it. Hey. Mel snagged Luca's wrist, stopping him with a foot still on the floorboards. I would have said yes. To your question. Weren't you going to ask me to come inside? Was I? Smirking, Luca got out of the car. How do you know I wasn't going to ask if you have a favorite Christmas movie? Mel didn't have the chance to respond. Laughing, Luca closed the door, jogged up the porch steps, and waved at Mel before going inside. Huffing an amused breath, Mel backed out and answered the call. Chapter 8. Humming Christmas songs to himself, Luca changed into sweatpants and a hoodie. He'd thawed in Mel's car, but he tugged on a hoodie anyway, then went downstairs and turned on the gas fireplace. As someone who'd never built a fire in his life, the gas fireplace had been a major selling point when he'd bought the house. The flames burst to life with a quiet whoosh. It was certainly cozy, but it wasn't at all the same as sitting next to a crackling fire across from a guy who looked at him as if he couldn't believe his good luck. Luca knew the feeling. The last thing he'd expected when he'd moved out here was to find romance, yet it had found him in the form of a sexy, divorced dad who somehow made Luca want to tell him all of his secrets. Even if said sexy divorced dad thought an outdoor date was a good idea in the middle of winter. Wait, the winter solstice was still 10 or so days away, which meant this was technically the end of fall. Ugh, he still had several more months of this garbage. One of his customers had told him that the summer season made up for the winter, and he was 100% holding her to that. Feeling light as air, Luca fell back onto the couch, feet draped over the arm, and texted Elijah. Hey, you around? The phone rang in his hand a minute later. Hey, Luca said, legs kicking like a little kid's. He grinned at the ceiling. What are you up to? Just got home from grocery shopping because my best friend left town, and now I have nothing better to do on a Friday night. Aw, I miss you too. Elijah grunted. Yeah. So what's up? Nothing. Just got home. From the store? There was the sound of a fridge slamming shut on Elijah's end. I thought you closed at 6. Yeah, I do. Luca's grin stretched so wide it hurt his cheeks. I was on a date. Fuck you, Elijah said with a laugh. Did you manage to find the one gay guy in that tiny town? It's not that tiny. And also, yes, I did. Luca frowned for a second, then said, Actually, he was married to a woman, so I guess that makes him bi or pan. Unless he discovered he was gay while married. You didn't ask? No, it doesn't really matter, does it? He's into me, and that's all I care about. And you're sure he's not just experimenting with you? Elijah asked carefully. Recently divorced and seeing what's out there? He's been divorced for like 4 years. Stop shitting on my good mood. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Just looking out for you, you know. Yeah, I know. Aside from Luca's grandparents, Elijah was the only one who ever had. Luca swallowed hard. Fuck, he missed his best friend. Missed wandering over from his grandparents' house to play video games or go skateboarding. Missed movie dates and trying new restaurants and talking about their days on the rooftop terrace of Elijah's building. Missed having someone nearby he could turn to, talk to, laugh with. Tell me about him, Elijah demanded. Actually, wait, I'm putting you on speaker so I can make myself a sandwich. Hang on. Okay, there, go. Luca meant to tell him that Mal was sexy and tall and had a rebellious beard that wouldn't stay tamed. Instead, he found himself saying, He makes me feel important. Silence from the other end of the line. Good, Elijah eventually said. There was a smile in his voice. You deserve that. So where'd you go on your date? To this super romantic and Christmassy dinner at a nearby farm. And get this. It was outside. What? Elijah said over the clinking of cutlery against jars. Isn't it -1,000,000 degrees over there? Yeah. So it was a terrible date then. Actually, it was, that light as air feeling again, pretty great. Whatever Elijah said next was drowned out by a knock on Luca's front door. Hang on a sec, he said. Someone's at the door. He rolled himself off the couch, literally rolled onto his side until he ended up on his knees on the floor, from which he used the couch to brace himself up, the lazy man's way of levering himself onto his feet. On socked feet, he left the warmth of the living room for the foyer and peered through the peephole. He stared at the distorted view of the man on his porch, then stared some more, chewing his lower lip to bite back the smile that wanted to bloom, even though no one was here to see him acting all smitten and gleeful. Elijah, can I call you back tomorrow? Sure. Everything okay? Yeah, I'll explain tomorrow. Once they'd hung up, Luca pocketed his phone and swung the door wide, his heart beating an out-of-tune drumbeat in his chest. Hi. Mel smiled back at him, slightly sheepish. Hi. Is everything okay? Luca hugged his arms to himself against the cold. Is Otis okay? He's fine. He's got that stomach bug that's been going around the school and... Mel's gaze fell onto Luca's chest, sweeping down to Luca's legs and feet. You look like you're ready for bed. Sorry, I should have called first. No, it's fine. Luca stepped back. Come in. Mel stomped snow off his boots before entering the house. The cold trailed inside with him until Luca closed the door and shut it out. There's a hook behind you for your coat, he said. Mel placed his boots out of the way, then hung up his coat and scarf, tucking his hat and gloves into a pocket. It left him wearing dark-washed jeans and a shawl-necked cable-knit sweater in forest green that clung to his larger build and showed off his throat. So this put-together outfit was what Mal had been hiding under his winter attire on their date, Luca had wondered. He'd never been into throats before, but the way Mal's sweater framed his made Luca want to lean forward and kiss him right there, in the hollow below his Adam's apple. Come in, he repeated, leading the way into the living room, where the temperature was a noticeable few degrees warmer than the front of the house. What happened with Otis? The flu, you said? Mel chose the end of the couch, tucking himself into the corner. Luca sat near him, legs pulled underneath him. Yeah, Emily said he was throwing up tonight, which is weird considering he was fine when I dropped him off. Apparently he barfed on turpentine, and that sent him into hysterics. Turpentine? His stuffed giraffe. My parents gave it to him when he was a baby. Takes it everywhere. Mel extended an arm along the back of the couch and played with the string of Luca's hoodie. Otis is okay, though, Luca asked, with a hint of breathless eagerness he didn't care to mask. Sleeping it off. He was asleep when I got there. Turns out I wasn't needed. I'm sure you wanted to check on him for yourself, though. It wasn't even that. At least not entirely. Mel looped the string around 2 fingers, let it go, and started over again. Was it Luca's imagination, or was Mel pulling him a touch closer with every loop? Em sounded frazzled and worried on the phone, so I thought she needed help. But it turns out I misinterpreted information sharing for an emergency. She's got things well under control over there. Even got turpentine cleaned up and tucked into bed with Otis. Mel's bright gaze met Luca's. I'm sorry I cut our night short because of it. Luca shook his head. I get it. You were worried. He may have grown up with parents who were indifferent toward him, but that didn't mean Luca didn't understand that, for most parents, their kids came first. He was dating a father. It was a reality he was going to have to live with if he wanted this to go anywhere between them. Mel? That blue gaze caught his. Why do you come back here? Mel's smile was slow to form, like it was holding secrets it was reluctant to divulge. I didn't want the night to end. That was all it took for Luca to lean forward and capture Mel's lips with his. Mel made a little sound against him that traveled down Luca's spine. One large hand cupped the back of Luca's neck, and he gave his own little at the sensation of Mal's fingers in his hair. Mal's mouth was cold on his, but it warmed quickly when Luca opened to let him in. It was the laziest first kiss he'd ever shared with another person. And it was perfect. The lack of urgency was somehow more sensuous than he ever would have thought possible, allowing him to feel every touch of Mal's tongue to his, every caress of fingers against his neck and his cheek, every deep rumble that escaped Mal's throat into Luca's, every scrape of Mal's beard against his jaw. With a grunt, one arm snuck around Luca's back, pulling him closer. Luca braced himself on Mal's wide shoulders and swung a leg over him, straddling Mal's lap, the kiss going from lazy to demanding in less time than it had taken for Luca to first flirt with him. Luca had never dated anyone who made his head spin with just one kiss, never met anyone he clicked so intrinsically with after only one date and a handful of interactions, never found anyone who made him think not just, I want to do you, but also, I want to know you, so early in the game. The tickle of Mal's beard against his jaw, then against his throat as Mal trailed his lips down to Luca's collarbone, was delicious against his skin. Mal's hair was soft in his hands, his thighs were solid beneath him, and the hand Mal trailed down Luca's back to grasp his ass sent shivers coursing throughout Luca's entire body. Wanting more of Mal's taste, Luca dragged Mal's lips back to his, smiling into the kiss. His left thigh was beginning to cramp, so he slid to the right, off Mal's lap and onto the couch, taking Mal's mouth with him, earning himself a gravelly chuckle from Mal. For the record, Luca said when they came up for air, anytime you want to drop by unannounced. He left the rest of the sentence open to its fairly obvious interpretation. Noted. Luca leaned forward and kissed the hollow of Mal's throat, as he'd been itching to since the man had arrived. Mal's rumbly grumble was deeply satisfying. I like what you've done with the place. Luca snorted a laugh. Shut up. He looked around at the bare walls and general lack of home decor. I've been too busy with the store to bother with the house. Poking Mal in the sternum, he added, At least I finally unpacked. Mal grunted. At least I have Christmas decorations. I've got the lights on outside. But what about the inside? You don't even have a tree yet. Not true. Wait here. Luca climbed the stairs to his bedroom and returned a moment later with a palm-height bonsai tree in a clay pot that Elijah had sent him as a housewarming present. He held it out to Mal. See? I even have a tiny ornament right here. Mal was clearly trying not to laugh. Well, it's certainly cute. It looks like Rafiki's tree from The Lion King. Huh, it does. That's what we're doing tomorrow on our date. Rising, Mal dropped a quick kiss to Luca's mouth. Decorating your house. I don't have any decorations, though. Luca left the bonsai tree on the fireplace mantel and joined Mal in the foyer. Just a few things of my grandparents that I kept. Why was Mal putting on his boots? I went to the general store to buy some the other day, but I wasn't overly enthused with their selection. Mal zipped up his coat. Leave it to me. Are you leaving? Luca finally blurted the words on the tip of his tongue. The smile that graced Mal's face was soft and amused and a touch naughty at the corners. I am. I only came by to give you a good-night kiss. Oh, God. Could this man be any sweeter? Well then, stepping into Mal's personal space, Luca gave him the good-night kiss of his life. Chapter 9. 14 Days Until Christmas. Mal let himself into Emily's house on Saturday morning. Her text from an hour ago had simply said, I don't feel well. Can you come get Otis? He'd messaged back with, Is Otis feeling better? But hadn't received a reply. Because if Otis wasn't feeling better, Didn't it make sense for the two sick people to stick together so they didn't contaminate anyone else? Unless Emily was so under the weather that she couldn't take care of their son, which was another matter entirely. The house was dark and quiet when he walked in, the blinds still pulled over the windows, all the lights off. Mal winced. That could only mean one thing: a migraine. It was a theory that was further supported by the fact that Emily lay on the couch in the living room, an ice pack wrapped in a towel and tied to her forehead with a bandana. She gave him a half-hearted wave. "Hey," Mel said softly, perching on the edge of the coffee table. "You okay?" "Peachy." She didn't even open her eyes. "Did you take your meds?" Emily merely grunted at him. He took that as a, "Yes, now get Otis and get lost." "How's Otis?" "Fine. He slept through the night, and he's been fine since. I think it might have just been something he ate." That was better than a stomach bug. He was about to ask where Otis was. It was much too quiet in the house, when the pad of socked feet on hardwood preceded Otis into the living room. "Hi, Dad," he whisper-shouted, cuddling into Mal's side. "Mom has one of her headaches." "I know, bud." He kissed the top of Otis's head. "Can you grab your things? You'll spend the day with me, okay?" "But am I coming back to sleep?" Mal eyed Emily's prone form. "I don't know yet. It'll depend on how your mother's feeling later. Go get turpentine, and make your bed, please." Otis shuffled to the stairs. "Did he have breakfast?" Mal asked. "I heard him rustling in the kitchen earlier. I think he might have had some cereal, possibly without milk unless he dragged a chair over to reach it." Em made a pained sound. "I feel terrible sending him to you when it's not your week. I'm sorry. I hope this isn't messing up your day." "Hey." He squeezed her shoulder. He'd been working on the wireframe for the homepage of Luca's website on a Saturday. This gave him an excuse to do something non-work related. "Don't worry about it. You've got to take care of yourself before you can take care of Otis." She managed a smirk. "Never thought I'd hear Dr. Keeley's words coming out of your mouth." Yeah, he said, chuckling. "Is John around?" "He's got his kids this weekend. We were supposed to all go Christmas shopping in Portland together today. He still went with the kids to let me rest, but Otis didn't want to go. It would have been his first time so far out of town with John, without me, I mean, and I think it made him nervous." Otis returned, clutching his stuffed giraffe in one hand. "Did you make your bed?" Mal asked him. One long, suffering sigh and an eye roll later, Otis marched back upstairs. Mal took a tour of the house to make sure Otis hadn't left anything lying around. He put the cereal box in the pantry, washed Otis's bowl and spoon, no milk as Emily had suspected, and turned off the television that had been playing cartoons on low in the family room. By the time he returned to the foyer, Otis was putting on his winter coat. "Are you still hungry, O?" Otis shook his head. "What are we going to do today?" "Your Auntie Aoife is taking Sammy and Laurel to the market," Mal said, pulling the zipper up on his boots. "There's a craft activity for kids. I thought we could join them. And then I need to get some Christmas decorations for Luca." "Who's Luca?" came Emily's groggy whisper from the living room. No doubt the meds were making her drowsy. "He's Dad's boyfriend, like John's your boyfriend," Otis said, sitting on the floor to tug on his boots. "Thanks for that," Mal muttered. Boyfriend. That wasn't technically accurate, but fuck, did he want it to be? "Wait," Emily said. Mel poked his head around the doorway into the living room to see Emily had opened one eye. "The gift wrap store guy? When did this happen?" "Yesterday," Otis said cheerily. Mel huffed at his tiny spokesperson. "Yesterday?" The other eye opened. "Like last night? Did you leave your date to come here? What's the matter with you?" Glancing away, Mel shrugged. "I wanted to make sure Otis was okay." "You're an idiot," was Emily's opinion on that. "If he wasn't okay, I would have said something. Now go away. I'm tired." Otis clomped to her and laid his head on her chest. "Feel better, Mommy?" "Thanks, baby." Mel grabbed Otis's bag of skates that was hanging on a hook and slung it over one shoulder in case he needed to take his kid to skating lessons tomorrow morning, then herded Otis outside. Em, keep me posted. Otis can stay with me as long as you need. He didn't stick around any longer to hear her answer, joining Otis outside into the overcast day and leaving Emily to her peace and quiet. How come you brought the car? Otis asked, all of that dark hair of his shoved under a knit hat with reindeer antlers. Wasn't sure how you were feeling. Mel tossed Otis's skates onto the passenger seat. If you were still sick, it would have been faster to get you home with the car. Should we leave it here and walk to the market? We can come back for it later. 'Kay. At this time of the morning, the market would already be busy, and fighting for parking on Christmas Lane wasn't on his to-do list for the day. Mel slung an arm around Otis's shoulder as they hit the sidewalk. If you start to not feel well, I need you to let me know, okay? Okay, Otis said, and then gleefully pointing at a yellow mark in the snow. Look, dog pee! The market was as busy as Mal had expected. With only one more Saturday between now and Christmas, it was going to be a busy shopping day. Market stalls lined both sides of the paved path from the park's entrance all the way past the gazebo. Most of the shops on Main Street had a stall, as well as other local independent vendors and artists. The park also boasted a 20-foot tree dressed in multicolored lights and topped with a white star, as well as Santa's workshop on the east side, a wooden structure painted bright red with candy cane columns, inflatable gingerbread men guarding the front door, and a trail of star-shaped lights strung along the peaked roof and around the windows. Music spilled from the speakers in the gazebo, a cheery pop tune from a young artist he didn't know. Otis forewent the path between market stalls and took a shortcut to Santa's workshop past the Christmas tree, waving his arms in the air and yelling, Sammy! Hi, Sammy! As though his cousin couldn't see him coming. By the time Mel reached his sister at the entrance to the workshop, her husband had already shepherded his kids and Otis inside. Aoife threaded her arm around his. What do you say we leave the kids for Liam to supervise and run away while we can? Mel chuckled. That's evil, but I'm going to take you up on it anyway. I'm in desperate need of coffee. How's Emily? Aoife asked as they aimed themselves toward the market. Migraine. Aoife winced. Ouch. Was Otis bummed he wasn't going to spend the weekend with her? He understands. This isn't the first time this has happened. What have you got planned after this? I need to pick up a few Christmas decorations, Mel told her, eyeing a stall selling handmade glass tree ornaments. If I don't find them here, we'll go into Biddeford or Portland. Then I figure after skating lessons tomorrow, we'll go see the Polar Express. One of the theaters in Biddeford is doing a special showing this weekend. They found Tiny's Panini's stall and stood at the end of the line. That's it? Aoife asked, teasily bumping her hip into his. Nothing else planned? Mal huffed. I wasn't supposed to have Otis. I'm flying by the seat of my pants here. Flying by the seat of your pants? Phew, says the guy who already got the whole weekend planned out. Not the whole weekend. Mel pulled his arm away. I don't know what we're having for dinner yet, and even if I did, what's wrong with that? Plans are good. As they took a step forward in line, Aoife said, You, more than anyone, understands that plans can go up in smoke. She wasn't talking about hope, not in the way it sounded. She was talking about how hope had been unplanned, a pregnancy that had taken two college kids completely by surprise. She was talking about his plans for family and marriage and how, when he'd vowed till death do us part, he'd meant it, right up until he unexpectedly hadn't. She was talking about the last year, which had kept Mal in Seattle for a year longer than planned, only for the agency to completely screw him over. Give Otis some breathing room, Aoife said gently with a poke of the elbow into his ribs. He doesn't need his whole life planned out for him. Mel bristled, molars clenching. I'm not planning out his life for him. I'm just trying to make sure he has a good Christmas. The last year was rough on him, with Emily here and us in Seattle. Sure, the next full week he had with Otis was planned out to the last available minute, but that wasn't a bad thing, was it? They'd build a gingerbread house, go caroling, make a popcorn garland for the tree, bake cookies for Otis's class's cookie swap, and then Friday evening was the school's holiday concert. And then there was the Christmas parade and hockey tournament next weekend, of course. Mal liked an organized schedule, but when it came to Otis's first Christmas in Lighthouse Bay, he wasn't going overboard, was he? I understand that, but can I help who's next? An employee staffing Tiny's stall said, saving Mal from more of Aoife's well-meaning advice. They placed their orders, then waited off to the side for their coffees and Mal's breakfast sandwich. A couple of stalls down, an artist was selling handmade wooden Christmas trees no taller than a soup spoon. I'll be right back, he said to Aoife. Can you grab my order when it's ready? Aoife found him 3 minutes later, as he was paying for a set of 12 trees in varying shades of red and green. The trees were cone-shaped, the trunks set on wooden bases, and each one was done in a different design. Cute, Aoife commented, handing him his coffee and sandwich. Who's that for? A friend. Speaking of friends, I see Jennifer. I'm going to say hi. Don't go anywhere. Collecting his little trees, Mal made an about-face and crossed the path to the stall that housed Dev's bakery. Dev wore a down vest over a sweater and fingerless gloves. Mal shivered just looking at him before remembering that most stalls had battery-operated outdoor heaters to keep staff warm throughout the day. Hey, Dev greeted, a red bandana keeping the hair out of his eyes. We missed you at Trivia Tuesday this week. I had Otis. Right. Out of a milk crate behind him, Dev removed a few loaves of bread wrapped in paper bags and added them to his display. You did mention that. We'll see you this week, then? Trivia Tuesday at the local pub was somewhat of a staple among Dev's friends, who'd adopted Mal as one of their own when he'd moved back to town. I'll be there, assuming Emily was feeling better by then. A glint entered Dev's amber eyes. Bring your new guy with you. You can tell me all about how you took my advice and went for it. What? Mal nearly dropped his coffee. How do you know? We've only been on one date. I know. At the farm. Mal spluttered. Who? How? He narrowed his gaze. Who's your source? I'd like a word with them. Chuckling, Dev touched his nose. I have my ways. His laugh softened into genuine warmth. I'm happy for you, even if it has only been one date. Luca seems like a good one. I've been inviting him to trivia for weeks, but he always says he's busy with the store. Given how bare Luca's house was and how dedicated he was to That's a Wrap, that sounded about right. Actually, since we're on the topic of stores, Mal said, where's the best place to buy Christmas decorations around here? Luca was right about the general store's offerings. The general store, Dev replied immediately. Mal hesitated. Leaning closer to Dev, he whispered, classy decorations. Dev snorted a laugh. There's a Walmart in Biddeford. Target, too. I was afraid you were going to say that. Not that Walmart or Target wouldn't have a decent selection, but would they be right for Luca? Any further conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a customer who wanted an assortment of Dev's cookies. Waving goodbye to his friend, Mal strode off to find his sister. The afternoon had been considerably warmer than it had been for the last week. Not L.A. in the winter warm. From what Luca had heard from his customers today, it was December in Lighthouse Bay warm, which Luca understood to mean that it was only a degree or two above freezing. Warm for winter. Uh-huh. As Luca made his one delivery of the evening, nose running from the cold, he had a few choice words to say to the customers who'd breezed into his store earlier, claiming that it was so nice out. Snow had begun to melt, leaving patches of wet grass pockmarking front yards like tiny islands. It had rained, too, which Luca did not consider nice. And the result was that, as the temperature dropped with the setting sun, the sidewalks were beginning to freeze over, and Luca had to pay attention to where he stepped. He could have taken his car, but he'd never driven on icy roads before. Plus, for the most part, he walked everywhere since everything was so close together in this part of town. It had done wonders for his stamina. That thought sent his mind straight into the gutter to ponder how that stamina would only benefit him in bed with Mal. Luca had had Mal on the mind all day, though, so that was nothing new. Just the way the man kissed. Jesus. Those hadn't been goodnight kisses. They'd been, I'm gonna bend you over this couch and fuck you kisses, which Luca was very on board with. Not that there'd be any of that tonight. Mal had texted to tell him that he had Otis unexpectedly, and was it all right if he brought Otis to their decorating party? Sure. Luca needed all the help he could get when it came to decorating his house, and kids were super into Christmas, right? Problem was, with Otis's presence, Luca's night was going to end a whole lot earlier than he'd hoped it would. He'd known that dating a father wasn't going to be as straightforward as dating a single guy with no responsibilities. There'd be no dropping everything for a quick road trip up the coast, or a last-minute overnight stay at a fancy hotel in the city, or blowjobs in the kitchen. There'd be canceled dates and little alone time and limiting the kissing in front of Otis. And shit, what if Otis didn't like him? Biting his lip, Luca double-checked his customer's house number he'd written on a post-it. He found his destination a couple of doors down, where the decorations were minimalist, a string of white lights along the roof and a wreath on the door. He knocked, counting the pine cones in the wreath to distract himself from thoughts of judgy 6-year-olds. The door swung open, giving Luca a glimpse of warmth and coziness. Luca! Hi, Eloise. Behind Eloise, the hallway extended directly to the kitchen at the back of the house, where two teenagers and what Luca assumed was their father sat laughing at the table over what appeared to be some kind of chicken dish. I'm interrupting your dinner. Sorry. It's no trouble at all. Is that for me? Luca handed over the gift, wrapped in white paper with mini black Christmas trees, encircled with twine and accented with a cinnamon stick and a small sprig of greenery he'd gotten from his neighbor. She'd clipped some of the lower-hanging branches from the spruce tree in her backyard and had offered him anything he could use. It was coming in handy, what with it being the perfect season for using them as decoration. Oh, it's lovely. Thank you, Luca. You're welcome. Come visit the store again soon. I will. She waggled the fingers of one hand. Good night. Good night. Luca got one last look at the happy family before the door closed, sealing all that warmth and coziness inside. He suppressed a shiver as a gust of wind followed him down the sidewalk toward home, his gaze straying to each house he passed. His imagination crafted stories for each one. Here, where the only nod to Christmas were flashing red and white lights lazily flung around the bare branches of a tree, was a young couple putting their baby to bed. Here, where an LED-lighted trio of penguins slid down a slide, a family with young children was sitting down to watch Frosty the Snowman. Here, where 6-foot-high lit candy canes bookended the front door, was an older couple on a video call with their out-of-state son. 99% of the time, Luca loved his new life in Lighthouse Bay. Other times he wished he were back in L.A. It was lonely business, moving somewhere no one knew your name. After witnessing the little dinner scene at Eloise's, it made him crave comfort and warmth and closeness. And even though he wasn't close with his family, and his grandparents were no longer around, if he were in L.A., at least his parents and siblings would be there, cold but familiar. Better yet, Elijah was there. Tonight was the annual Koenig family holiday party, with its important guests and black-tie dress code. Even though he didn't particularly like attending, Luca had never missed a single one until tonight, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. He'd considered, for half a second, flying to L.A. for the party, but truth was, he didn't really want to. Besides, L.A. didn't have the tall hunk and his adorable kid who were removing bags from the hunk's trunk when Luca reached his house. Mal caught sight of him as Luca walked up the driveway, his mouth pulling up into a grin that was everything Luca needed to see. Hey. Hi, Luca replied, suddenly feeling shy for reasons he couldn't name. Hi, Otis. Do you like pizza? The kid asked, hugging a pizza box to his chest. Sure. Who doesn't? We brought pizza from the takeout place near the highway, Mal explained, pressing the button on the trunk. It shut automatically with a quiet beep. You didn't have to do that, Luca said, grabbing a couple of bags out of Mal's full hands. I was going to whip up a quick pasta dish. I invited myself over, Mal said with a quick oops smile. The least I could do was bring dinner. Don't get too excited, though. It's just cheese pizza. That's all this one eats. He nodded at Otis. Luca led the way up the porch steps and into the house. Cheese pizza's my favorite. Mine too, Otis said. Dad likes mushrooms on his pizza. He said mushrooms like dead spiders. Luca wrinkled his nose. Yuck. It made Otis giggle. Luca counted it as a win. If common pizza tastes were all it took to lure the kid to his side, he was a shoo-in. In the kitchen, Luca removed plates and glasses from the cupboard while Mal gently instructed Otis not to leave his shoes right in front of the door. Otis, are you hungry? Luca asked when the pair eventually wandered into the kitchen. Starving. Have a seat, he said, gesturing to the table, where he'd placed the dishes and the pizza box. He'd even put the milk on the table. Kids drank milk, right? Otis's feet didn't reach the ground, and he kicked them as Mal served him a slice of pie. Once he'd stuffed his face, Mal sidled closer to Luca and hugged him to his side. Hi. Hi, Luca whispered back. What was the protocol when the son of the guy you were dating was right there? And why did Mal have to smell so goddamn good? It was almost 7. He should smell slightly stale, maybe a little sweaty. Luca certainly did after wrapping God knew how many gifts today. How was your day? Mal asked softly. Busy. With a mock pout, Luca held up his left hand. I have battle wounds. Aw. Mel grasped it gently and kissed the Band-Aid wrapped around Luca's pointer finger, his beard tickling and shooting tingles up Luca's arm and into his ribs. Do you get hazard pay? The quip surprised the laugh out of Luca, and he chuckled into Mal's shoulder. Until his gaze caught on Otis, who was eyeing them both, blank-faced, chewing slowly. Clearing his throat, Luca stepped back and nodded at one of the chairs, where Mal had dumped his bags. What's in those? Your new Christmas decorations. Which one should I show him first, Otis? Otis cocked his head, a little furrow appearing between his brows. The sock snowman. The what now? Luca asked. Otis picked it out. From one of the bags, Mal removed a sock snowman. It was about the height of Luca's palm, wearing a slouchy red hat and a tiny green feather boa round its neck. Its googly eyes made Luca smile. Everything in your store is locally made and environmentally friendly, so I tried to find decorations that were both, Mal said as he removed something else from the bag, a box with a clear face holding a dozen wooden Christmas trees in red and white that were no taller than the palm of his hand. I'm not sure if everything was made using sustainably sourced materials, but they're certainly all locally made, Mal continued. Next out of the bag was a box the size of a serving plate. Inside was a wreath made with round plastic tree ornaments in various shades of blue and silver. Like this one. Not eco-friendly, but the vendor said it's upcycled. Speechless, Luca watched Mal remove felt reindeer, a twine garland from which hung squat cotton Christmas trees in red, white, and green plaid patterns, and an upcycled quilted Christmas stocking. Don't forget the gnomes, Dad. Right. Mal reached into the last bag and came out with a pair of knee-high Christmas gnomes. One of them had a circle of twine around its neck. Mal read off the card attached to it. Handmade in Lighthouse Bay using upcycled, reused, and foraged materials. I know not everyone likes gnomes, but these are more on the cute side than the creepy side, don't you think? I thought... Luca's voice was barely a whisper, his heart lodged firmly in his throat. He cleared his throat and tried again. I thought you would have just gone to Target or something. We went to Walmart, Otis offered, reaching for a second slice of pizza. Dad didn't like anything, so we came back to the market. Instead of choosing mass-produced products, Mal had carefully selected decorations that spoke to who Luca was, that reflected his values. It was more than his own parents and siblings had ever done for him. He drew a shaky breath, rubbing a hand over his chest, over the heart that hurt in the best and worst ways possible. Best, because it made him feel seen in a way he'd never experienced. Worst, because it made him feel seen in a way he'd never experienced. God, was it possible to fall head over heels for someone while standing in a kitchen with Christmas decorations strewn all over the table amid a box of cooling pizza? There was something to be said for having someone understand him so intrinsically, at the same time that it made Luca want to hide under the covers for fear it would all be taken away when he wasn't looking. Like that time his oldest brother had given him a coloring book when he was little, only for Chad to snatch it back when he realized he'd forgotten to buy a birthday gift for his girlfriend's younger sister. So, Mal said, those damnable eyes so warm they made Luca's head spin. How'd we do? Swallowing roughly, Luca managed, pretty damn perfectly. Chapter 10. 13 Days Until Christmas. Even when Otis was occupied with something, he made noise. He made up stories on the fly, he talked to himself, he sang under his breath. This morning, Otis was quiet, which was a concern. It meant he wasn't feeling well, or he was getting into trouble, but because Mal had gone through the loss of one child already, his brain immediately went to the worst-case scenario. Otis wasn't breathing. Otis had fallen off his chair and conked his head. Otis had played with something he shouldn't have and hurt himself. Mal forced a deep breath in through his nose as he descended the stairs to the first floor, laundry basket tucked under one arm. His mind could be an asshole, but like Dr. Keeley had said, he didn't have to let it drag him around by the balls. He rounded the stairs and left the laundry basket on the couch, releasing the breath he'd been holding and kneading the back of his neck to relieve the tension. Otis sat at the dining room table with a half-completed craft project. Oh, you okay? Yep. Otis glued a dry bow-tie noodle painted green to a piece of cardboard. Mel sat across from him. Anything you want to talk about? No. Otis had been quieter than usual at Luca's last night, too, but that was to be expected. Otis didn't know Luca very well. It was the fact that Otis was still being quiet that had concerns spreading along Mel's limbs. Had he introduced them too soon? They'd known each other already, of course, thanks to Otis's whole "I had to get my present wrapped" disappearing act. But introducing Luca to Otis as the man he was dating was entirely different. Should he have waited? Were there rules for this sort of thing? Luca was the first person he'd dated since the divorce, and he had a feeling he was going about it all wrong when it came to Otis. Was he supposed to wait until his relationship with Luca was more serious before telling Otis? Except, what if he did wait? How long was he supposed to sit on his hands? What was the magic number? 3 months? 6? 8? And worse, how would Otis feel if Mal didn't tell him he was dating someone for months? Like he'd been lied to? Like he wasn't important enough for his dad to share such crucial information with? He was only 6, but that didn't mean his feelings weren't valid, that he didn't have thoughts and concerns and worries about what it meant that his dad was dating. This was one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations that had no clear answer. Emily had waited about 4 months after she'd started seeing John before introducing him to Otis. But Mal didn't love that idea. Keeping it from Otis would make him feel like he was lying to his kid, and just the thought made his insides go all squirmy. "Does Luca have an ex-wife and kids too?" Otis asked without looking up. Mal blinked at him. "No, it's just Luca." "Oh, so when you get married, I won't get new brothers and sisters?" He was comparing Luca to John, who came with a son and 2 daughters. "No," Mal said slowly. "It'll still be just Luca." Should he touch on the "when you get married" part of that question? Before he could decide, Otis said, "Where are his mommy and daddy?" "They're in a place called Los Angeles." "Is that far?" "Kinda." Mel pursed his lips. How did one explain distance to a kid with no concept of geography? "You remember where we lived in Seattle and how long it took to take a plane from there to here?" "Yeah," Otis said, gluing another noodle. From Mal's vantage point, His craft looked like the top half of a Christmas tree. Los Angeles isn't far from Seattle. Far was relative, so he wasn't exactly wrong. Oh, Otis's eyes went big. That's far. How come they're so far away? Because that's where they live. Luca moved here a few months ago, just like you and I moved here from Seattle. But how come his mommy and daddy didn't come with him? Well, Mal crossed his arms on the table. Sometimes kids and their parents live far away from each other. Like when your mom moved here while we were still in Seattle. But then we came here, Otis pointed out. So Luca's parents are coming too, right? I don't think so, bud. Oh, a tiny furrow marred Otis's brow. But if he doesn't have any kids and his parents are far away, he doesn't have any family here. You're right, he doesn't. Does that make him sad? Yeah, bud, Mal said, running a hand through Otis's hair, the color a perfect match to his. I think it does. Nobody should be sad at Christmas. Mal smiled softly. People were sad all the time, sometimes most especially at Christmas, but he didn't tell his gentle-hearted 6-year-old that. Do we make him happy, Dad? Mal's throat nodded. We, not you, not I, we. As though Otis recognized he wouldn't be left out. Maybe Mal hadn't erred too badly by telling Otis about Luca so soon, after all. I think we make him happy, Otis said, without waiting for Mal's answer. Mal thought of Luca's wide-eyed amazement last night when Mal had shown him the decorations he'd bought. The sweet smile, the way he'd touched the tips of his fingers to each item as though they might break or disappear, those gray eyes full of gentle confusion as he'd looked at Mal, both as though he were an oddly shaped gift he wasn't sure how to wrap, and all of his Christmas presents rolled into one. I do too, bud. Now, let's get you out of your pajamas, okay? We need to leave for skating lessons soon. Otis rose and scuttled into the kitchen. He hummed under his breath as he washed his hands, and Mal turned the cardboard toward himself. At the very bottom of the page, Otis had drawn a stick family, identifiable by their hair. There was Emily with her wild curls, there was John and his kids, there was Otis and Mal, and on Mal's other side, a figure with yellow hair, holding a present. Luca. Jesus, why did this drawing send Mal's stomach fluttering like it was full of moths? Otis, his kid walked over to him, hands still dripping. You know Luca isn't part of the family, right? Otis frowned. I know that, but maybe he can borrow ours, 'cause his is so far away. That did it. Come over here. Mal grabbed him by the middle and tickled him, sending Otis into peals of laughter that always made Mal's chest float. Was there anything sweeter than a child's laughter? Otis squirmed and howled and kicked until Mal hugged him close and kissed the top of his head. Love you, bud. I know, Otis wailed, going limp in Mal's arms. Can we go skating now? Get dressed and let's go. Luca stood on the sidewalk outside the address Mal had given him and sniffled against the cold. Want to come to my mom's birthday party? Mal had called him earlier to ask. Called, not texted. Who called anybody anymore? Luca had agreed, picturing a quiet dinner with Mal, his parents, his sister and her family, and Otis, even though his stomach had tried to rebel at the whole meet the parents thing. It had been a long time since Luca had seriously dated someone and had cause to meet his boyfriend's parents. The sounds coming from the house, which Luca could hear all the way from the sidewalk, did not say, quiet dinner. They said, everyone we've ever met is in this house. Luca was no stranger to parties. His parents had thrown enough of them. He was a stranger to parties where the people in attendance were important to someone he cared about. From the house came the muted din of several conversations, the sound of laughter, and through the uncovered front window, the shapes of partygoers carrying plates or champagne flutes. In the dark evening, stars shining overhead, cheery Christmas lights greeting him from every window of the O'Toole house, Luca wanted nothing more than to be a part of it. to be included, yet his feet were rooted to the ground as though someone had glued them there. Other than Mal and Otis, Luca didn't know who was here. Mal's sister and her family, he guessed, but other than that? Alyssa had said that the O'Toole clan was large, so Luca imagined a bunch of aunts and uncles and cousins, too. And were Mal's out-of-state sisters back for the party? What if they hated him? What if they thought he was too young for Mal? What if they thought Mal was wasting his time on him? Even as he acknowledged his own angsty thoughts, they kept him rooted to the spot as a breath of wind shivered down the street and into his bones. The line where the sidewalk met the driveway might as well have been a solid barrier, one keeping him from everything that would make him warm, in spirit and in body. The front door opened, spilling the sounds of the party onto the porch for a moment before the door closed again. "Hey!" Hugging his arms to himself, Mel strode toward him, looking so tall and solid, and all Luca wanted was to sink into him. "I saw you from the window." And he must have come right out because he wasn't wearing a coat, just a navy crewneck sweater and dark jeans. "Are you coming in?" "Who's here?" Luca asked. Mel grunted a short laugh. "Who isn't here? My aunts and uncles, cousins, their kids, family friends, their kids. It's a zoo in there. Someone even brought their cat for reasons I don't understand." "I wasn't sure what to bring as a gift." "You didn't have to bring anything." Mel's arms came around Luca's shoulders in a hug that Luca felt all the way down to his toes. "I only invited you 5 hours ago." "Still, I didn't want to come empty-handed. It's not every day you turn 70. It's nothing fancy, though. Just a pair of cozy socks and some bubble bath from the store." "That's perfect," Mel murmured, and despite the fact he'd just asked if Luca was coming in, he didn't appear in a rush to let Luca go. Luca was okay with that. "How was the Polar Express?" he asked. Otis liked it. "And what about his dad?" Mel made an sound that Luca interpreted it as, "I didn't hate it." "It was fine." "Just fine?" Luca pulled back an inch, but stayed within the circle of Mal's arms. "Isn't it like one of the more popular Christmas movies?" "I guess. I was kind of bored through the whole thing." Luca mock gasped. "Sacrilege! The book was better." That made him laugh. "The book is always better." "Debatable. Stand By Me was better than the book. The Lord of the Rings movies, too. Practical magic." "Stand By Me is based on a book?" "Stephen King's The Body." "Huh. What do you say about moving this conversation inside where my balls won't be in danger of freezing off?" "We wouldn't want that," Luca murmured against Mal's cold lips. "No, we wouldn't." Their lips met, unhurried and lazy, so deliciously unhurried that it was as though Mal was trying to learn who he was via his mouth. Like he could root out all the little pieces that made Luca who he was by kissing him as if he was as delicate as a Christmas tree ornament. It was humbling to have someone like Mal, a father, a brother, a son, who already had a full life, so easily open up his world to him. "Come on," Mal said. "Let's go inside." He tugged on Luca's hand, effortlessly forcing him over the invisible barrier that had kept him on the sidewalk, as though it were made of smoke, or Luca's anxious thoughts. In the house, it was as loud as Luca had predicted. A combination living room, dining room, draped in red and green Christmas decor, was to the left of the foyer. On the coffee table were platters of finger foods, and guests sat on the couch, on chairs, and on the arm of the couch. On the dining room table was yet more food, as well as a half-demolished sheet cake. The pegs on the wall of the foyer were overflowing with winter coats, as was the staircase banister. Luca waffled with his own for a second before finally flinging it over the pile on the banister, crossing his fingers that a guest would mistake it for their own. Though, now that he took a second look, his appeared to be the only one in bright red. The rest was a sea of black, gray, and blue. "Does no one believe in color?" he muttered. Throwing his head back, Mal laughed long and loud. drawing the attention of absolutely no one given how loud it already was in the place. Luca's gaze strayed to the long line of his throat, so kissable that he had to restrain himself from leaning forward and burying his face in it. As a woman came down the hall, Luca straightened his shoulders and ran a hand down his pale pink-fitted shirt. He'd tucked it into a pair of skinny navy slacks, accented with an almond-colored belt. Though now that he was looking at the other guests, I should have gone home to change into something more casual. Why? Mel said offhandedly. You're perfect. Luca didn't have time to sink into that statement before the woman reached them. She was almost as tall as he and Mel, with long hair the same dark brown as Mel's, tied in a high ponytail. She looked vaguely familiar, but Luca couldn't place her. Otis was looking for you a minute ago, she said as she reached them. Why? What's wrong? Mel asked. He couldn't find turpentine. Oh. Frowning, Mel rubbed his jaw. He had it upstairs when he was playing in Mom and Dad's room earlier. I'll go check. He squeezed Luca's elbow. Be right back. You must be Luca, what had to be one of Mel's sisters said. I'm Aoife. Oh, hi. He thrust out a hand, recognizing her from around town. It's nice to put a face to the name after all our emails. She winced. Sorry for not meeting you that morning. I had a sick kid at home. Yeah, Mel said. You're in good hands with him. I was thinking of transferring your account over to him anyway, so things worked out. He has more experience designing websites for retail, so he'll take good care of you. You don't have to convince me. I'm already sold on him. She cocked her head. For the web design? He blinked at her for a moment. Sure. Her grin was so unmistakably delighted that he couldn't do anything but grin back, even though he wasn't sure what she was so happy about. Have you eaten? She asked, locking her elbow with his. Let's get you some food. Where should I leave this? Luca lifted his gift bag, the handles to which were looped around 2 fingers. There's a table there, Aoife gestured. A card table had been set up in a corner of the dining room, and it was overflowing with gifts. Aoife and Mel's mother must be the open-as-they-arrive type, because most of the presents were unwrapped. There were bottles of wine and champagne, gift certificates to spas, artwork from what Luca assumed were her grandchildren, boxes of fine chocolates, a handmade tablecloth with embroidered flowers, bags of specialty coffees, and a mug that said, I'm only 7, and then in tiny script beneath, decades old. Next to the table was a waist-high glass-fronted cabinet. On one corner was a greeting card Luca recognized. Heard it's your birthday, with a fluffy cartoon sheep, the card Mal had bought at the holiday shop and sip. Next to it was one of those homemade gift certificates, good for 1 vacation to Ireland. It was from Mal, Otis, and Aoife, as well as about a dozen other people Luca assumed were Mal's other sisters and their families. Placing his own gift bag on the card table was a bit like feeling underdressed at a black tie event. He should have brought something better than cozy socks and bubble bath. Here, Aoife handed him a paper plate. Help yourself. Luca inspected the plate, brown instead of the usual white. Mal picked those up in Biddeford today. Apparently the ones I bought at Walmart weren't good enough. What's so special about these? Luca asked, scooping potato salad onto his plate. He said they're made with some kind of special compostable fiber. If you put them in the garden, they add nutrients to the soil as they degrade. Luca stilled, hand freezing on the handle of a serving spoon, warmth stealing through him. Mal bought these? Yep. Aoife picked up a plastic fork. Even found compostable cutlery. He wanted to use real plates and cutlery, but that wasn't going to happen. Can you imagine the cleanup? So we got these instead. My brother, the environmentalist. That's a new thing. She chuckled as she was pulled aside by a tween. I was inspired by a local entrepreneur, came Mal's voice in Luca's ear. Luca leaned into him. You didn't have to get special stuff just for me. It's not just for you. Mal's arm came around his waist to settle at his hip. It's also for the planet. though I'm not convinced this will make a real difference. Luca was about to tell him that every little bit helps when a woman entered the room, looking radiant in wide-legged, dark green pants and a beaded white top. Now there was the color Luca had been looking for earlier. Her chin-length bob was so blonde it was almost white, but her eyes were Mal's and Otis's and Aoife's, that St. Lucia blue that should have been cold, but instead was welcoming and bright. "You too," she said. She stood on her toes to kiss Aoife's cheek. "You've outdone yourselves. My birthday party has been amazing." "It's not over yet," Mal said. "We have party games later. Mom, this is Luca. Luca, my mom, Kat." "So this is Luca." Kat came around the table and pulled him into a hug. "It's lovely to meet you, dear." "Oh, hello." He patted her back, holding his other arm out to the side so he didn't get potato salad all over her cute outfit. "Thank you for having me. I'm so happy you were able to make it," she said, drawing back with a smile. "Thank you," he repeated, wiping his damp palm on his thigh. "I brought you a gift. It's not much, but—" She was already heading toward the table. "This one?" He nodded. "Mal says you drew my card there. Did you design the gift bag, too?" "I did." The styles were wildly different. The sheep was cartoony and big-eyed. The bag had watercolor flowers in bold purples and pinks and yellows. "It's beautiful," Kat said, picking out the tissue paper. "You're quite the artist." Luca shrugged, cheeks pinking under the praise. "I'm okay." "Don't sell yourself short." From behind, Mal's hands cupped his hips. "I've seen your store. You're amazing." This smells good." Kat had uncapped the bubble bath and brought it up to her nose. "And the socks will come in handy. My feet are always cold, even in the summer." "This is true," Mal muttered into his ear. "Thank you, sweetheart." She kissed his cheek. You're welcome. Happy birthday. Have you eaten?" She looked at his plate. "Have some more. There's plenty. My kids ordered enough food to feed a small country." "There is a small country in this house," Aoife quipped. "You know a lot of people." "That's what happens when you get to be my age. You end up with a small collection of people who love you. Luca, eat." Feeling a little dazed, like the world was hazy around the edges, Luca followed orders and piled food on his plate while Aoife served herself a slice of cake. From the living room, someone called Kat's name, and from somewhere else in the house came a squeal that turned into a wail. Aoife grimaced. "That sounds like Sammy." She thrust her plate at Mal. "Hang on to this for a second. Be right back." Mal squeezed the back of Luca's neck. "You okay? Your eyes are very big in your face right now." "Yeah, Your mom liked my present." "Why wouldn't she? Who doesn't like cozy socks and bubble bath?" "The first time I ever bought a gift for my mom with my own money, I was like 12 or 13. I saved up my allowance to get her a bracelet with butterflies on it. It was a cheap thing, $20 maybe. She regifted it to Agatha, our cleaning lady." He looked up from his plate to find Mal frowning. Jesus, even a glower was sexy on him. Luca let out a short laugh. "Sorry. I don't know why I told you that. Blame my food-deprived brain. I can't remember the last time I ate." He held up his plate. "Is there somewhere I can sit?" "Yeah, this way." Still holding Aoife's cake in one hand, Mal twined the fingers of the other with Luca's. Luca let himself be led out of the dining room, through a modern kitchen with stainless steel appliances, and into a family room, where a handful of kids aged 5 to 12 were playing and just as many adults populated various pieces of furniture. Aoife was speaking with a tear-streaked boy about Otis's age near the television. Mal left her cake on a nearby end table. "Hi, Luca," Otis said from his position on the floor, where he was lying on his stomach, legs kicking in the air. "Hi, what are you playing?" "Chutes and ladders." It looked like a well-loved game board, with packing tape wrapped around the center where it must have come apart at some point in its history. Luca had had a similar one growing up, though his older siblings had never wanted to play with him, always too busy with their own lives. Otis made a face at the crying boy. Sammy was mad because he was losing. Do you want to play with us? You too, Dad. The offer twisted loose a childhood memory of his older brother Chad sneering at him when Luca had gone into his room, the game box clutched to his chest. That game's for babies, Chad had said. You can be the yellow one, Otis said, handing Luca a yellow game piece. It matches your hair. And just like that, the memory, Chad, they fell away, replaced by this one. Chapter 11. 11 Days Until Christmas. This campaign is going great so far. 49 donations raising just over $10,000 in revenue. Mel rubbed his jaw and triple-checked his numbers. Sitting across from him at her kitchen table, Aoife raised an eyebrow. You're kidding me. It's only been 3 weeks. Mel shook his head. Not kidding. The donations are climbing week over week. And the retargeting ads are outperforming our other tactics. Looks like the food bank will meet its quota this Christmas after all. What about the digital creative? Aoife asked. Is there one performing better than the other? The one with the little girl is driving the most conversions. I say we turn off the other one and just run with this one. You're the numbers guy. If you think that's the right move, go ahead. Mel turned off the second ad, highlighted the results in a short email for the food bank, sent it off, then ticked the item off his to-do list. Let's talk about Luca's website next. You got the wireframes I emailed you? Yeah, let me bring them up. In the meantime, you can tell me how things are going with you two. You were sending each other secretive smiles at Mom's party. He blinked at his sister. We were not. Had they? Mom and Dad noticed too. Mom says you guys are very cute, by the way. You talked about us? Yeah, she said in that older sister, of course we gossiped about you kind of way. We had a 5-way video call with Sabrina, Calla, and Lily and talked all about you. Mel rolled his eyes. Sisters. Is privacy no longer sacred? Aoife smiled sweetly. Was it ever? He chuckled. Fair point. Growing up with 4 sisters meant privacy was as scarce as a midnight sighting of Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. You know you love us. Sometimes I wonder why, Mal grumbled, tossing a pencil at Aoife. She tossed it back. So, things are going well? Mal's grin was wholly involuntary. I'll take that smile as a yes. Sitting back in his seat, Mal scrubbed both hands over his face. I don't even know what I'm doing, Aoife. I haven't dated since I met Emily. You don't have to have it all figured out right this second. Take it a day at a time. You don't think I'm jumping into things too fast with him? Introducing him to Otis, bringing him to Mom and Dad's party? A lot of that feels too soon. Like they should be 5 or 6 months down the road kinds of things. Aoife shrugged. Nobody gets to decide that except for you. Does it feel too fast right here? She tapped her chest over her heart. Or does it feel too fast up here? She tapped her temple. Frowning, Mal gave the question serious thought, staring unseeingly at his laptop. He tapped his own temple. Up here, he admitted. It doesn't feel too fast, but it feels like I should feel like it's too fast, if that makes sense. I get it, but there's no timeline when it comes to romance. Liam and I dated for 6 years before we got married, but Calla and Mike met and got married within a month, when they were 19. And they're still together 20 years later, even though we all thought they'd crash and burn within the year. Go at the speed that feels right for you, and don't let anybody tell you different, not even yourself. I know you like things neat and planned out, but you can't plan for love. Pursing her lips, Aoife paused. Even your house is neat, and that's despite the unpacked moving boxes. Or maybe because of them? Allowing himself a minute to sulk, Mel dropped his forehead onto the table. I hate that house. Aoife patted his head. I know you do. So find a new one. But Otis's room is all set up, and I don't want to move him again so soon. I don't know what to tell you then, baby bro. Suck it up? Wow, so deep. Any other words of wisdom you want to share? Yes. Luca's just as into you as you're into him. His head snapped up. It's true. It was written all over his face at the party. Aoife nodded. Now let's go over these wireframes, she continued before Mal could figure out how he wanted to respond. I'm assuming you've done an about page that will talk about how his products are eco-friendly and... Wait. Her gaze narrowed on him. Wait just a minute. Is Luca the reason you bought the compostable cutlery and plates? He squirmed. What was it with sisters and their ability to put brothers on the spot? Maybe. Aww. Shut up. He couldn't articulate to himself why he'd made the effort to get the compostable stuff. Because he wanted Luca to feel included? Seen? Heard? Can we just... He waved a hand at his laptop, Aoife's laptop, the papers scattered around them. Concentrate on work. Fine. Then we can talk about where you guys are going on your second date. Actually, let's do that now. Elbow on the table, she rested her chin in her palm and batted her eyelashes. Where are you going on your second date? Mal huffed a laugh. The pub, for Trivia Tuesday tonight, with a bunch of friends, so I'm not sure it qualifies as a date. Ah, young love. So sweet. I miss that stage, where everything is sunshine and roses. Now it's, Liam, you forgot to pick up the milk. Or, Aoife, I'm stuck at work. Can you drive Laurel to dance lessons? Or, Liam, go shovel the driveway. There's something to be said for comfort and stability, though. True. Okay, back to work. Walk me through these. Relieved at the shift in topic, Mel got to work. Luca's phone chimed with an incoming text as he was finalizing a design for Easter-themed wrapping paper. Sitting on the couch, he tucked his feet underneath him and checked the time on the corner of his drawing tablet. Almost 7. Mal would be here soon so they could walk over to the pub for Trivia Tuesday together, but Luca had time to put the finishing touches on his design before he had to change. Sweatpants and an old UCLA sweatshirt wasn't how he wanted to meet Mal's friends for the first time. Although he'd somehow won over everyone he'd met at Kat's party on Sunday evening, including Kat herself, Mal's father, Aoife, and a handful of cousins he'd been introduced to. His nerves still hopped as badly as they had when he'd been standing on the sidewalk outside of the O'Toole house. Winning Mal's friends over would be a piece of cake too, right? Maybe. Luca's friends back home had dropped him like a hot potato when he'd moved out here, which proved either that he was terrible at picking friends or that he hadn't been as close with them as he'd thought. His phone chimed again with a second text. Setting the tablet aside, Luca grabbed the phone off the cushion next to him and swiped to read the messages. They were both from Elijah. The first read, "Have you seen this? Can't believe your brother's missing." Fear crawling up his throat, Luca straightened. Missing? Jesus, why the fuck hadn't he heard anything from his parents or his siblings? Stomach falling about 6 stories, Luca clicked on the link in Elijah's second message and blew out a long breath. His brother wasn't missing as in possibly dead in a ditch. He was missing as in, I did something stupid and now I'm hiding out. The link had opened to an entertainment news site with the headline, Where in the world is Donovan Koenig? Luca scanned the first few paragraphs. On Monday night's episode of reality TV's Living It Up with Leon Lish, Lish's longtime friend, Donovan Koenig, was caught getting intimate with Lish's wife, Prue. Koenig, whose family owns Perfectly Wrapped, the premier wrapping paper and gift bag supplier on the West Coast, has a history of illicit affairs. This past spring, cameras caught him in flagrante with Lish's married sister. Koenig hasn't been seen since the episode aired. Sources close to the businessman say he's lying low. Lish, in typical Leon Lish fashion, has taken to Twitter, calling Koenig a liar, a user, and a backstabber, and accusing Koenig of riding on his coattails, though the Koenig family has declined to comment. "Donovan, you moron," Luca muttered. There was more to this article, including screenshots from Lish's Twitter and a clip from Living It Up with Leon Lish, but Luca closed out of the website, sent his brother an "Are you okay?" text, and tossed the phone onto the other side of the couch. Luca had known Leon Lish spelled bad news from the moment he'd met him. He'd been 10 or so, and Donovan had brought his college friend home for dinner. Even at such a young age, Luca had pegged him as too slick, too desperate, too phony. A feeling not unlike worms crawling in his belly had hit him every time he was in Leon's smarmy presence. How Leon had become a reality TV star, Luca couldn't say, but he'd dragged Donovan into the limelight with him, into celebrity parties and booze and drugs. He passed a hand down his face, his whiskers scratching the palm of his hand. Donovan had always claimed that he was smart enough not to touch the drugs, but Luca had never been able to convince himself that he believed him, and he refused to watch the show in case Donovan proved him wrong. Sighing, he grabbed his phone again and typed a message to Elijah. "No one knows where he is?" "None of the gossip sites anyway. Your parents might know. You don't think Lish killed him, do you?" Luca clenched his teeth. "That's not funny, asshole." "Sorry," Elijah sent back, complete with sad face and heart emojis. Luca sent him back a heart and was about to text Donovan again when a knock on his door interrupted him. Mel? If so, he was early. Maybe he wanted half an hour of hello kisses before they headed to the pub, in which case Mel was welcome to show up early any time he wanted. Not that Luca would be much of an enthusiastic participant at the moment, what with his brother missing. Jesus. Except it wasn't Mel standing on his front porch. Not trusting his eyes, Luca took a second disbelieving look through the peephole, then swung it open with a frown. "Donovan? Hi." At a year shy of 40, Donovan shouldn't have looked much older than Mel. Instead, the bags beneath his eyes and the sallow skin tone and the stooped hunch to his shoulders made him appear as though he were pushing 50. His hair was plastered to his head, and more than a day's worth of scruff covered his jaw. Luca didn't know what expression was on his face, but whatever it was, it made Donovan wince. "Sorry," Donovan said, hiking the strap of a messenger bag higher onto his shoulder. A suitcase was at his feet. "I'm probably the last person you expected to darken your doorstep." "Just about," Luca admitted. He stepped out of the doorway. "Come in." "Thanks." Under the lights of the foyer, the bags and the sallowness and the hunch were all more pronounced. More worrisome was how the bright lighting highlighted the lines at the corners of his mouth and played up the liberal silver peppered in his hair that, just a few months ago, hadn't had a single gray. He was also wholly underdressed for December in Lighthouse Bay, wearing loafers and a light leather jacket over jeans and a t-shirt. "Don't take this the wrong way," Luca said, "but what are you doing here?" Donovan ran a hand through his hair. "I had to get out of the city for a bit." "And you came here? Don't you have a place in Manhattan?" "I brought Leon there once, so everyone knows about it, and—" Trailing off, Donovan's eyes cut to the living room on the left of the foyer, where the decorations Mal and Otis had brought him were congregated. "Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have come here." He turned toward the door, one white-knuckled grip on the handle of his suitcase. Luca grabbed his arm. "Wait, that's not what I meant. I don't understand what you're doing here." "I left LA in a hurry, and this was the first place I could think of to come. Small town, more or less off the grid. But I left so fast that I didn't have a chance to book accommodations. I was wondering if—" Donovan swallowed hard, throat clicking. "If I could stay here?" Just for a night, he added quickly. Then I'll book myself a hotel and be out of your hair. There aren't any hotels in Lighthouse Bay. You might find an inn or a B&B with a vacancy, though. I just don't know if they do long-term ones. Assuming Donovan intended to stay for a while, and not just for a few days. Right. Okay. Donovan's shoulders fell, and he looked so lost. Worse, he looked defeated, hopeless, like the vitality had been sucked out of him. Probably because it had, and the perpetrator was named Leon Lish. Luca didn't condone what Donovan had done. Donovan had made his bed, and now he had to lie in it. But Luca was as certain of this as he was of his own name. Without Leon Lish sinking his claws into Donovan, Luca's brother would have been a very different person. Luca's stomach cramped, sympathy clogging his throat. You're welcome to stay. It's just, I converted one spare room into an office and the other, it's meant to be a guest bedroom, but I don't have a bed in there yet. I don't need anything fancy. I'm happy to take the couch. And get that look off your face, Donovan added with his first true smile. It was a ghost of his usual one, but it was there. It counted. I don't need anything fancy. I'm not a diva. Never said you were. Tossing Donovan his own smile, he rolled the suitcase into the living room. But I know how we grew up, and most people in our family would consider couchsurfing slumming it. I'm just grateful you're not kicking my stupid ass out. Donovan sank onto the couch. Elbows on his knees, he pressed the palms of both hands to his eyes and blew out a shaky breath. Luca's throat burned for him. Whatever was going on with Donovan, Luca had a feeling it was much more complicated than an affair with his best friend's wife. Donovan had seemed fine the day he'd first called, the day Luca had given him a virtual tour of the store. What had happened since then and now to make him betray his best friend? Luca was tempted to binge watch the show just to find out what was going on, but he trusted reality TV about as much as he trusted his customers who claimed it was so nice out when the weather hovered barely above freezing. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. Donovan dragged both hands down his face and stared into the unlit fireplace, eyes red. Thank you for letting me stay, he whispered raggedly. It means a lot, more than you know. Stay as long as you need. I'll order a bed and a mattress online tomorrow. Hopefully have them delivered in the next few days. You don't need to go to the trouble. It's no trouble. I should have done it already. Besides, if Elijah visits for Christmas, he'll need a place to stay. Donovan grimaced. Shit, did I just kick him out of his room? Luca waved a hand. This house is big enough for the three of us. I can ask around, see if someone has an air mattress I can borrow. Elijah and I used to sleep in a tent in his backyard with nothing but a sleeping bag protecting us against the ground. He won't mind an air mattress. Though considering the only person Luca knew that he was comfortable asking was Mal, he didn't like his chances. This is a nice place you've got, Donovan said. Seems like a nice neighborhood, too. Quiet. It's a far cry from my old condo in L.A. Do you want a tour? There was another knock on the door. If it wasn't Mal this time, Luca would eat his socks. It didn't escape his notice that Donovan had stiffened at the sound, but Luca didn't call him on it. He held up a finger. Hold that thought. It was indeed Mal, the tip of his nose red from the cold. Hi, Luca said, barely holding back the urge to fling himself at him. Hey. Mal stepped inside when Luca held the door open wider, shoulder brushing against the wreath. Nice wreath. There's this guy, Luca said, biting back a grin. He got it for me. Ah. Mal removed his gloves, his hands finding Luca's hips. That was nice of him. He must be a keeper. We'll see. Depends on whether or not his trivia knowledge is up to snuff. Mal's grin stretched his cheeks as he pulled Luca closer. I see. Have high standards, do we? Obviously. Their lips met, clung. Their hands roamed, explored. Mals found their way beneath Luca's sweater to skim across his bare back, sending tingles of need arrowing down to his cock. He moaned into Mal's mouth, stroked his tongue with his own, and rutted against him, until a sound from the living room brought him unceremoniously back to reality. Damn! For the second time in less than a week, a night wasn't going to end as he wanted it to. Luca stole one last kiss, then pulled back with a moan. Can I take a rain check on Tuesday trivia? Concern darkened Mal's blue eyes. Is everything okay? Yeah, my brother arrived unexpectedly, like 15 minutes ago. For the holidays? Mal asked slowly, no doubt remembering that Luca had once told him that he wasn't close with his siblings. Luca shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. You should go, came Donovan's voice from behind him. What? Luca whirled toward him. No, I'll stay. There'll be more trivia nights. Next Tuesday, in fact. If Donovan registered the joke, he didn't acknowledge it. Go, really. I could use some time to decompress. Luca didn't doubt it. Donovan looked like one good shove would drop him like a marionette with its strings cut off. Do you want to come with us? Donovan blanched. No. I spent all day slinking through airports trying not to be recognized. Going out is the last thing I want right now. Okay, if you're sure. This is Mal, by the way. Mal, my brother, Donovan, he muttered absently. They'd barely had a chance to shake and utter the requisite, nice to meet you, before Luca added, There are blankets in the hall closet upstairs, and feel free to use the shower and make yourself something to eat. He turned to Mal. Give me 2 minutes to change? Take your time. As Luca went upstairs, Mal met Donovan's gaze with a thin smile and searched for something to say. Did you fly out from L.A.? Donovan nodded. Yeah. Slinking through airports, he'd said, so he wasn't recognized. Recognized by who? Was he an actor? An athlete? A TV personality? Some other kind of celebrity? Luca said he wasn't expecting any family for the holidays. Yeah, well, Donovan scoffed. That was before I caused a scandal. He put special emphasis on scandal and rolled his eyes, seemingly at himself. What scandal? Shoving his hands in his back pockets, Donovan cocked his head. You don't recognize me? Mal gave him a closer inspection. Hair the same dirty blonde as Luca's was going gray. Brown eyes, an inch or two taller than Luca. Evening stubble that made him look slightly unkempt. Broad shoulders and bulky arms compared to Luca's lither frame. Mal would have recognized him as Luca's brother, without Luca having introduced him as such, but other than that, he wasn't familiar. Should I? Guess not. The way Luca had spoken about his family, Mal would have expected his siblings to be more. Louder, bolder, bigger, demanding and cold. But this man looked like he'd been beaten down by life. So, you and my brother? Donovan said, fidgeting in place. You guys are an item? We're dating, Mal responded as Luca's footsteps sounded on the stairs. I guess that means we're an item? I'll be your item any day of the week, Luca said as he descended, throwing a teasing grin Mal's way. That doesn't even make sense, Donovan muttered. Are you sure you don't want to come tonight? I feel bad leaving you here alone when you just got here. Go. Donovan stepped back, as though he was afraid Luca might drag him to the pub by the sleeve if he didn't get out of his reach. I've already invaded your space. I don't want to ruin your night, too. Besides, I'm wiped, and I'll probably be asleep by the time you get back anyway. Luca snapped his fingers. Speaking of, he turned to Mal. Do you know anyone with an air mattress I can borrow? You can take mine. I don't even have to look through boxes for it. It was one of the first things I unpacked since I arrived here a week before my furniture from Seattle. We can pick it up after trivia. Unless you want to go now? No, Donovan said. I'll be fine on the couch for one night. God, you're stubborn, Luca grumbled, twining his scarf around his neck. I'm stubborn. Snorting a laugh, Donovan raised both eyebrows. Who moved across the country when he didn't get his way at the company? Luca's eyes narrowed. You think that was stubbornness? That was dissatisfaction and hurt. That was years of being treated like a nuisance, an inconvenience, yet still being expected to pull my weight at the company. That was being condescended to in front of senior management and the board despite my education and knowledge. Trust me, that was not stubbornness. He pulled on his coat with jerky movements. That was finally realizing that Mom and Dad were never going to see the value I bring to the table. It was realizing that nothing I ever did was going to make them see me as part of the family. He sucked in a harsh breath, cheeks reddening, eyes wide and wild, like he hadn't meant to say that last part. Luca, Donovan didn't seem to know what to say. He swallowed roughly, shoulders slumping. Mel stared at him, mentally urging him to say something, anything, to prove Luca wrong. Luca was the brightest person Mal had ever met. He was goodness and laughter and heart, regardless of his upbringing. Despite being neglected by the people who should have loved him unconditionally, he had such a positive outlook on life that Mal often forgot about all the hurt that must lie just beneath the surface. If he could have, he would have wrapped Luca in a blanket of stars to keep him warm and safe forever. The tension between the brothers breathing down his neck, Mal handed Luca his gloves and hat from the basket by the door. Here, ready to go? Yeah. Donovan, there's leftover pasta from the local Italian place in the fridge. Help yourself. Sure. Thanks. It seemed like Donovan wanted to say more, and he was opening his mouth to do so, but Luca was already out the door. The smile Donovan gave Mal was grim, his eyes pained. Good to meet you, Mal. You too. Mal stepped onto the porch and shut the door behind him. Luca was waiting for him, the porch light making his cheeks appear hollow. Mal ran a thumb across one cheekbone. You okay? Luca smiled wide, and it looked a little unhinged. Sure. Why wouldn't I? He cut himself off, jaw clenching. His shoulders slumped. God damn your stupid face. It makes me want to tell you all my secrets. Mal let out a huff of laughter. I'm literally just standing here. Apparently, that's all you need to do for me to lay my heart at your feet. His heart? Amusement fled. Mal's entire body went weightless, his fingers tingling. Luca's words settled between his ribs like the very air Mal breathed, like the very essence he needed to survive, like the piece of Mal that had been missing since his divorce. No, Luca went on, oblivious to how deeply he'd rattled Mal. I'm not okay. I want to be mad. I want to be upset about what he said in there, about me being stubborn. I want to be angry that he thought it was okay to show up unannounced asking for help when I never got any from him. But I'm... Blowing out a long breath, he slumped into Mal. Is it dumb that I'm glad he's here? That I was happy to see him? It's not dumb to want family nearby. Mal hugged him close. It's one of the reasons I moved back here. To be closer to family? I thought you guys were all in Seattle at one point. Luca stepped out of Mal's embrace. Then, with a frown at Mal's hands, Put your gloves on. It's cold. Mal pulled them out of his pocket as they headed down the stairs and toward Christmas Lane. The O'Toole clan is pretty large. Well, you know. You met a chunk of them on the weekend. Luca grunted his assent. My immediate family moved to Seattle after I finished 8th grade for my dad's work, though my parents always intended to come back here eventually. When Emily and I started seeing each other in college, she always said that she wanted to move back here too. Wait, your ex-wife's from Lighthouse Bay? Yeah. The warmer temperatures of the last few days had melted the ice on the sidewalk, and their boots were nearly soundless as they walked. We knew each other growing up, but we were never friends. She was a year below me in school. It was purely coincidence that we ended up at the same college in Seattle, the Lake Washington Institute of Technology. We were both in the design program, though M eventually switched majors to accounting. Anyway, my parents and Aoife and her family moved back here last spring, and then a few months later, Emily got a job in Biddeford. She moved here shortly after, and now she commutes to work. But you only moved here a few months ago? Luca asked, slipping his gloved hand into Mal's. They passed the house with an outdoor train set circling an inflatable Christmas tree, the choo-choo making them both laugh. The neighbors must love that, Luca said. Mal squeezed his hand, enjoying how the streetlights played over Luca's features, brightening his eyes and then darkening them again as they passed under and then between the lights. Yes, Mal said. To answer your question, Otis and I were actually supposed to move here last fall, but that sort of fell apart. What happened? I put in an offer on a house that fell through, and before I could start looking again, Emily and I decided it wasn't fair to pull Otis out of school in October. So we said he'd finish out the school year and then move here so Otis could start first grade right at the start of the year. I brought Otis here at the beginning of the summer to live with Em so he'd be closer to his cousins, and then moved here myself in October. Why the delay between bringing Otis here and you moving? Was it because you couldn't find a house? If only it were that simple, Mal said with a humorless laugh. But no, it was work. I was working for a digital advertising agency, and I told my boss months ahead of time that I wanted a transfer here to the Portland office. That's where head office is. The Seattle office is a satellite one. Anyway, he wanted to keep me in Seattle, but when I refused, he asked me to stay on a few extra months to help find and train a replacement. I agreed, and just as we were getting ready to hire someone, the agency was bought out. They did some company reorganizing and... He shrugged. I was let go. Luca winced. Ouch, I'm sorry. By that point, I was sick of the whole thing, and I wanted to be here, where Otis was, so I kind of left Seattle in a hurry. As they turned onto Christmas Lane at the church, the clock tower alight with red and green spotlights, Luca said, Is that how you ended up in a house you hate? I was kind of in a rush. I wanted out of Seattle, and it was the first two-bedroom place I found available for rent on short notice. Maybe that was another reason he hadn't unpacked yet. Renting meant that the house didn't feel like his. All of that to say that I get wanting to be with family. Even when they don't like you very much? The heart wants what it wants, even when it doesn't make sense. Luca pulled Mal to a stop in front of Evie's toy store. Across the street, a group of girlfriends entered Annie's Irish pub, the sounds of clinking cutlery and a dozen conversations filtering outside and then getting cut off again as the door opened and closed. Luca walked into Mal's space, hands settling at his hips, his proximity sending thoughts of sweaty sheets and naked bodies through Mal's head. We have something in common, Luca murmured. What's that? Mal asked, voice like tires over gravel. We both left a situation that was no longer serving us to start fresh somewhere new. And we both chose here. We did, didn't we? Mal cupped his cheeks and kissed him, lazily stroking his tongue against Luca's until they were both struggling to draw a breath, until Mal was dizzy with desire and Luca was giving him his weight. You know, another kiss. Luca's lips warm against his despite the frigid winter temperature. Otis went back to his mom's yesterday. Luca trailed those warm lips across Mal's jaw. You don't say. I've got a big old empty house to myself. Lucky you. What do you say we blow this popsicle stand? And a wolf whistle interrupted him. In front of the pub, a couple stood, one tall and long-haired, the other barely coming up to the first's chin. The shorter one waved. Mal snorted a laugh. Damn, We've been spotted. Who's that? Luca asked. Wait, is that Dev? From Dev's Bakery? And Clark. Your BFF and his fiancé? Mm-hmm. Come on. Trivia. And then, wagging his eyebrows, Mel jaywalked across the street, pulling Luca along with him. I'm gonna hold you to that, and then... I'm counting on it. Chapter 12. As he was exiting the pub's restrooms, Mal did a quick search for Living It Up with Leon Lish on his phone. He'd heard about the show, of course, but he'd never watched it, and what he knew about it wouldn't fill a shot glass. Luca had explained why Donovan was here as they'd hung their coats on the coat rack next to the front door. Though now that Mal was browsing through the cast's photos online, he couldn't say any of them rang any bells. It was like the Kardashians. Mal wouldn't be able to point one of them out either. He could pass one on the street and he'd never know it. Not that that was likely to happen in Lighthouse Bay. Or, well, never say never. Because Mika Jones, one of television's most popular actors, was currently sitting at a table for four with Dev and Clark, as well as two other friends and 3 empty chairs. Nobody else in the crowded room gave him much mind, though. To them, he was simply another local. Also seated at the table was Zach Greenfeld. He was Lighthouse Bay's event planner, so everyone knew him. He was Luca's age and one of the nicest guys on the planet. He sat snuggled up to his husband, custom dollhouse maker Holland Stone, who was both taller and broader as well as about 15 years older. The two were having a conversation that had Holland gesturing and Zach laughing. Luca stood at the bar with Jeff Belmore, probably grilling him on his business practices and gleaning all the knowledge he could get from the businessman turned CEO of his uber-successful company's nonprofit. A&M Designs did the digital advertising for the nonprofit, though they worked directly with Jeff's CMO, and Mal had never met the man himself until tonight. The grin that pulled Mal's lips upward at the sight of Luca was automatic. There was no stifling it, no biting it back, no preventing his stomach from doing a wild leap or his heart from skipping a beat in his chest. His feet took him in Luca's direction without conscious thought, because even his subconscious wanted Luca desperately. Hey, Luca said when Mal joined them, his own grin seeming just as automatic as Mal's. Jeff was just telling me about his nonprofit. I think trivia is about to start any minute, though. Jeff's gaze, the blue of a twilight sky, swept the room, landing first on Mika, his life partner, then on the small stage opposite the bar, where an employee was checking the microphone. I got your email this morning, Jeff said, turning back to Luca, about grabbing lunch so you can, and I quote, pick my brain. Luca's shrug was very insouciant. I mean, why beat around the bush? I figure you should know what my goals are. That made Jeff laugh, the deep sound distinct over the buzz of conversations. It drew Mika's eyes to him, where they lingered, Mika's own automatic smile earning him teasing from his friends. Before Jeff could respond to Luca, the music playing over the speakers, yet another pop Christmas tune Mal vaguely recognized from the radio, cut out and Annie took the stage. Good evening, everyone! Trivia will be starting in a couple of minutes. If you haven't registered yet, please do so ASAP. If your team's not registered, you don't get the prize if you win. You can register with Anson. From behind the bar, Anson, a younger cousin of Mal's on his mother's side that he didn't know very well, waved. Get your last-minute drink orders in, Annie said. We're starting in T-2 minutes. One of Annie's servers was passing around sheets of paper and pencils to all the teams. How's next Monday? Jeff said to Luca. I don't have much free time this week, what with the tournament coming up. The tournament? Wide-eyed, Luca stared at him. Right. Did you forget? A pause, then, no! Mal bumped his hip with his. I didn't know you'd signed up for it. He's on your team, Jeff said with a nod at Mal. Yeah? Don't get too excited, Luca cautioned with a short laugh. I haven't skated since I was a kid. Which reminds me, where does one buy skates? Oh boy. Jeff passed a hand over his stubbled jaw. Hey, I warned you. You were the one who said that there are all sorts of skill levels. True. Eyes crinkled at the corners, Jeff nodded. I did say that. Okay, folks, let's get started. On the stage, Annie held a sheet of paper. Tonight's trivia questions, presumably. Let's take our seats, Jeff said. He grabbed his beer off the bar, then led the way to the table. He sat next to Mika, leaving the two empty chairs for Mal and Luca. Annie's Irish pub reminded Mal of every pub he'd ever frequented on Ireland's west coast on vacations with his family as a kid, and then, when he was older, with his sisters. It was all heavy wood paneling with dark green accents, scuffed hardwood floors, and a mirrored wall behind the bar that held bottles of high-end and limited edition liquor. At the back of the pub was a dartboard next to a Christmas tree lit with multicolored lights, and a faux pine garland from which hung plastic ornaments shaped like glasses of Guinness decorated the front of the bar from end to end. You know all the rules. 30 questions and 60 seconds to answer each question. Our first category is world capitals. Question 1. What is the capital of Uganda? As Mal's friends dithered over that one, Dev leaned across Mal to smile at Luca. Hey, I'm glad Mal was able to convince you to come tonight. He's clearly got the magic touch. Mal elbowed him. He likes me more than you. Yes, that's obvious. Another serene shrug from Luca. No offense. Dev laughed as Annie moved on to question 2. Resting one ankle on the opposite knee, Mal leaned closer to Luca, their sides touching from shoulder to elbow. Why did you agree to come tonight? Dev says he's asked you a few times. Luca shrugged one shoulder. You asked, and I wanted to spend time with you. The warm fuzzies didn't have a chance to settle in Mal's stomach before Luca leaned closer to him and dropped his voice. You know, except for Elijah, most of my friends growing up were the kids of my parents' friends. We were at the same private school, so we saw each other all the time anyway. But then in college, I met people from different backgrounds, different cultures, who had different experiences and home lives. And the more of them I met, the more I started to realize that the guys I'd grown up with, we didn't share the same values or principles. Annie read off question 4. Somewhere in the last minute, Mal had missed question 3. I wanted to work at the family business, Luca continued, but I wanted to make a difference while doing so. My friends, they just wanted to ride on their parents' coattails and throw money around to play at being philanthropists. When I quit perfectly wrapped and told them I was moving out here to launch my own business, he shook his head. Apparently, I no longer fit in with them. They stopped taking my calls, stopped answering my texts. I no longer got invited out. I haven't heard from them since the move. Question 5, Annie said into the mic. The last question in this category before we take a quick 2-minute break ahead of the second category. What is the highest capital city in the world? Chest heavy on Luca's behalf, Mal cupped the back of Luca's neck, the short hairs tickling his fingers. He understood being gun-shy after being so let down by life. These guys, Mal tipped his head in the direction of their table. I suspect they're more like your Elijah than those other friends. Yeah, and I get that. Luca squeezed Mal's thigh. But it's hard to put yourself out there, to trust in other people, when almost everyone you've ever known has dropped you. You put yourself out there with me. Luca's gaze met his. The storm gray of his eyes had turned turbulent, like the sky over Seattle before a storm rolled in, or the color of Elliott Bay during the winter. The air between them turned thick, sizzling and popping with energy, making Mal's head swim. The rest of the pub fell away, the noise of activity muting to a background din. All Mal saw was Luca. Yeah, Luca finally murmured. I guess I did. Why? Mal asked, just as softly. Because if you don't take chances in life, what's the point of it all? Awe expanded Mal's chest, admiration flushing his cheeks. To throw caution to the wind like that, damn the consequences. Mal kissed him, forgetting where they were, who they were with, and what they were doing. Luca chuckled against his mouth, his hand squeezing Mal's thigh much too close to his dick. "Hey, lovebirds!" Clark's voice interrupted. "Are you going to participate in this game or what?" Luca pulled back with another laugh. "Busted," he said, scooting closer to the table. Mel forced his thoughts onto the game and slid the answer sheet closer. 3 out of the 5 questions in the first category remained unanswered. Someone had written the questions down, at least. Luca stole the pencil out of Jeff's hand and filled them in. Colombia for Bogota is the capital of which country? Minsk for what is the capital of Belarus? And La Paz, Bolivia for the highest capital in the world. "Are you sure about that last one?" Clark asked once he'd read Luca's answers. "I thought the highest capital would have been in the Rockies or the Alps." Mel jerked a thumb at Luca. "Geography major." "Huh. Where were you when the category was flags of the world a couple weeks ago?" "Everyone ready for our next round?" On the stage, Annie unhooked the mic from the stand and perched on a bar stool. "Our second category is National Sports of the World." Mal's entire table groaned, except for Jeff. Smirking, he plucked the pencil back from Luca. As the entrepreneur behind the country's leading sports equipment and apparel company, Sport U Apparel, Jeff was no doubt well versed in random sports knowledge. "How's your sports trivia, Luca?" Jeff asked. "Non-existent," Luca said, toasting him with his beer. "Mal?" Mal waggled his hand. Depends on the question. Do none of you watch sports?" Silence. Then from Zach, "Does the annual hockey tournament count?" Laughing, Mal settled in for question 1. Mal's house wasn't as terrible as he'd made it out to be. As Mal got them each a glass of water from the kitchen, Luca stood in the living room and looked around, rubbing his hands together to warm them after the brisk walk from the pub. The house wasn't ugly. It was just very square and very white. White walls, white wainscoting, off-white carpet on the stairs. Even the floors were some kind of washed-out wood that turned them pale gray. Or maybe it was fake wood painted to look like that. What did Luca know about home construction? Mel had made fun of him for his lack of home decor, but it wasn't like Mel's home was any better. The front door opened into a tiny foyer directly in front of a set of stairs leading up to the second floor. To the right of the door was an open-concept living room/dining room. At the back of the house, tucked behind the stairs, was the kitchen. The living room boasted a brown fabric couch and a coffee table, as well as a bookshelf on one wall that was devoid of actual books. Instead, it held a handful of toy cars on the bottom shelf, plus a couple of coloring books, a box of crayons, puzzles, and games. Otis's little play area. The table and chairs in the dining room were made of sturdy dark wood. It appeared that Mal had set himself up a little office space at the head of the table. Laptop, tablet, 2 notebooks, a pad of Post-its, a plastic cup filled with pens and pencils, and a printout of what looked like a website outline. A wireframe, Mal had called it, when he'd given Luca an update on his own website on the walk from the pub. Framed photos hung on the western wall of the house. One of Otis as a baby, and a more recent one of Otis and Mal. Otis wearing a dirt-streaked soccer uniform and cleats, his grin showing teeth and crinkling his eyes. Mal was on his knees next to him, Otis's arm around his shoulders, smiling just as widely as his son. Above the photos was a foot-long wooden sign with Hope, hand-painted in purple script and decorated with flowers. It was pretty, and a nice sentiment. Luca had seen such signs in homes before, with family, or live, laugh, love, or dream, or home. This was the first time he'd seen hope, and it spoke to a part of his soul he hadn't realized had been starved for a shred of exactly that, hope. Hope that his cross-country move hadn't been for nothing. Hope that his business thrived. Hope that he'd eventually be seen as an important member of the community. Hope that his parents saw what he was trying to accomplish with the store and finally acknowledged his worth, hoped that Mal wanted him as much as he wanted Mal. He moved away from the photos and the sign and into the dining room. Stacked against the exterior wall were a dozen moving boxes Mal hadn't unpacked yet, but he'd nevertheless found the time to decorate for the holidays. A garland on the banister, a second along the fireplace mantel, from which hung 2 stockings, a decorated Christmas tree opposite the couch, its twinkling lights reflected in the front window, a wooden Noel sign on top of the bookshelf, and a set of wooden Christmas trees that looked exactly like the ones Mal had gotten for him. But whereas Luca's were red and white, these didn't have any color at all. They were strewn over newspaper on the dining room table, little pots of paint and paintbrushes next to them. Otis and I were going to paint those yesterday, Mal said, coming into the room. He handed Luca a glass of water. But Emily was feeling better, so he went back to her place. We'll do them this weekend instead. Looks like a fun Christmas activity. I hope so, Mal said with a sigh. This is his first Christmas in Lighthouse Bay. I want it to be a good one for him. I've got all sorts of activities planned for next week. Monday, we'll decorate a gingerbread house, and I signed us up for caroling on Tuesday. Wednesday, we'll make a popcorn string for the tree. Otis has a cookie swap at school on Friday, so we'll bake them on Thursday, and Friday evening is his school's holiday concert. Envy bit Luca in the back of the neck. That sounds like a lot, Mal interrupted, rolling his eyes. Too controlling? Yes, I know. I already heard it from my sister. No. Luca squeezed his forearm, the muscle under Mal's sweater strong and warm. As someone who never had any of that, I was going to say, it sounds really nice. You didn't do any of that when you spent Christmases with your grandparents? No. Taking his water, Luca moved to the couch and sat on one end. They decorated the house, and we watched Christmas movies, and they always came to my school concerts, but we never did any of that extra stuff. I never missed it, though. Not until now, listening to Mal outline everything he had planned for Otis, which was hella unfair to his grandparents, especially considering it was his parents and siblings he would have liked to do all of that with. I had great Christmases with them. Plus, Elijah was next door, and we'd spend winter breaks skateboarding around the neighborhood and riding our bikes to the corner store. Mal sat next to him, stretching one arm along the back of the couch. Luca placed his glass on the coffee table, then hooked one leg over Mal's thighs. You were riding bikes and skateboarding in December, Mal said, smiling, while I was going skating and making snow forts. Skating. Luca snapped his fingers. You were so helpful with the air mattress. I don't suppose you know anyone who has skates I can borrow for the tournament? Mal squinted, one palm rubbing his jaw. What size are you? 11. Unless skate sizes are different than shoe sizes, in which case I have no fucking clue. We should have asked the guys at trivia. I didn't think of it. I might know someone. Mal ran a hand through Luca's hair. Luca's eyes fluttered shut at the sensation. I'll ask Liam if you can borrow his. Aoife's husband, Mal added at Luca's blank look. He goes skating with his kids all the time, so I know he has a pair. Thanks. Luca let himself fall onto him, giving Mal his weight and tucking his head into Mal's neck. He'd come here tonight for sex, because who knew how long Donovan would be staying with him, and Mal didn't have Otis this week, affording them temporary privacy they'd both been eager to take advantage of. But Luca wasn't in a rush. Oh, he wanted. He was half-hard already. Being this close to Mal, inhaling his wintry scent, feeling Mal's shoulder beneath his cheek and Mal's fingers carting through his hair so softly, it made Luca want to press his lips to Mal's jaw to taste him, lift Mal's sweater and skim his fingers along Mal's sides, to spread himself out on top of him and commit every delicious press of body against body to memory. But this? Sitting quietly with Mal, breathing the same air and sharing the same space while the Christmas tree lights flickered. It made what was to come all the sweeter because they weren't in a rush, as though they wanted to savor each moment. Mal's hand was still in Luca's hair, playing with the strands. Chills erupted over the back of Luca's neck, traveling down his spine. He pressed himself closer and dropped a kiss to the hollow of Mal's throat, that innocuous place that had beckoned to Luca since their very first kiss. Luca felt Mal's rumble against his lips, the sound making him shiver all the way to his toes. Mal's other hand came up to cup Luca's cheek. He brought Luca's head up. Those damn St. Lucia eyes that made Luca want to beg at Mal's feet for anything he would give him met his briefly, before dipping to Luca's lips. Their mouths came together, lazy and wet. Mal tasted a little like the beer he'd had at trivia, and a lot like himself. Luca sucked on his tongue with a groan, loving the way Mal's beard scratched his jaw. The world suddenly twisted sideways, and Luca found himself on his back, Mal between his spread thighs. Above him, Mal grinned, salacious and wicked. That's better. Know what would be even better? Luca tipped his head back as Mal kissed the underside of his jaw to his collarbone. A bed. That can be arranged. Mal sat up, straddling Luca's thighs, then hauled him up by the hands. Come on. Upstairs in Mal's bedroom, Luca got a brief glimpse of a king-sized bed between two nightstands, a dresser that matched the headboard, a gas fireplace across from the bed with a flat-screen television mounted above it, and a wall of glass doors that led to a balcony that faced the backyard. He was about to question how Mal could possibly hate his house when the master bedroom had a fireplace, but didn't get the chance before Mal pulled off his sweater. Every thought in Luca's head coalesced into, fuck, he's hot. Mal's stomach wasn't overly defined, but it was flat, a tempting treasure trail of hair arrowing down and disappearing into his jeans. The hollow of Mal's throat led down to erect nipples. His arms were strong, his shoulders broad, and Luca's breath hitched, desire flushing his cheeks and sending his head spinning. Eyes hot, Mal jabbed a finger in Luca's direction. Off. Luca didn't hesitate. He did trip over his own feet when he yanked off his socks, though, which made Mal laugh, a sound that Luca was quickly coming to associate with happiness. Blissfully naked, Luca climbed on the bed. Rising to his knees, he curled a finger at Mal. Get over here. Mal took his time doing so, his steps slow and measured. As naked as Luca, he planted his hands on his hips, his erection jutting out proudly. His gaze swept Luca from head to knees, eyes burning with so much heat that Luca's blush traveled its way down to his belly. Fuck, Mal whispered. I want to devour you. Luca's cock twitched at the words. He palmed himself, stroking slowly. No time like the present. A final step, and Mal's chest was flush against his. Luca grumbled in the back of his throat, dipping his head to kiss Mal's shoulders, his collarbone, between his pecs. Mal's hands were everywhere at once, sliding down Luca's back, up his sides, in his hair, cupping his ass. What do you want? Mal asked, breathing as ragged as Luca's. What do you want tonight? And fuck. There went Luca's heart, tumbling end over end in its rush to give itself completely to Mal. Had any of Luca's past partners ever asked him what he wanted instead of assuming and taking? I want you to fuck me, he said against Mal's lips, smiling when Mal's eyes flared. But first, he sank onto the bed, legs dangling over the edge, and gripped Mal's erection in one hand. Jesus, you... But Mal interrupted himself with a sucked-in breath as Luca swiped his tongue up the underside of Mal's cock. Fuck. Mal tasted like sin. Luca tongued the underside again, then a third time, a little escaping his throat when Mal pumped his hips once before seeming to realize what he was doing. He stopped with a curse, one hand digging into Luca's hair. Luca sucked the tip of Mal's cock in his mouth, pre-cum making him desperate for more. He took Mal in as far as he could and sucked, lifting his gaze to meet Mal's scorching one. God damn, you're temptation incarnate, aren't you? Mal gritted through clenched teeth. Sweat dampened his temples, his chest. He looked almost ferocious looming above Luca like this, every muscle clenched against the need to come. Fuck. Stop, Mal said. I'm going to come if you keep doing that, and I really want to fuck you. Fuck. 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 He practically wailed when Luca gave one last suck before popping off. Fuck! That was a lot of fucks. Not that Luca was complaining. In fact, a few minutes later, he was a sobbing mess of heat and desire, his erection straining as Mal prepped him. His brain cells were somewhere in the stratosphere. Mal's smile was evil, as though he knew exactly what he was doing to Luca, and he planned on continuing to do so because it was fun to see Luca unravel. And unravel he eventually did. When Mal finally took him, it was from behind with the two of them lying on their sides. Each thrust of Mal's cock pegged his prostate. Luca clutched the comforter, Mal's cock inside him rubbing against his nerves. Every inch of him was on fire, and to his own ears, his pleas were incoherent. Look at you, Mal breathed into Luca's ear. He meant it, literally. Because leaning against the wall directly in front of them, right next to the balcony doors, was a full-length mirror Mal must have been too busy or too lazy to hang. In it, Luca's chest heaved with each panted breath. He had one leg thrown up over Mal's. His knuckles were white around the comforter. His hair stuck up in the back and was plastered to his head with sweat in the front. Behind him, Mal's head was propped up in one hand, and the expression on his face. He looked as desperate as Luca felt. Mal's other hand jacked Luca, and the sight of it in the mirror. Jesus, Luca whimpered, reaching back to hook an arm around Mal's neck, bracing himself when the pace of Mal's thrusting increased. Mal had purposefully positioned them so they could watch themselves come apart. Luca hadn't known Mal had such a raunchy side to him, but now that he did, he planned on exploiting it at every opportunity. Yes, Luca whispered, ragged, throwing his head back. Yes, fuck, Mal, fuck. Ugh, was Mal's strangled reply. His hips sped up, then faltered, and he came with a muffled yell. Luca was right behind him, muscles tensing, toes curling, coming onto the bed and spilling over Mal's hand. They went limp, gasping for air. Luca's fist uncurled, the comforter sliding from his grasp. Gulping down air, he fell onto his stomach, right on the wet spot he was feeling too good to give a damn about, and buried his head in the pillow. Still inside him, Mal followed, half covering Luca's body with his bulkier frame. He buried his head in Luca's neck. Once they'd gotten their breathing under control, Mal wriggled away, gently pulling out of Luca. He must have removed the condom and tossed it, because the next thing Luca heard was it landing in the wastebasket. Mal was back in the next moment, resuming his position on Luca. His soft breaths tickled Luca's neck, and one arm came around Luca to swirl underneath him. "How are you doing?" Luca asked groggily. "Best Christmas ever," Mal replied, a hint of awe in his voice, sending Luca into peals of laughter. "We should have brought our waters up. I could chug a whole gallon. I'll go get them. Luca waited. Mal didn't move. In a minute, Mal amended, setting Luca off again. Luca waited some more, smiling into his pillow. He turned his head slightly so he could see the mirror, and his belly swooped and dove at the soft expression on Mal's face. He looked so serene lying half on Luca like he was about to use him as a body pillow. It was a good look on him. Finally, Luca said, "Just so you know, I'm going to need water before round 2. It was Mal's turn to snigger. Luca watched his face transform in the mirror, going from satiated to amused, his closed eyes crinkling at the corners. Luca's only thought, while Mal shook with laughter against his back, was, I could get used to this. Chapter 13. 10 Days Until Christmas. Most mornings, Mal awoke before his alarm clock, his body attuned to 6:30 wake-up calls. The weeks he had Otis, it was get up, take a piss, start the coffee, wake Otis, and spend an hour getting him out of bed, dressed and fed before school, while Otis dragged his feet the entire time. And God forbid they had to actually walk to school on days when the sidewalk was snow-packed or icy, instead of Otis zooming ahead on his scooter. Then he had to practically drag Otis by the hand to the tune of, "But I'm too tired to walk." Mal exhaled a short laugh. It was funny now, but when he was mired in it and trying to get Otis to school on time, it was frustrating as fuck. The weeks he didn't have Otis, he still rose at 6:30 and used the time when he was normally wrangling Otis to go for a jog. Not this morning, though. This morning, he blinked open, gritty eyes and found himself nose to nose with a sexy California boy. Luca was still asleep. As Mal's eyes adjusted to the dark, he noticed the curve of Luca's eyelashes and the pout to his lips. Lying on his side, Luca's head rested in the 2 inches of space between his pillow and Mal's, the comforter tucked underneath his chin. He smelled like sweat and sleep. I could wake up to you every morning, was the thought that crossed Mal's half-awake mind. Perhaps it was too early in their relationship for such forward-thinking thoughts. It had taken several months of friendship with Emily, followed by a handful of dates before he'd finally acknowledged he wanted an actual relationship with her. God, he'd been young then, living up the college life, his only care in the world making sure he got his assignments in on time. But Luca wasn't Emily. Mal wasn't 20 anymore, and the 2 situations were totally different. Mal was older, more settled in who he was, wiser. Well, hopefully wiser. And if his head and heart were saying the same thing, not just, I want Luca, but also, I want Luca to stay, who was he to argue? He pressed a kiss to Luca's nose. Luca didn't budge. For some reason, this made Mal grin. His fingers itched to touch, and he wanted nothing more than to cuddle up to Luca, but his bladder was calling, so he rose and headed for the bathroom, not bothering with underwear. Instead of crawling back into bed after, he turned on the gas fireplace in the bedroom, the one thing he actually liked about this house, and shoved the curtains over the balcony doors aside. The sun wouldn't rise for another hour, but he could nevertheless see the layer of fresh snow on the ground, on his balcony railing, and on trees, thanks to the outdoor lights on his house. What could possibly be so fascinating out there that's more interesting than what's in this bed? Came Luca's rumbly voice from behind him. Mal was about to turn when Luca added, Never mind, I like this view. Mal flexed his ass cheeks. Luca sniggered. Show off? Leaving the curtains open, Mal stalked toward him. Luca had moved onto his back, the comforter still up to his chin against the morning chill. Mal lay down on top of him, the cover between them, and dropped another kiss to Luca's nose. Hi. Hi. Luca unburied one arm from underneath the cover and rubbed an eye. What time is it? Just past 6:30. Ugh. Chuckling, Mel kissed the corner of his mouth. What time do you go into the store? I open at 10, so usually 9:30. Luca's arms came around him, pulling Mel's head to his chest, which gives me at least another hour of sleep time. Mel had been looking forward to something that was decidedly not sleep, but maybe Luca was too sore from last night's activities. Or hell, maybe he just wasn't a morning nookie kind of guy. I need to shovel the driveway, Mel said. Come with me. What did I just say about sleeping? It'll be fun. Fresh snow is the best. Snow, bad. Bed, good. Stomach curling with joy, Mel kissed the corner of one closed eye. I'll make you breakfast after. One eye opened. What kind of breakfast? Recalling Luca's order from their business meeting at the cafe, Mel said, chocolate chip pancakes, and patted himself on the back when Luca's other eye opened. I could have chocolate chip pancakes. Mel gave him a smacking kiss on the mouth. Let's go. Luca groaned as Mel rose, covering his eyes with one arm. You're way too excited about snow. It looks like Christmas out there. That's because it is Christmas out there. It's also probably minus a million out there, isn't it? Mel checked his phone. 28. Do you make Otis shovel with you when he's here? Yep. You can use his shovel. A few minutes later, Luca stared at said shovel while Mel tried not to laugh. It barely comes up to my waist. Pulling the scarf over his chin to keep it warm, Mel grabbed the only adult-sized shovel he owned and headed out of the garage, fluffy flakes landing on his hat and shoulders. We can swap if you want. I'll make do. Aside from the two of them, there wasn't a single other person on the street. Not even a dog barked. It was the kind of thick silence only heard at dawn, right before the sun rose, when the street lights still cast yellow spotlights on the ground and the snow was an untouched blanket. Several inches had fallen overnight, enough that if Mal didn't shovel now, there'd be twice as much, and it would take him twice as long later. His boots left footprints in the snow as he trudged to the end of the driveway and got to work. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Luca standing to his left, farther up the driveway, watching. Straightening, Mal leaned on his shovel. You have shoveled before, right? It had snowed several times in the last month. Nope. I pay one of the neighborhood kids to do it. Alexander. $50 per shovel. $50? That's not enough? No, that's plenty. He's great, Luca went on. Shows up every time it snows, even when there's barely a light dusting on the ground. So would I for $50 a snowfall, Mel muttered to himself. What? Luca narrowed his eyes. Mel grinned, absurdly pleased with himself, with Luca, with the entire situation, even though it was dark and cold, and they could have been cuddled up in bed right now if he hadn't been absolutely certain that his future self would hate his past self for letting the snow pile up further. Problem was, present self didn't give a fuck about future self, or the snow. It just wanted Luca's naked body against his again. To distract from those thoughts, he waved a hand at Luca. Come on, let's see your technique. My technique? Smirking, Luca let his shovel fall to the snow. I'll show you my technique. Grasping the front of Mal's jacket, he pulled him closer and kissed him. Mal moaned and dropped his own shovel. It wasn't naked bodies in bed, but kissing under the halo of a streetlight, snowflakes falling around them in the hushed, eerie silence of the morning twilight, Luca's lips warming under his. It was almost as good. At 8:30, Luca walked into his house, hugging the air mattress box to his chest. He let it slip out of his hands, grunting when it landed on his foot, then turned back to wave at Mal. He waited until Mal backed out of the driveway and drove off, then shut the door and took off his boots, reluctant to remove the rest of his outerwear. Maybe he'd keep it on until he thawed. After they'd shoveled, they'd taken a too-hot shower, though the too-hot part was strictly out of necessity. Mal's shower appeared to have two settings, slightly hotter than comfortable, and the cold side of lukewarm. And Luca wasn't taking a cold, lukewarm shower, thank you very much. They'd both been pink-skinned and overheated by the time they were done. In fact, the water had been so hot that they hadn't wanted to fool around, so they'd waited until they finished getting clean before participating in mutual BJs, then hopped back into the shower to rinse off. Except Mal's car hadn't had a chance to warm up between the short drive from his place to Luca's, and now Luca was freezing again, which he suspected was a state he'd be in until May. At least his driveway was shoveled. Thanks, Alexander. His brother appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, coffee mug in hand, wearing sweatpants and a loose t-shirt. Walk of shame, little brother? Luca smirked. Trust me, there was nothing shameful about what we did last night. Here. He gave the air mattress box a light kick. Got a bed for you. Mel says the pump should be in there. Thanks, but I would have been fine on the couch for another few days. Donovan handed Luca his mug. Bending at the knees, he lifted the box with a grunt. Damn, it's heavy. Hence why Luca had gotten a lift home instead of walking like he normally would have. Luca followed Donovan upstairs, chancing a sip of his brother's coffee. He grimaced. No milk or sugar? Tasted like the bottom of a shoe. Where do you want it? Donovan asked. Office, first door on your right. That would leave the spare room empty for when he ordered a new bed. Donovan placed the box on the floor. Straightening, he glanced around Luca's office. The home decor was as sparse here as it was in the rest of the house. A desk against one wall, topped with a laptop, a lamp, a pile of receipts, and a handful of coins. An office chair tucked underneath it. A bookshelf on another wall, though unlike Mal, Luca had actual books on his. The only nod to decor, if it could even be called that, was a corkboard above the desk to which he'd pinned a strip of photo booth photos of him and Elijah from their college days, and a family photo dating back at least 20 years, though why Luca kept it, he didn't know. There was also a newspaper clipping from the Lighthouse Bay Post, featuring a write-up of That's a Wrap's grand opening last month. Donovan didn't give anything much more than a cursory inspection, which meant he must have been in here at some point in the last 12 hours. Donovan gestured at the newspaper clipping. I saw the article, he said, proving Luca right. I'd love to see your store in person. Can I come by sometime this week? Luca stared at him. You still want to see it? Of course. Oh, okay. He scrubbed his forehead. Hard. Unless you don't want me to? No, it's fine. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. It's fine, Donovan. Luca unzipped his coat. I'll be heading over there soon to open up. You can come with me? Only if you're sure. Luca shrugged one shoulder, the movement stiff and jerky. Sure, I'm sure. Why wouldn't I be sure? Donovan gave him that patented older brother look, the same one he'd given him when Luca had slunk home with a note for his parents in 8th grade. The one that said, Spill it, Luca. Now, just as then, it made him want to admit all his wrongdoings. This time, instead of telling Donovan that his teacher had caught him kissing a boy in the bathrooms, he said, I just didn't think you'd care. Donovan's brows lowered. About your store? Sure, they could start there. Yeah, of course I care, Luca. I've always cared. We all do. Me and Chad and Jean and Isabel, their eldest brother and 2 older sisters. Really? A muscle ticked in Luca's jaw. Because I haven't heard from a single one of them since I left. Not to mention that when I presented to the board and to senior management 6 months ago, Isabel treated me like an intern on my first day. And she and Jean threw a surprise birthday party for Mom the month before I left and forgot to invite me. Luca went on, fighting to keep his voice flat and unaffected. He'd only learned about the party because some societal blog had done a story on it, and they'd contacted him, asking him to comment on why he hadn't been present. Donovan winced, staring at his hands. I'm sorry about that. Really, Luca, it was... He shook his head. Sorry about last night, too. Everything, really. I should have been there for you growing up. Luca stared at him for a moment, wanting so desperately to believe him, to cradle this little bit of sincerity in both hands and keep it safe. He wanted to take Donovan's apology at face value. There was a tug deep down in the pit of his stomach that said he could. But there was also a sad little boy part of himself that didn't trust it. "Why are you here?" Luca asked, the words ripped from his mouth. "What? Why are you here?" "I told you." "That you needed to get out of L.A., Luca interrupted, regurgitating what Donovan had said last night. "But why are you here? We both know you could have hid at one of Mom and Dad's properties. The oceanfront condo in San Diego, the mansion in St. Lucia, the ranch house in Montana, the Smoky Mountains cottage in North Carolina." Donovan shoved both hands in his pockets, smile tight. "Mom and Dad aren't too impressed with me right now. Said I've sullied the Koenig name. They wanted me to get out of the state for a while, away from the paparazzi, away from Leon." His voice faltered, turning thready and feeble. None of that explained why he was in Lighthouse Bay. Luca was about to point that out when Donovan tried on a smile and said, "I guess I've gotten a bit of a taste of what it's like to be shrugged off by Mom and Dad. Now I know what it's been like all these years for you." Feeling like his skin had been stripped away, Luca's jaw dropped. So he didn't hurl his coffee mug at his idiot brother. He so carefully placed it on the desk. "You think that compares to 27 years of—" "No." Wide-eyed, Donovan raised both hands. No, that's not what I... Fuck, I'm sorry. That was insensitive." Suddenly more exhausted than he'd ever been in his life, Luca deflated. He rubbed both hands over his face, exhaling roughly. Ugh. And this morning had started out so damn good, too. But fuck, he was exhausted, and he didn't have it in him to argue with Donovan anymore. He was sick of feeling like last night's leftovers with his family, but he also knew that trying to change that would lead exactly nowhere. He sucked in a long breath that expanded his chest. "I need to change and grab a couple of things. If you still want to come to the store with me, meet me in the foyer at 9:15. Donovan swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. "You still want me to come?" Luca didn't debate that one with himself for very long. Donovan was here. He could have gone anywhere in the world to escape L.A., and he was here. It certainly seemed as though he was trying. The least Luca could do was meet him halfway, right? Even if it felt like he was giving Donovan a piece of his heart to crush in the process. But it was like he told Mel. What was the point of life if he didn't take risks? "Yeah," he finally said. "I do." Hours later, Luca quietly lifted the ice skates Mel had delivered for him off the wall hook by his front door. Given the time of night, the ice rink in the park was likely to be deserted, and if he wanted to show people that he halfway knew what he was doing at the tournament on Saturday, he needed to get some practice in. Preferably unwatched. He didn't need anyone to witness what was about to happen. It'd be embarrassing for everybody. Gently, he eased the front door open. "Where are you going?" "Ah!" He whirled, the skates bumping against his knee, the door falling closed. "Don't sneak up on me like that." Lurking at the foot of the stairs, Donovan raised both eyebrows. "I'm just standing here. Are you going skating? It's 10 o'clock at night." Damn it. He'd thought he'd been stealthy enough to avoid this. Yes, I am. I like skating. At night. In the cold. All by myself." Donovan's eyebrows crept higher. His brother had played hockey until college. Luca didn't need him knowing that he hadn't stepped into a pair of skates in 20 years, but had been dumb enough to sign up for this weekend's hockey tournament. Can I come? No! The force of the words sent Donovan back a step. I mean, you don't have skates. Donovan shrugged. So, I can slide around in my boots. You don't have boots? All you have are those useless loafers. Trust me, they're good for nothing in this weather. I'll borrow yours. You have 3 pairs. True. Luca had a functional pair for outdoor activities, and a second pair that looked like a loafer but went up to his ankle and were lined with, like, the softest baby duck hair. Okay, not actually. No animals had been sacrificed in the making of his boots. He'd triple fucking checked. And then he owned a third pair that fell somewhere between functional and winter loafer. A casual pair. Dressy casual. The type he'd wear on a first date. In fact, he had worn them on his first date with Mel, but wouldn't wear to shovel. Not that shoveling was on his to-do list. I'll wear these. Donovan bent at the waist and grabbed the dressy casual boots. Ugh. Seriously? Was he going to have to wait until Donovan went to bed before he snuck out of his own damn house? He hung the skates back on the hook. Maybe another time. I don't really feel like going anymore. Brow creasing, Donovan pointed at him with one boot. What's going on? If you don't want me to come, just say so. It's not that. It's... Luca coughed once. Well, it was sort of that. But he couldn't say that to Donovan. Not when Donovan had spent the entire day with him at the store. It had been chaos even though it had snowed off and on all day. Wednesdays were usually quiet, and since Alyssa wasn't available on Wednesdays, he normally worked on his own and took a quick lunch break in the afternoon after leaving one of those back in 30 minutes signs. Except, because he wasn't an asshole, he added the time he'd be back with an erasable marker. This coming weekend was the last one before Christmas, and he was expecting to be run off his feet. He hadn't expected to be run off his feet today, too, although perhaps he should have, given it was only 10 days until Christmas. Donovan had been his one saving grace. Luca had given him a quick rundown on how to work the register, and there Donovan had stayed all day, allowing Luca to wrap presents and help customers find the perfect wrapping paper, or gift bag, or stocking stuffer. Donovan hadn't had to stay, but he had. He'd gotten a few, "Do I know you from somewhere?" and a couple, "I swear we've met before. Your face is familiar." But ultimately, Donovan had flown under the radar, same as Mika Jones did, though Luca suspected Donovan had done so because nobody believed Donovan Koenig, best friend to Leon Lish, would be in this little corner of Maine. "It's what?" Donovan prompted. Slumping back against the door, Luca said, "Promise not to laugh?" Sure." "I signed up to play in Lighthouse Bay's annual charity hockey tournament this Saturday." "Okay," Donovan said slowly. "Why would I laugh at that?" "Because I haven't skated since I was a kid." This was where Donovan was going to laugh at him, but he didn't, just cocked his head. "Why do you sign up, then?" "There's some free advertising involved," Luca said. "It'll be good for the store. Apparently this thing's kind of huge, so it's a lot of exposure." Although what huge meant in Lighthouse Bay standards, Luca couldn't guess. "And you were going skating tonight because no one else will be there at this time of the night to see me fall on my ass every 5 seconds? Got it." Donovan nodded once, then pointed at Luca with his boot again. "I can help with that. Let's go." "What? No, you don't have to." "Grab your skates, Luca." "Yeah, okay." Luca also had to loan Donovan a winter coat. Yes, he had 3 of those too. And then they set off into the cold night, Luca burrowing his chin and nose into his scarf. "Fuck, it was cold." "Fuck, it's cold," Donovan said, so exactly echoing Luca's thoughts that it made him laugh. "You couldn't have picked a warmer state? Why Maine?" "It wasn't about Maine exactly." The sidewalk plows had been by at some point today, though it must have been before it stopped snowing because there was a thin layer of snow that tracked their footprints as they headed toward the park. It was about Lighthouse Bay. Grandma and Grandpa met here, you know. Mom's parents? Uh-huh. And when I considered moving, I realized I wanted something. Well, not LA. And I recognized that the store might make more money in a city, but I didn't want the big city life anymore. I wanted community and meaningful friendships. And to be as far away from us as possible? Donovan didn't ask the question with criticism, but with simple curiosity. No, I guess I wanted to be somewhere that was important to the people who raised me. I wasn't even sure if I'd like it here when I first came to view the retail space on Christmas Lane, but I did. Christmas Lane? It's what the locals call Main Street between Thanksgiving and New Year's. Donovan chuckled. I don't know why that surprises me. Literally everybody in this town has decorated for the holidays. He gestured at the next house they passed, which had icicle lights along the roof. Not everyone, Lucas said, spotting a nearby house with no decorations. But I know what you mean. Is everyone in this town as friendly as your customers? You know they introduced themselves to me when they paid, right? All of them. Like I was their new BFF. I know. They do the same to me. And when there's a line, or if I'm with another customer, they just wait. And then they find other customers to chat with until it's their turn. When I worked at Perfectly Wrapped's store in LA in high school, customers would get uppity if an employee didn't give them attention within the first 5 seconds of them walking in. I did notice that today, Donovan said. They reached the park, eerily silent so late at night, looking like the North Pole after it had been deserted by all the elves. The market was closed down, the lights on the gazebo were off, Santa's workshop was dark. Only the 20-foot Christmas tree remained lit, the lights reflecting off the snow, the star at the top like a beacon in the night. Old-fashioned lampposts every dozen feet or so lit their way along the paved path to the frozen pond that doubled as an ice rink in the winter. More lampposts were placed around the pond, along with a handful of benches. This is what you're skating on? Donovan stared at the makeshift ice rink. Are you crazy? How do you know it's properly frozen? What if it cracks and you fall into the water and die of hypothermia? Luca stared at him. Wow, worst case scenario much? He punched Donovan's arm gently. Chill. Kids have been skating on it all week. Knowing this town, if it wasn't safe to skate on, it'd be cordoned off. If you say so, Donovan muttered. What position are you playing? Defense, technically. Luca had received an email earlier today from one of the players on his team outlining everyone's positions. And I say technically because it's 4-on-4, so it's likely to be a situation where there aren't true positions. 4-on-4 makes sense, Donovan said, standing in the snow next to the pond, hands on his hips. This is about half the size of an ice rink. Luca dusted snow off a nearby bench, then sat to put on his skates. On unsteady legs, he trudged to the edge of the pond. Like the sidewalk, the ice also had a thin layer of snow. I'm tall, Luca said. Yeah, Donovan said from several inches below him now that Luca was in the skates. If I fall, it's really going to hurt. Donovan sputtered a laugh that turned into a full belly laugh, complete with hiccuping and holding his stomach. Other than the Atlantic's waves crashing into the cliffs on the west side of the park, it was the only sound in the vicinity. It was so carefree and genuine that Luca stared at him for a moment before joining in. It was perhaps the first true laugh he'd heard from Donovan since he'd arrived. Sure, Donovan had laughed and smiled at Luca's customers all day, but Donovan worked in sales for the family business. He knew how to pour on the charm when he was selling stuff. But that hadn't been this. This wasn't trying to sell you stuff while I make a profit, Donovan. This was the Donovan who'd cannonballed into their family's pool to make Luca laugh after Luca had fallen and scraped his knee when he was a kid. Jesus, he'd forgotten all about that. Swallowing roughly, Luca said, Donovan, what are you doing here? He'd probably get the same canned, I needed to get out of LA response, so he wasn't sure why he was pressing the issue again, but Donovan surprised him. His brother's laughter trailed off, and he blinked up at the sky, where a few stars could be seen between the clouds. The thing about growing up with Mom and Dad is that there's so much pressure to succeed and make the family name proud that you forget about everything else. Kindness, humility, family. For as long as I can remember, I felt like I've been competing against myself to be better, but better for what? For whom? Better at selling wrapping paper? Better at making money for the company? Better at putting work first? I'm 39, and I don't even know. And the show just ended, making me feel disconnected from everything. He blew out a breath. His gaze, shadowed in the darkness, found Luca's. But you, Luca, you wanted to be better so you could make a difference in the world. You were always the best of us. Despite everything, you've always had this light, this warmth. That's why I'm here. Because it's been a long time since I've been warm. Emotion clogged Luca's throat. He blinked furiously against it and blurted out the first thing that popped into his head. It's -1,000,000 here, Donovan. A gentle smile making him look younger, Donovan bumped their shoulders. That's not the kind of warm I'm talking about. He jerked his chin at the pond. Now get out there. Let's do this. Trepidation hollowed Luca's belly. Maybe I'll come back another day. Donovan gave him a what the fuck look. I thought you said the tournament was on Saturday. That's only 3 days from now, so it's now or never. He stepped onto the ice, easy and steady as you please, but of course he was in boots, not on teeny tiny death blades. He held out his hands. Come on, you can do this. Swallowing back his apprehension, Luca took Donovan's hands and let his brother guide him. Chapter 14. 9 Days Until Christmas. Mel sat in a conference room in Lighthouse Bay's Town Hall, a historical home a few minutes from Christmas Lane that also housed the town's visitor center. It was one of the smallest conference rooms he'd ever seen, and he'd frequented plenty in his agency days. To his delight, instead of feeling like he was being interviewed, the meeting with the RFP Evaluation Committee had, so far, been more like a conversation. He had Zach Greenfeld, town event planner, on his left. On Mal's right was Mrs. Schumacher, head of Lighthouse Bay's Business Improvement Association. And across from him were the mayor, his assistant, and Aoife. The committee had already read through the proposal he and Aoife had submitted last month, and they'd arrived at the meeting not expected to present, but to come prepared with answers to the committee's follow-up questions. Mel didn't know how many other proposals had been submitted, but he tried not to think about that, or about how there were no doubt fully staffed larger agencies out of Portland. A&M Designs might have been a new venture with only 2 employees, but they were fully capable, as evidenced by their current client list, which had grown by 2 in the last week. A best-selling author who wanted a website facelift, and a national grocery chain that needed, according to the CMO, to bring its website into the 21st century. In fact, if they got the town contract, he and Aoife had already discussed hiring a part-timer to help out with administrative work. Once Aoife finished explaining about their fee structure, Mr. Mayor said, Our final question is about predictive modeling. You've got that listed under the added value section of your proposal. Tell me more about that. How will that benefit us? I'll let Mal take that one, Aoife said with a smile for him. He likes to nerd out over data. Mal sat back in his chair. Predictive modeling takes historical data and uses it to predict the future. It's useful if you're looking to predict consumer behavior, whether that's consumer demand or churn, or to anticipate changes in consumer preferences. In your case, you'll probably find it handy for tourism and event attendance. He flipped open the cover on his tablet and brought up mock data he'd popped into charts and tables and bar graphs, and went on to describe how he'd use that kind of data to inform how and where he'd advertise. And just like that, an hour and a half had gone by, and he and Aoife were being escorted out of the conference room and through the visitor center by Zach. Thanks so much for coming in today, Zach said with a smile. The smile should have been a good sign for A&M Designs. But Zach was always smiling about something, so Mal didn't read too much into it. "We appreciate you giving us a chance," Aoife said, shrugging into her coat. "With us being such a new company and all." "Are you kidding? Listen, you didn't hear this from me, but—" Leaning closer, Zach whispered, "Yours was one of the strongest proposals we got." Mel shared a relieved glance with Aoife. It wasn't a guarantee. One of the strongest meant they could be outperformed by another company, but it was something. "Thanks, Zach." Mal held out a hand for a shake. "While I have you, your family owns the apartment above Tiny's Panini, correct?" The Greenfelds, as far as Mal knew, owned the entire building on Christmas Lane, including the cafe that had been run by Zach's older sister ever since their parents moved to Key West several years ago. "That's right," Zach said. "Is it available for rent right now?" "No, sorry." The smile dimmed off Zach's face. "Mika and Jeff are in there at the moment. They head back to LA right after New Year's, though, so it'll be free as of the 3rd. Why do you ask?" "Luca's brother's in town." Mal wound his scarf around his neck, then put on his knee-length wool coat. "I'm not sure how long he's staying, but I thought he might like to know he has options in the event he was planning on staying past Christmas." Zach snapped his fingers, wedding ring glinting under the visitor center's lights. "Hang on one sec." Turning on his heel, he disappeared the way they'd come, to the back of the house and the mayor's and the BIA's offices. Blowing out a breath, Aoife tugged on her gloves. "That went well, I think." "We'll know soon enough, I guess." The mayor had told them that they were hoping to have a decision made before Christmas so that work on the new website could get started right after the holidays. "I have time to drop you off at home before I pick up the kids from school," Aoife said. "I'm heading into town before I pick up Otis. I want to stop by That's a Wrap and say hi to Luca. I can pick up Sammy and Laurel when I get Otis, if you want." "Thanks, but it's straight from school to Biddeford for dance lessons." Aoife paused with her hand on the front door. "Wait, I thought you got Otis on Fridays." "Emily's got her office holiday party tonight, so I get him a day early." More time with this kid wasn't something he'd ever complain about, though he did feel bad that Otis had been shuffled between houses more than usual this week. He didn't blame Em for her migraine, and Otis hadn't whined about it, but the lack of routine couldn't have been easy on him. "Oh, yeah?" Aoife slung her purse higher on her shoulder. "Why don't you guys come over tonight? We were going to watch Home Alone with the kids after dinner." "Another night? I'm hoping to convince Luca to join us for dinner." Aoife's lips quirked. "Things are going well there, then?" Mal couldn't have kept the grin off his face if he'd cared to try. "Yeah, things are great. Better than great." He liked Luca. A lot. So much it was a little scary. But there was something about Luca that drew him like teenage couples to mistletoe. Luca was resilient and determined, and he had a way of looking on the bright side of things that defied reason. Given the way his siblings had treated him for most of his life, for all intents and purposes, Luca should have slammed the door in Donovan's face the day his brother had shown up on his doorstep. Instead, Luca was happy that Donovan was here. Mel wasn't sure if that happiness was due to a desperate need for attention from his family or for the sliver of a chance to finally connect. He suspected it was the latter, and though Mal was worried that Luca would only end up hurt, he couldn't help but admire Luca's ability to put his past behind him and move forward. Zach reappeared, brandishing a business card. "For Luca's brother. He can get in touch if he's interested in the apartment." "Thanks, Zach." They said their goodbyes, and Mal followed Aoife out of the town hall, where they separated in the parking lot with promises to find each other at the Christmas parade on Saturday so Otis could watch with Aoife's kids. Walking through Lighthouse Bay wasn't as fun during the day. Everyone's Christmas lights were off, and lawn ornaments were creepily deflated and resting in a pool of red, green, and white in the snow. All of that changed when he reached Christmas Lane, where lights were on all day and well into the night, and every store was so decorated it made Main Street look like the North Pole. His intent had been to surprise Luca at his store, Maybe sneak away with them to the back room for some kissing, and then take him away for 15 minutes to treat him to a coffee from Tiny's Panini. That hope was dashed when Mal let the door of That's a Wrap close behind him. Several shoppers were in line at the cash register, which Donovan was working, of all people. A couple of customers had their eyes on their phones as they waited, but neither seemed to be pointing them in Donovan's direction, which meant Donovan's small-town hideout would remain a secret for at least a little longer. At the counter at the back of the store, Luca was wrapping an oddly shaped something or other with the help of his part-timer. Luca had told him her name, but Mal was blanking on it. Amanda, Andrea, something with an A. There was also a pile of unwrapped presents waiting for Luca's attention, as well as several customers browsing for gift wrap and stocking stuffers. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer blared over speakers. Since Donovan was closer, Mel sidled up to the register and caught his eye. "Have you guys taken lunch breaks?" Donovan handed a receipt to a customer and leaned closer to Mel. "Sorry, what? Have you guys eaten?" Donovan blinked at him. "What is food?" The unexpected quip startled a laugh out of Mel. He rapped his knuckles on the counter and backed away. "I'll be right back." He wasn't even sure Donovan heard him. He went next door to Tiny's Panini and ordered 3 sandwiches and 3 coffees that he brought back to That's a Wrap. There was only one doorway near Luca's workstation that could possibly lead to a back room, so Mal went through it with the food, unnoticed by a single employee, and placed it on a round table that sat next to a counter built into the wall, with a microwave on top and a mini fridge underneath. Making himself a mental note to talk to Luca about hiring seasonal staff next Christmas, he went back out into the store and approached Luca. "Hey." Luca glanced up, a grin creasing his cheeks. "Hey, you. What are you doing here?" "I was hoping to steal you away for a few minutes, but I see that's not going to happen. I brought lunch for the 3 of you. Left it on the table in the back." "Seriously?" Luca groaned, and the sound awoke parts of Mal he didn't necessarily want awoken in public company. "You're a goddamn saint." "Not sure I'd go that far," Mal muttered. "Here, hold that piece there, Alyssa, and I'll tape it." Alyssa? He'd been close-ish. "How'd your meeting go?" Luca asked him, most of his attention on gift wrapping. Mel touched Luca's forearm, the skin warm under the pads of his fingers. "I'll tell you about it later. Join Otis and me for dinner tonight?" "Don't you usually get Otis on Fridays?" Luca asked as he taped a section that Alyssa held down. "Is your ex still not feeling well?" Mel explained again about the office party and finished with, "Come to dinner? I have about a dozen deliveries to make after I close. It'll probably be 7 by the time I get to you." "I'd take you any time of the night." He didn't mean for the words to come out so suggestively, especially not in front of Luca's employee, but there it was. Alyssa's eyebrows flew up and she bit her lip, badly hiding a smile. Luca, pieces of tape stuck to 2 different fingers of one hand, scissors in the other, tilted ever so slightly in Mel's direction and kissed him. A tiny thing, a gentle peck on the lips that conjured evenings snuggled on the couch, mornings cooking breakfast together, and weekends debating who would do the grocery shopping. Mel let that image settle in his mind, between his ribs and the cracks of his heart, knowing he was on the brink of losing his heart to this man who shone brighter than the star that topped the tree in the park. "I'll be there," Luca muttered. "Okay." Mal cleared the huskiness out of his voice. "See you in a bit." And he headed out to pick up his son. The knock on Mal's door came at 7:02, as he was preparing Otis's lunchbox for tomorrow. Fridays were pizza day at school, but Mal still needed to send him with about 17,000 snacks. "Can I get that, Dad?" Otis called from the living room, where he was packing up the mess he'd made with a floor puzzle earlier. "Wait for me, please." Mal didn't know at what age it was appropriate for kids to start answering the front door by themselves, but 6 felt too soon. Otis was already waiting for him at the door when Mal exited the kitchen. and as soon as Otis saw him, he wrenched the door open. It was Luca. Mel knew that, but he'd still have to speak with Otis about what "wait for me" meant. Because what if Otis had opened the door to a gun-wielding madman? Not that such a thing was likely in Lighthouse Bay, but the fear of losing a second child that lived like a bad toothache in Mel's chest meant that his brain wasn't always rational. "Hi, Luca," Otis said, bouncing in place. "Hey!" Luca stepped inside, his candy apple red parka matching the red of his cheeks from the cold. He met Mel's gaze over Otis's head, his smile widening and sending Mel's heart into overdrive. Once he was out of his boots and coat, Otis grabbed him by the hand and towed him into the dining room. "Look, Luca." "What's all this?" "We're going to decorate a gingerbread house." "We are?" Spread out over the table was everything that had come in the box. The pre-built house, various types of candy that Mel had transferred to bowls for easy grabbing, and ready to be piped icing. Otis was excited despite his reluctance to attend the gingerbread decorating activity in the park the other day, though the excitement could have been due to the company. Mel could relate. He joined Otis and Luca at the table and threaded an arm around Luca's waist. "I thought this was on your to-do list of activities for next week," Luca said lowly. Mel shrugged. "I changed my mind." "Because I told you it was something I'd never done?" "Maybe." "You didn't have to do that. I don't want to interrupt father-son time." Mel nodded at Otis. "Does it look like you're interrupting anything?" Still bouncing, Otis climbed into a chair. He patted the seat next to him. "Luca, you can sit here." Luca sat with an exasperated laugh Mel suspected was for him. Why that made him grin, he couldn't say. "How come we're not building the house, too?" Luca asked. Starting a laugh, Mel went into the kitchen. From there, he had a direct line of sight to the dining room. "Otis and I made that mistake last year." "Yeah," Otis said, chuckling. "The walls kept falling down, so we just decorated the pieces and then ate them." Mel nodded when Luca's amused gaze met his. True story. He dished out spaghetti and meatballs for Luca and brought it over. "This looks amazing. Thank you," Luca said. "And for the sandwiches earlier, we were all getting to the hangry stage when you showed up." Mel sat across from him. Next to Luca, Otis was piping icing onto the gingerbread house's roof. "I didn't expect it to be so busy when I dropped by." He winced as the words left his mouth, realizing too late that Luca might interpret them as, "I didn't expect you to be so busy because your store sucks," which wasn't at all what Mel meant. But Luca just said, "Me neither. Now I just have to keep people coming outside of the holiday season." "Did you put that in your business plan?" Pursing his lips, Luca twirled spaghetti onto his fork. "Originally, I thought about turning it into a party store. You know, offering balloons and decorations and other party supplies, but it's not really who I am. So I'll be planning around major holidays and events. Valentine's Day, Easter, graduation season, the 4th of July, plus a few non-Christian holidays too. Like for Valentine's Day, I'll be replacing the Christmas gift bags and wrapping paper with Valentine's Day ones. And I'll be replacing the stocking stuffers with locally made artisan chocolates and cutesy mugs and heart-shaped bath bombs. I've got ideas for events and giveaways, too." Mel eyed his laptop on the far side of the dining room table, where he had a mock-up of Luca's new homepage ready to show him once Otis went to bed. "I know you said that you were going to eventually offer online ordering, but if you're able to get that set up sooner rather than later, it'll help you make a profit outside of the Christmas season. 20% of new businesses failed within the first year, 60% within the first 3. Mel didn't want to see that happen to Luca. It was why he and Aoife had their hands in so many digital baskets, why they'd curated such a diverse and extensive list of clients. The work would ebb and flow, as most did, and the income when business was good would keep them afloat during slower periods. "I'll work on that in the new year," Luca said. "I want to have time until things slow down a little at the store." "Daddy," Otis pushed a bowl of peppermints toward him. "These need to go in a line on the roof." "Can you ask nicely, please?" Otis huffed and rolled his eyes. Can you please put these on a line on the roof? Sure thing, kiddo. Thanks for asking nicely. Ignoring him, Otis went back to piping. 6-year-olds. So charming. I was surprised to see Donovan at the store, Mal said, placing the peppermints on the roof. He helped me out yesterday, too. Luca finished his meal and set the bowl aside. I would have been screwed without him. Who's Donovan? Otis asked. My brother. Otis frowned. But Daddy says your family's very far away. They are, but my brother surprised me with a visit. Is he going to be here for Christmas? Yeah, Luca said, his entire face softening. He said he'll probably stay until early January. Oh, yeah? Mal finished placing his peppermints. Is that a good thing? I think so. It'll be good for the two of us. Good for him, too. Apparently, my parents told him to take an extended leave of absence after the whole cheating scandal. Otis gaped. Did he cheat on a test? Mal swallowed an inappropriate laugh. Nice to know his son was horrified by that notion. Luca pressed his lips together, then let them out with a pop. Sure. So, he rubbed his hands together. I'm ready. Put me to work. As a diversion, it was successful. Otis started chattering about how he wanted to use the different candies, instructing Luca to place the gumballs right here, not there, here. Mal slipped out of the kitchen unnoticed, headed to his bedroom to grab something, and was back downstairs in less than a minute. The picture Otis and Luca made with their heads bent over the gingerbread house, one blonde, one dark, struck him right in the heart. They spoke in low voices that didn't reach Mal where he stood at the base of the stairs, but the tone was friendly. Luca murmured something that made Otis hiccup with giggles, and Mal had to swallow the lump in his throat that grew bigger the longer he watched them. There were times Mal wondered if he and Emily had made a mistake in moving Otis out here, away from the only home he'd known in Seattle, away from his friends. But this? With Otis and Luca working together as though they'd known each other for years, painting a picture that would forever hold a place in Mal's heart, it put all of Mal's fears to bed, because there was no way this could be a mistake. Silently, he retook his seat across from them. Otis was telling Luca that tomorrow was pizza day and pajama day at school, and Luca should wear his pajamas to work. Otis spotted him and beamed, Look, Dad, we're making a candy cane on the side. I see that. Nice work, you two. Luca scrutinized him, that gray-eyed gaze running over his features, contemplative and serious. What? Mal asked. You light up when he smiles at you, Luca murmured, dipping his head in Otis's direction. Warmth pooled in Mal's stomach. That's a nice thing to say. Just telling it like I see it. God, he wanted to lean over this table and kiss that quiet smile off Luca's lips before he devoured him until Luca fell to pieces. Instead of sliding himself across the table, he slid the business card Zach had given him earlier. I spoke with Zach earlier. His family owns a rental apartment above their cafe on Main Street. Christmas Lane, Daddy. Mal coughed once. Right, Christmas Lane, sorry. Jeff and Mika are there now, but Zach says it's free as of January 3rd, in case Donovan was planning to stay much longer after the new year. I'm not sure if he will, but... Luca threaded his fingers with Mal's. Thank you. Mal squeezed his fingers. Otis, 5 more minutes, then it's bedtime. Aww. Shoulders slumping, Otis pouted. But we're not done yet. He turned to Luca. Can you come back and finish with me tomorrow? Luca ruffled his hair. I'd love to, but I've got a friend arriving tomorrow from out of town. Maybe your friend wants to come too. I'll ask him and let your dad know, okay? Okay. Otis grumbled in a tone that clearly said, Life is so hard. Elijah decided to visit? Mal asked Luca. Yeah. Luca swept wayward sprinkles off the table and into his palm. His parents are coming too. They're staying at the B&B at the lighthouse. His parents, I mean. Elijah's staying with me. Before you ask, I don't have an extra air mattress for you. I bought a bed. Well, I bought a mattress and a mattress stand. It's supposed to arrive tomorrow morning. Daddy, can Luca read me a story tonight? How was it that those simple words could make Mal's heart hurt and feel like it was soaring all at the same time? If he wants to. I'd love to, Luca said, shaking sprinkles off the tips of his fingers and back into the dish. Want to go now? Okay, but first I have to brush my teeth. I'll show you where. After Otis gave Mal a hug goodnight, they disappeared upstairs together, Otis's little hand in Luca's larger one, and there went Mal's heart again. He cleaned up the table, placing plastic wrap over the little dishes of candy. He swept under Otis's chair because his 6-year-old made as much of a mess as a dozen adults combined. The leftover spaghetti and meatballs went into plastic containers, and because he couldn't help himself, he snuck upstairs to poke his head into Otis's room. One California boy and one sassy 6-year-old sat on the bed with their backs against the wall. Luca had his long legs stretched out and crossed at the ankle. Otis snuggled up to him, one arm wrapped around one of Luca's, and he flipped the pages as Luca read the book Mal had bought him last year about different kinds of families. Heart in his throat, Mal snapped a photo and crept back downstairs. Standing next to the tree, its lights winking on and off, Mal inspected the picture. Had Hope lived? Would she be sitting on Luca's other side right now? Probably not. She'd be a teenager now, 15 years old. She'd most likely be in her room doing homework, or texting her best friend, or hanging out at the market with some cute boy she'd met at school. Shaking his head, he scattered those thoughts before they could linger. Dr. Keeley had told him that it was normal to think about Hope, to wonder what her life would be like had she lived, but letting them take over his thoughts would just send him back to the pit of grief that had dominated his life after her birth. Underneath the tree, a present wrapped in reindeer paper sat among a handful of others, the gift for Mal that Otis had been desperate for Luca to wrap. He unearthed the Bluetooth speakers hidden behind one of Otis's puzzles on the bookless bookshelf, connected his phone, and found a playlist on Spotify of instrumental Christmas songs. The first was a piano cover of the first Noel. Mal kept it on low so that the music didn't reach up to Otis. He thought about booting up his laptop to show Luca his new homepage, but work was very much the last thing on his mind tonight. Pocketing his phone, he turned, and there was Luca, looking like a fallen angel come to make his Christmas wishes come true. "Hey," Mal said, voice rough. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, he's all tucked into bed." Luca ambled toward him, arms coming around him and his hands going into Mal's back pockets. "It occurred to me as I was reading to him that you must have been really lonely in those few months you were by yourself in Seattle, after you moved Otis here." Mal sighed and hooked his arms around Luca's back. It was unlike anything else. I don't know how to explain it. It was like half my soul was gone. The first time I experienced true loneliness. It was different when Otis stayed with Emily when she was still in Seattle. He was only a town over, and she only had him every other weekend. Mal had lived near Otis's daycare as well as his school, so it had been easier for Otis to stay with him. Sometimes I wonder if we should have moved here together. But that would have meant Otis starting school in Seattle and transferring. Starting a new school sucks, but can you imagine doing so once the year has already begun? I don't know. He blew out a breath, his eyes catching Otis's baby's first Christmas ornament on the tree. Parenting is 99% guesswork, and we don't always get it right. Well, for what it's worth, Luca kissed the corner of Mal's lips, his mouth lingering against his skin when he said, "Otis seems like a well-adjusted and happy kid. I think you've done great so far, both you and your ex." "Thank you." Mal swept a hand up Luca's back, then down again, loving the feel of Luca against him. "I kept myself busy when I was without Otis. Started jogging again. Rediscovered my love of mystery novels. With a teasing grin, Luca leaned sideways a little to peer past him. You read all those books on your shelf? He gasped dramatically. Gosh, you're just a regular bookworm. Ha ha, Mal said dryly. They're in those boxes over there. He nodded at the moving boxes in the dining room that he'd get to. Eventually. One day. Luca gave Mal his weight, and fuck, Mal loved when he did that. Made Mal feel about 10 feet tall, like he held something special that was meant to be kept safe. Luca kissed the hollow of his throat as the song changed to a piano and guitar cover of Joy to the World. Thanks for tonight, Luca whispered. You were only here an hour. Mal inhaled the scent of him, trailed both hands up his back to cup the sides of his face. It was a really good hour. I like your kid. A spark entered Luca's eyes. I like you. Feelings entirely mutual. He kissed Luca, their lips sliding, tongues caressing. And Mal let himself fall into him without a second thought. Chapter 15. 8 Days Until Christmas. Turned out that Elijah's connecting flight in Newark was delayed by a couple of hours, and he and his parents wouldn't be landing in Portland until 10:30. It gave Luca enough time to make his evening deliveries after he closed the store and join Mal and Otis for dinner to finish decorating the gingerbread house. They used up every piece of candy, except for a handful of gumballs, and though the house wasn't exactly a work of art, it was cute. I'd live there, Mal announced when Otis proudly declared the house complete. They stood at the end of the dining room table and admired their work. Mal winked at Otis. Then we could eat the walls for breakfast. No, Daddy, Otis said, little teeth showing when he laughed. You wouldn't have a house to live in if you ate all the walls. Mal rubbed his jaw as he pretended to think about that. You might be right. He pulled Otis in front of him and kissed the top of his head. Come on, bedtime. Say goodnight to Luca. But Otis wanted them to read him a book each, so once he'd brushed his teeth, he sat snuggled between them on his twin bed. When it was Luca's time to read, Otis wanted the same book as last night, the one about different kinds of families. As Luca read, he was conscious of Mal's gaze on him over Otis's head. That gaze, the softness in Mal's eyes, the slight quirk to his lips, the color in his cheeks. It made Luca tingly and warm. Hell, this entire situation made him tingly and warm, and he wanted to stay right here for as long as Mal would have him. Except, as long as Mal would have him, sadly turned out to be only until the end of the book, and since it was a kid's book, that was about 10 minutes. Otis waved at them sleepily as Luca and Mal crept out of the room. Back downstairs, Mal connected his phone to the Bluetooth speakers, and they danced to a bluesy instrumental version of the Christmas song. Pressed together from thighs to chest, their feet tangled as they moved slowly, so achingly slowly, to the music while the lights on the Christmas tree winked off and on in a pattern Luca didn't care to memorize. Those 3 little words Luca had never uttered to someone who wasn't family or his best friend rose to the back of his throat. He pushed them down. It was too soon, wasn't it? Everything he felt, everything he thought Mal felt for him. What if it was simply the magic of the season playing tricks on them? What if their hearts were leaping ahead of their heads? He pushed those thoughts aside, just like he'd pushed those 3 little words down. Cocooned in the safety of Mal's arms, there was no place for doubts and what-ifs. Just joy and lazy kisses and dancing, while Otis was asleep upstairs, and the rest of the world was quiet and snowy. Mal? He cupped Mal's jaw, and swallowing against the nervous tension in his throat, murmured, Please tell me you're falling for me as fast as I'm falling for you. Baby. The whispered endearment made him tremble from head to toe. You don't even know. He had to kiss Mal then. Had to. And then he had to keep kissing him until they were both breathing hard, Luca's jaw tender from Mal's beard. When it was time to leave, Luca put on his outerwear with both reluctance and excitement. He couldn't wait to see Elijah, but he didn't necessarily want to leave Mal to do so. Whoa, Mal muttered, staring out the open door. You've driven in snow before, right? Believe it or not, I've successfully managed to avoid it so far. Standing next to him, Luca pulled his gloves out of his coat pocket. Maybe you should stay here with Otis while I go pick up Elijah. Luca gave him the side eye. Doesn't look like it's sticking to the streets. I'll be fine. Text me when you get there. He kissed Mal's cheek. Sure. He stepped onto the porch, surprised that it wasn't as cold as he expected. Perhaps that was why the snow wasn't sticking to the streets and sidewalk. It was sticking to everything else, though. Trees, rooftops, porch railings, grassy front yards, Christmas lawn decorations. Pretty. Elijah and his parents were about to see Lighthouse Bay at its best. Text me when you get home, too. Luca snorted a laugh, though secretly, his chest went fuzzy with warmth at the concern. Promise. He made it to the airport without issue, though he wouldn't deny that he'd driven below the speed limit. As he waited in arrivals, he texted Mal and had barely put his phone away when the sound of his name had him glancing up. Elijah strode toward him, beaming so broadly his teeth were on display, white against his brown skin. Both arms were stretched out to the side, and Luca threw himself into them, colliding with his best friend in a tangle of arms and laughter. Luca clung for longer than was strictly comfortable between men, but he and Elijah had never had those kinds of hang-ups. Elijah held him just as tightly, fairly vibrating with energy. He'd visited twice since Luca had left L.A. Luca owed him visits in return because weeks without seeing his best friend was much too long. Reluctantly, Luca stepped away. Hands on Elijah's shoulders, he gave him a quick once-over. Elijah didn't normally let his tight black corkscrews go longer than half an inch, and he must have shaved his head in the last week or so because there was barely any fuzz. A short beard accentuated his jaw and brought out the smattering of freckles on his cheekbones and nose. At roughly Luca's height and with cool blue eyes that were constantly filled with mirth, he attracted the kind of attention that had made him popular with men and women since high school. Well, Luca tugged on the lapels of Elijah's wool coat. At least you dressed for the weather. Donovan showed up in a leather jacket and loafers. Elijah rolled his eyes. Inappropriate winter gear. Claiming dumbass Leon Lish as a BFF? How he's managed to live this long is anybody's guess. That could be said about all boys, said Clara Williams as she joined them, rolling a suitcase behind her. Hello, my darling. She stretched her arms up, and Luca bent to hug her just as tightly as he'd hugged her son, eliciting a little squeak from her. How is it that you managed to look fresh as a daisy after traveling for 12 hours? Luca asked. She tossed blonde hair over her shoulder. A woman never reveals her secrets. Clara was a petite woman of Danish descent, and though Elijah had inherited her eyes and freckles, everything else came from his dad, a large black man with a full beard who was currently heading toward them with 2 rolling suitcases. He left one next to Elijah with a huff. Your suitcase, Your Majesty. Turning to Luca, Joe Williams jerked a thumb at Elijah. 27 years old, and I'm still picking up after him. Please, Elijah scoffed. Admit it. You hate being empty nesters. Never mind that they'd been so for almost a decade. Oh, sweetheart, Clara patted his cheek. You keep telling yourself that. Giddiness exploded in Luca's chest like tiny fireflies winking to life. Bouncing on his toes, he threw his arms around all 3 of them in a group hug, right there in the middle of arrivals with passengers edging past them for the exit. I'm so freaking happy you guys are here. He blinked back the happy tears as they separated, and Joe brought him into a side hug. Joe and Clara had been second parents to him after his grandparents, and leaving them when he'd moved had been just as hard as leaving Elijah. Well, when this one said he was thinking of visiting you for the holidays, Joe and I figured, why not? Clara said. It's been a long time since we've seen a white Christmas. Tell me, Joe said as he steered Luca toward the exit, Clara and Elijah falling into step behind them. Is Lighthouse Bay as nice as Google Images makes it seem? Better. I'll take you through the historical area on the way to your accommodations so you can see all the Christmas lights and decorations in the snow. The automatic doors opened for them and they stepped into the cold. And how's business? Joe asked. I look forward to finally seeing your store. More importantly, Clara cut in, locking her arm around Lucas on his other side. Tell us about this man you're seeing. Luca raised an eyebrow at Elijah over his shoulder. What? Elijah made a face. Was it supposed to be a secret? They piled into the car, Elijah in the passenger seat, and headed off. If anyone noticed that Luca drove below the speed limit, no one said anything as the snow continued to fall in fat flakes that made his adopted state look like a Christmas treasure. They caught up on their lives on the drive south, and when they reached the heart of Lighthouse Bay, Luca detoured into historical neighborhoods with old homes aglow with lights and decorations. I can see what attracted you to this place, Clara said. It wasn't this, believe it or not, Luca said, navigating out of the neighborhood and toward Christmas Lane. I visited in the spring. I didn't know how cute this place gets at Christmas until recently. Must make up for the cold, Elijah commented. Luca snorted. The locals call this kind of weather mild. At Elijah's disbelieving glance, Luca chuckled and added, True story. Apparently I haven't seen real cold yet. I'll be the judge of that, Elijah grumbled. Clara, Joe? Luca caught Joe's eyes in the rearview mirror. Are you sure you don't want to come by my place for a bit before I drop you off? Thank you, sweetie, but after a full day of travel, we're wiped, Clara said. But we'll see you tomorrow morning for the parade, is that right? Yeah, it's a full day of activities tomorrow. The parade, then the charity hockey tournament in the park. I got you all tickets, by the way. You don't have to stay for the whole thing. Your ticket lets you come and go as you please. Plus, the market will be on, of course, and there's a live band and dancing in the park in the evening. And what's going on here? Joe asked as Luca drove north past the park. Multiple delivery vehicles were parked along the side of the road. At almost 11:30, the market was closed, and where normally only the old-fashioned lampposts and the Christmas tree provided any light, stadium lights had been erected around the pond, and a dozen workers were doing something. Looks like they're building something, Elijah said. The stands, Luca said, remembering what Jeff had told him. They rented stands for the hockey tournament. They must be setting them up for tomorrow. 10 minutes later, he turned right onto Harper's Point, a jut of land that stuck out into the Atlantic and housed the inactive lighthouse for which the town was named. Next to it was a small boutique inn. It had been built around the old lightkeeper's cottage, which acted as the lobby. This place looks cute, Clara commented. It's great, Elijah told her. I stayed here when I visited Luca last. They've got a shuttle that will take you to Main Street tomorrow morning for the parade. Once they'd said goodbye to Elijah's parents with plans to meet up in the morning, Luca headed back to town. Taking one hand off the wheel, he took Elijah's in his own. Thanks for coming. Really, it means a lot. He had to clear his throat of emotion. God, this night. He just wanted to bask in how damn good he felt. You look happy, Luca. I am happy. So I shouldn't tell you the news then? Mood plummeting, Luca groaned. What did my family do now? I thought they would have been trying to stay out of the spotlight after Donovan's affair. They are, Elijah said slowly, for the most part, but they just announced a partnership that rumor says was an attempt at restoring the family name after what dear old Donnie did. You know he hates when you call him that. Ask me if I care. I still think you should have booted him out on his ass when he showed up on your doorstep. Elijah, just saying. What has he ever done for you? Luca huffed. What's the news? Elijah pulled something up on his phone, a news article from what Luca could tell with a quick glance. The headline will tell you everything you need to know. Listen to this. Perfectly wrapped partners with relief code to accelerate sustainability efforts at a global level. Chest squeezing, Luca's hands tightened on the steering wheel until his palms hurt. What the fuck? That was my goddamn idea! I know. It was part of my pitch to make the company more environmentally responsible. I know, babe. It had been just one of the ideas he'd presented the day that had eventually led to him giving his 2 weeks' notice. Relief Co. was a tech platform that measured a company's paper usage and reforested that usage all over the world. In fact, the print company Luca had partnered with for his products was also partnered with Relief Co. Aside from being local and environmentally sustainable, that partnership was another reason why Luca worked with them. Blowing out a breath, Luca planted an elbow on the windowsill and ran a hand through his hair. Should I not have said anything? Elijah asked. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but, you know, if they had agreed to make that one change after my presentation, if they had agreed to even consider my changes, I'd still be with the company. Yeah, but then you wouldn't have moved out here and met your hunky single dad. How do you know he's hunky? You told me. Luca pursed his lips. He is pretty hunky. I want to meet him. You'll meet him at the parade tomorrow. He'll be there with Otis. I get to meet the kid, too. To be fair, you'll probably meet the whole family. They're really close. I think they're planning to attend en masse. Luca felt Elijah's eyes on him, but didn't take his eyes off the road to check. What? Mal's family. They treat you well? Luca smiled, remembering how easily he'd been folded into Mal's family and friends at his mother's birthday party. Yeah, they're nice. Like your family. Good. You deserve that. Now find me a bed, I beg you. Elijah fell sideways and rested his head on Luca's shoulder. My internal clock might say it's 3 hours earlier, but it feels like I've been awake for 2 days. Chuckling, Luca took them home. Bleary-eyed, Luca sat on his bed, laptop on his thighs. He yawned hugely, eyes watering, then shook his head to force himself awake. A creak from the hallway had him looking toward his open bedroom door. Elijah appeared in nothing but boxer briefs, his flat stomach on display and sleep creases marring one cheek. He rubbed one eye and blinked at Luca with the other. Why are you still up? I'm buying solar panels. You're... what? I'm going to have someone install them at the store so I can use renewable energy to power my lights and the alarm system and... Luca waved a hand. Other things that need power. I've read your business plan, Elijah said. He crawled onto Luca's bed and curled into a ball. Solar panels were on your list of upgrades for the future, once the store had been in the black for a few years. What changed your mind? Grimacing, Luca added the panels to his cart. Nothing he'd done so far with his store had proved anything to his parents. Clearly he needed to up his game, and installing solar panels was obviously the way to go. He shrugged one shoulder, felt like the right time. And this has nothing to do with the article I showed you? Luca ground his molars together. No. Do you think it's wise to make this kind of decision at 3 a.m? I know what I'm doing. Uh-huh. Elijah burrowed under the cover and brought it up to his chin, sighing grandly, as though the brand-new mattress Luca had bought for him and set up in the guest room wasn't just as lush as Luca's bed. Another creak in the hallway preceded Donovan into the room. He wore sweatpants and a t-shirt, and his hair was flattened at the front and on one side. He blinked furiously against the light in Luca's room. What's going on? Nothing, Luca said. Your brother's buying solar panels for the store, Elijah countered. Please inform him that 3 in the morning is not the time to make important decisions like this. Solar panels? Hands on his hips, Donovan entered the room and loomed at the end of Luca's bed. Have you researched the efficiency of them? Researched how many watts of power a square foot will get you? Done the math to find out where you'll break even? Shoulders hunching, Luca avoided his brother's gaze. Not yet? The laptop slammed closed on his fingers. Ow! What the hell, Donovan? Elijah's right, Donovan said without remorse, tucking the laptop under his arm. Not only is it a bad idea to make this kind of decision at 3 a.m., but it's also a bad idea to make this kind of decision without doing your research first. You know, Donnie, I think this is the first time we've ever agreed on anything. Donovan scowled at Elijah. Don't call me that. Elijah stuck his tongue out at him. Enough, children. Luca held out a hand. Give me my laptop back. No. You'll thank me later for preventing you from making an impulsive decision. I am not impulsive. Elijah raised both eyebrows. Donovan scoffed. Who's the guy who quit his job without a second thought? Who's the guy who signed the lease on his store after one day in town? Well, that's different. Why? Because I knew what I wanted, Luca said. What's the point of waiting when you know what you want? Donovan's lips flattened. And you're sure it had nothing to do with wanting to prove yourself to Mom and Dad? Luca froze. What? Sighing, Donovan handed the laptop back. Half expecting it to be snatched away again, Luca took it gingerly. You think I don't understand why you opened an environmentally friendly gift wrap store only a few months after Mom and Dad shot down your ideas to green the company? Donovan asked, his voice impossibly gentle. Trust me, I do understand. But do you think Mom and Dad are sitting in their corner offices, keeping tabs on what you're up to out here, in the hope that they can make the company eco-friendly by modeling it after That's a Wrap? Because I can guarantee they aren't. The words burrowed into Luca's marrow, making him feel small and discarded. Elijah popped up. Hey! I'm not saying this to be mean. Donovan raised both hands. I'm saying this as someone with 39 years of experience trying to get them to notice anything that doesn't relate to their bottom line. He blew out a noisy breath. Luca, look at me. Luca glanced up from where he'd been picking at a loose thread in the cover. Do you like running your own store? I love it, Luca said, shrugging helplessly. I love having a place that's all mine. I love knowing all the other shop owners on Main Street. I like that people know my name when they come into the store. I love that I'm getting to know my customers. I love selling products with my own designs. Then focus on that. All the other stuff doesn't matter. If you want the solar panels, make sure you're getting them for the right reasons, and not because you're trying to prove that you know what you're doing. Now I'm going back to bed. You two should think about doing the same. Donovan walked out. A moment later, the door to his office clicked quietly closed. Luca put the laptop on the nightstand, then fell back on the bed, blinking up at the ceiling. Elijah lay down next to him, obviously settling in for the rest of the night. No solar panels? His best friend asked. Luca pursed his lips. I'll think about it. What Donovan said made sense. Luca just needed to parse through it all. Though he could admit Donovan and Elijah had been right about one thing, 3 in the morning wasn't the time to do it. You're not going back to your own bed tonight, are you? Elijah snorted and burrowed deeper into Luca's bed. Hard pass. Night, Luca. Night. Chapter 16. 7 days until Christmas. Mel shuffled from foot to foot to keep warm as he stood on the sidewalk in front of Luca's store. He'd dressed in layers for the parade, plus long johns and boot warmers that he'd been smart enough to buy before the general store was out of stock. Otis sat on the curb at Mel's feet, legs bouncing as they waited for the parade to start. Volunteers were handing out red felt noses and candy canes to the kids, and Otis had the first on his nose and the second in his mouth. He tilted his head to peer up at Mel. When's the parade starting? Not for another 20 minutes. Otis groaned. There's a volunteer coming around with hot chocolate. Otis perked up again. They'd arrived an hour early to get a good spot right at the curb, and considering how fast the street had filled in with spectators since, it had been a smart move. Around them, parents corralled toddlers and soothed babies, and kids squealed when they spotted their friends. Hey, you two. Mal turned at the familiar voice. Hey, Dev. His childhood best friend wore a winter coat and a red bandana that held his shaggy hair back from his face. Here, Dev handed over a paper bag. Thought I'd bring you some treats. Snacks? Otis asked. Muffins and scones, Dev said with a wink for Otis. Figured those would be easiest to eat with gloves on. Mal peeked into the bag. A chocolate chip muffin, a blueberry muffin, and 2 orange scones. He passed Otis the chocolate chip muffin to go with his hot chocolate and candy cane. Is the bakery open? Mal asked Dev. Oh, yeah. I make 3 times as much revenue on parade day. I've got a line out the door right now. Mal glanced past him, and sure enough, the line extended all the way to Pippett's Candy next door. And yet, here you are. My part-timers can handle it. I've been baking since 3 a.m., and I need food that's not a pastry. Dev jerked a thumb over his shoulder. I'm going to grab a breakfast sandwich at Tiny's Panini. Want anything? I'm good with this. Mal lifted the paper bag. And this. He nudged the thermos of coffee at his feet with his toe, thankful he'd had the foresight to bring it from home. All right. Dev clapped him on the shoulder. I'll see you later, then. Enjoy the parade, Otis. Bye. Otis waved as Dev departed. Daddy, where's Mom? I'm sure she'll be here soon. Can I go to Kareem's to play after the parade? We were going to go to the park, remember? They have face painting at Santa's workshop today. Otis grimaced, chocolate smeared in one corner of his mouth. I don't want my face painted. That's okay. They've got other activities for kids, too. I guess. It'll be fun. Mel bent to kiss the top of his reindeer antler-hatted head. You'll see. Hey, said a new voice, and there was Emily, with John and his 3 kids in tow, the latter of whom dropped onto the curb with Otis. Hi, Mommy. Hi, sweetie. Emily bent to kiss Otis's cheek, then took off a glove, licked her thumb, and swiped at Otis's chocolate-stained mouth. Hey, man, Mel said to John, holding out a hand for a shake. They made inane small talk until Otis's squealed, There's Sammy! And Aoife and her son joined them. Where are Liam and Laurel? Mel asked his sister. Aoife rolled her eyes. Apparently Laurel is too old for Christmas parades, so Liam's taking her to a friend's for the day. 11 going on 17, I tell ya. I'm surprised Mom and Dad aren't here yet. You know them. They probably ran into someone they know, and we won't see them for hours. Or maybe not. Strolling down the sidewalk were his parents, laughing with another couple Mal had never seen before, a tall black man and a short blonde woman. They were conversing as though they'd been friends for ages. Behind them were Luca and another man with brown skin, a winter coat that went down to his knees, a knit hat, and a scarf pulled over his nose. Elijah, Mal assumed, and he was proven right a moment later when Luca made introductions. We bumped into your parents on the walk over, Luca muttered to Mal. Mel introduced his own family to Elijah and his parents, Clara and Joe Williams, then stood tall as all 3 Williamses scrutinized him from head to foot. Mel squared his shoulders and kept the smile on his face. Elijah was Luca's best friend, and if he and his parents had flown all the way across the country to celebrate Christmas with him, then Luca was obviously important to them. Mel wanted to wrap all 3 of them in a hug just for that. Had Luca realized yet that he had people who cared about him unconditionally? It's really great to meet you all, Mel said. Luca talks about you a lot. He talks about you a lot, too, Elijah said. The only visible part of him was his eyes, and they crinkled with amusement. Next to Mel, Luca gave a little laugh. Okay, let's find another topic of conversation, please. Has Luca invited you to Christmas dinner at my parents' next week? Mel asked. He has? Clara looked to her husband. But we don't want to intrude. Oh, it's no intrusion. Mom latched onto Clara's arm. We'd be so happy to have you. Your brother as well, Luca. Where is Donovan? Mal asked as his parents pulled Elijah's into conversation. Smirking, Luca jerked his head in the direction of a man wearing a black knit hat, sunglasses, and a black scarf over his mouth. Oh, Mal squinted. What was the point of the camouflage when he'd spent all week working at Luca's store? I didn't even recognize him. That's the point, Luca said with a chuckle. He doesn't want to be recognized. Apparently there are supposed to be news crews here today. Ah, the camouflage made sense then. Are you opening your store today? After the parade. No sense in doing it before that. And Alyssa's going to cover for you during the tournament? The tournament! Luca coughed once. Right. He coughed again. I don't think I feel well enough for it. Elijah snorted a laugh before launching himself at the volunteer who came around with hot chocolates again. You'll do fine. Mal kissed Luca's temple, stomach warming when Luca snuggled in. I have faith. That's because you haven't seen me skate. I haven't seen you skate, Elijah interjected. And I've known you forever. Have you even held a hockey stick? On Elijah's other side, Donovan grunted. We probably should have practiced with a puck and a stick, huh? Luca grumbled something unintelligible. Don't worry, Mal kissed his temple again. It'll be great. It was not great. In fact, not only was it not great, but the temperature had dropped as the sun had gone down. Luca wanted a hot chocolate and a meal more than anything, but instead he stood on the frozen pond in skates and wondered how he'd gotten himself into this situation. Oh, right. He was a sucker for free advertising. Also, this was for charity, so there was that. Stadium lights lit up this area of the park, and spectators sat in the stands, waiting for this last game of the day to start. Placed strategically on 4 different sides of the oval pond were bins for collecting perishables for the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank, all of which were full at this point. And next to a table that held the prizes for each participant was a cart with free hot chocolate and cookies for spectators. Mika Jones stood behind the table, supervising the teenagers from the previous game as the last few stragglers chose their prizes. A media van was parked on the street, although the reporters had either packed up hours ago or were checking out other festivities. Luca wasn't sure which. They weren't here watching the tournament at the moment, and that was all Luca cared about. Nobody needed to see him wipe out on the evening news. He stood as still as possible and prayed the wind held off. One good gust and he'd be on his ass. Everyone got everything they need? Jeff asked. Sport U Apparel had provided the equipment, except the skates, to every participant. Next to Luca, his 3 teammates nodded. There was Mal, of course, looking imposing and sexy in his hockey pads. Then there was a guy in his early 20s named Ethan Rain. Apparently, he played hockey for his college in Vermont, and he'd only arrived back in town for the holidays last night. Woo! A man about Ethan's age sat on the top row of the stands holding a sign that read, Go Ethan, in Sharpie, and was decorated with glitter. When Ethan glanced his way, he cheered again. Woo! Ethan blushed to the roots of his hair. My boyfriend, Casey, he told Luca. Cute. The 4th guy rounding out the team was Anson, the bartender from Annie's Irish Pub, who was somewhere around Luca's age and just as confident in his hockey gear as the rest of Luca's teammates. We're ready then? Jeff asked, clicking on the microphone. Luca gripped his hockey stick tight in both hands. Maybe Donovan should take my place. He's actually played hockey before. Ethan blinked at him. You've never played? Up until 3 days ago, I hadn't skated since I was like 7. Why'd you sign up for this then? Anson asked. Luca pointed at Jeff. He twisted my arm. Unconcerned, Jeff snorted a short laugh. Donovan, Luca called to his brother, who stood in the snow next to the pond as though he were planning on giving Luca pointers during the game. You in? But Donovan shook his head and opened the tournament's program. He turned it around and pointed at a half-page ad for That's a Wrap, then the short bios on the opposite page for Luca and his teammates. Right. Free advertising. Maybe we just switch tactics, Ethan said. Anson, do you mind if Luca plays goalie instead? That way he just has to stand there and stop the puck. Anson shrugged and started removing his pads. Sure. Awesome, Luca muttered. Thanks. Anson had to show him how to put on the pads, and once Luca was suited up, he slid carefully across the ice to his net. Mal winked at him. You got this. He didn't, but it was a nice sentiment. Since Ethan was the college hockey player, that meant he was top shit, right? Luca tried to emulate his grip on his stick, so he at least somewhat looked like he knew what he was doing. All right, everyone, Jeff said into the mic, quieting the many conversations in the stands. Our last game of the day is the adults group. Over here we have... He went on to introduce the 4 players on the other team, then on Luca's team, starting with Ethan and Anson. Then we have Mal O'Toole, Jeff said. You might recognize the name, seeing as there are about 500 O'Tooles in town. Mal rolled his eyes. Not that many. Mal's recently moved back to town after more than 20 years in Seattle, Jeff continued. He's the father of the adorable 6-year-old Otis, and together with his sister, co-owns A&M Designs, a web design and digital advertising agency. In the stands, Mal's family, his sister, parents, and Otis gave a cheer. And finally, we have Luca Dawkey in net. Yeah, Luca! Yelled Elijah from the stands. Luca grinned at him. Hailing from California, Luca's relatively new to Lighthouse Bay, Jeff went on. He owns That's a Wrap on Main Street, an eco-friendly gift wrapping store. So if you need a Christmas present wrapped or need to buy wrapping paper, check it out. And if you show your ticket from today's tournament, you'll get $5 off your purchase. Go, Luca! Elijah's cheers set off his parents, as well as Mal's families, their support warming him more than that hot chocolate he wanted so badly ever could. They all knew he couldn't skate worth a damn, despite Donovan's lesson, yet they were here for him anyway. Elijah and his parents had been just as supportive when Luca had brought them to his store after the parade, oohing and eyeing over his products, complimenting him on his wrapping paper and gift bag designs. Clara had hugged him from the side, one arm around his waist, and rested her head on his shoulder as they'd stood in the middle of his store. Look at all this, she'd gushed. I'm so proud of you. Luca blinked hard at the memory. His own parents had never said that to him. Not once. Not when he came home with straight A's on his report card. Not when he'd been accepted to all his top colleges. Not when he'd graduated. Not on the day of his grand opening. The kicker was, he'd spent his entire life trying to prove himself to people who were too wrapped up in their own world to notice anything else, including their kids. His eco-friendly store, solar panels or no solar panels, wouldn't change that. Luca could be the president of the United States, and they still wouldn't give him the time of day. But here were Elijah and his parents, who'd made an effort to visit for the holidays, and who were still cheering him on even though he was more likely to wipe out than stop the puck. He knew without asking, without having to prove anything, that they'd be proud of him even if his store failed, or he let in every puck, or even if he decided to bail on this game last minute. They were the people who'd always been there for him, just like his grandparents, no matter what. For a second, as Jeff was calling one member from each team to the center of the pond for the face-off, Luca thought he saw his grandparents sitting next to Elijah in the stands, ear-to-ear grins splitting their faces, and the glare of the stadium lights reflected in their eyes. Sucking in a gasped breath, Luca blinked, and they were gone. You got this, Luca. Startled out of his thoughts, Luca glanced at his brother, still standing on the sidelines, still in his sunglasses. Can you see anything in those? Donovan grimaced. Not really. He looked around, and upon seeing nary a single reporter, took off the sunglasses. He sent Luca a grin and a wink. You got this. And even if you don't, I'll still buy you a hot chocolate after, so there's that. Luca chuckled and placed himself in the middle of the net. Jeff dropped the puck, and the game was on. They lost, but only by 1. And that was because the rest of Luca's team knew what the fuck they were doing, and college player Ethan excelled at keeping the puck closer to the opposing team's net, which meant that, for the most part, Luca had just had to stand there. He'd let 3 pucks through, but had stopped plenty more, and he was feeling pretty good about that as he stood at the prize table with the rest of his team back in his boots. The weather board and gift certificate to his store that he'd provided had already been nabbed earlier in the day, which was immensely satisfying. There wasn't much left over at this point, so he chose a gift certificate for dinner for 2 from Stefano's Italian restaurant. "Date night, anybody?" he said, gently elbowing Mal in the side. "I won't say no to that," Mal murmured in his ear. "What prize are you taking?" Mel chose an I Heart Lighthouse Bay travel mug, where the I was a lighthouse. "Can't have too many of these." They waved goodbye to Ethan and Anson and joined Elijah, Donovan, Aoife, and Otis near the stands. Wordlessly, Donovan held out a takeout mug in Luca's direction. Luca made grabby hands, then lifted the cup to his lips, the hot chocolate burning his tongue. "This is the true prize right here." "Your parents are treating mine to dinner at the pub," Elijah said to Mal. "They'll be lucky to get a table." Mal tucked his new mug into his skate bag. "Today's events brought the tourists and people from neighboring towns. We should probably think about getting dinner ourselves. Otis, are you hungry?" "No. Aunt Aoife brought me a bag of cookies from Dev's bakery, and I ate them during your game." Mal tossed his sister a look. "Cookies for dinner?" Aoife just shrugged. "I'm the aunt. It's my job to spoil." "You wouldn't give your own kids cookies for dinner." "Got that right." "Why don't we head to my place?" Luca suggested. "We can order a pizza or something." "My husband's got dinner on at home, so I'll pass," Aoife said. She said her goodbyes and left. After waving to Jeff and Mika and double-checking that they didn't need any help cleaning up, they'd hired people for that, they said. The rest of them headed off too, taking the path from the pond toward the market. The live band stationed in the gazebo, currently playing All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth, got louder and louder the closer Luca and his group got. "Alternatively, we can get something from the market and stay for the music," Luca said, gesturing toward Annie's Irish Pub's booth, inside which Anson was now installed, fulfilling food orders. "Dance party!" Otis cheered, bouncing on his feet. There was a makeshift dance floor in front of the gazebo, basically a snow-flattened square of grass where people clapped along to the music or danced in groups. Ethan was there with his boyfriend, the 2 of them quietly chuckling about something. Jeff and Mika stood on the fringes, speaking with Clark and Dev and Holland and Zach, Mal's friends that Luca had met at trivia night. They all waved at Luca and Mal when they walked past. A bunch of skate bags were piled next to the gazebo. Luca gulped the remainder of his hot chocolate, tossed the cup in the trash bin, and turned to Mal. "Pass me your bag. I'll drop our skates over there while you guys get in line. That way they wouldn't have to carry them around." They ended up with 2 orders of fish and chips and 2 orders of fries supreme to share between them, and they stood in a small circle by the Christmas tree, passing the food containers around. Between Luca and Mal, Otis swung his hips side to side to the band's Santa Claus is Coming to Town and munched on his kid-sized meal of popcorn chicken and fries, even though he'd claimed not to be hungry. Once they were finished, they moved to the dance floor, where the band was now playing I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas. Clearly, the band was playing to the kids in the crowd. Otis grabbed Luca's hands in his small ones and did a move reminiscent of the twist. "Like this, Luca." Luca copied him, and when he looked up to see Mal, Elijah, and Donovan doing the same, pressure pricked the backs of his eyes. He'd thought he'd spend this Christmas all alone. Sure, Elijah had made noises about visiting, but Luca had fully expected him to stay in L.A. to celebrate the holidays with his parents. Instead, the Williamses were here because they cared enough about him to make an effort. Donovan was here even though he could have gone literally anywhere else on the planet to escape L.A. And Mal. In a million years, Luca never would have predicted him. Never would have predicted that this man would flirt back at the holiday shop and sip, that it would lead to this, to date nights and kisses and friendship, to a sense of belonging that was as foreign as a new language. And that wasn't all because of Mal. It was Luca's customers who knew him by name. It was the people who recognized him when he walked along Christmas Lane and who took a minute to stop and say hello. It was being waved at by pedestrians when he made his evening gift deliveries, whether they knew him or not. It was Dev from the bakery persistently inviting him to Trivia Tuesday, week after week, even though Luca kept shooting him down to work instead. It was Mal's friends so readily accepting him. In fact, here they were now, joining Luca and his little group. Mal took it upon himself to introduce Elijah and Donovan to his friends, which was good, because the lump in Luca's throat was the size of a hockey puck, and he wouldn't have been able to speak past it. This wasn't the life Luca had envisioned for himself when he'd moved here. He wasn't sure what he'd envisioned exactly. Opening a store that was so successful that his parents begged him to come back? Donovan was right. Their parents weren't sitting in their corner offices keeping tabs on him. Honestly, Luca would be surprised if they'd given him a second thought since he'd left. And that was okay, because here were people who liked him not for what he could do for them, but because of exactly who he was. Damn, it was a good thing he hadn't bought those solar panels. Hey. He startled as Mal cupped his face and realized he'd stopped moving. You okay? You were staring into space. Luca kissed him. Because he could. Because he wanted to. Because he was so in love with this man. Because his feelings scared him and made him happy all at the same time. He wanted to dance with Mal like that night they'd slow danced in Mal's living room, the two of them merged together from thighs to chest. But the band switched to Frosty the Snowman, still pandering to the kids. Something, or someone, crashed into their knees. A giggling Otis, it turned out, who was smiling up at them. He started singing the kissing song, getting as far as Daddy and Luca sitting in a tree, before Mal hauled him close and tickled him. I have to get this one home to bed, Mal told Luca over Otis's head. Otis pouted. Aw, I'll come with you, Luca said. Mal kissed his cheek. Stay. Enjoy the night. No, I want to come with you. Luca tugged on Elijah's sleeve. I'm going to walk Mal and Otis home. Want to stay or come with? Elijah said goodbye to Mal's friends, who he'd also made fast friends with because that was just who Elijah was. Trivia, Clark said to Elijah. Tuesday night. Be there, and bring Luca and Donovan. What am I? Mal chuckled. Chopped liver? Clark cocked his head. You've got Otis next week, don't you? If you can find a sitter. I know, Mal interrupted. I was kidding. See you guys later. Donovan had slunk away when Luca wasn't looking, but Luca found him near the pile of skates, cell phone in hand. You okay? Luca asked. Yeah, it was just getting a bit crowded in there. Donovan's shrug was paired with a grimace. Lots of teenagers with cell phones. I was thinking of heading back to your place. Elijah and I are going to walk Mal and Otis home. Why don't you come with us? So it was as a group that they headed out of the park, Otis chattering between Mal and Luca, one tiny hand tucked into each of theirs. Elijah and Donovan took up the rear, Donovan with his hands in his coat pockets, well, Luca's coat pockets, and Elijah munching on a snickerdoodle sandwich cookie he'd bought at Dev's bakery booth on the way out of the market. There were other people on Christmas Lane, mostly heading in the opposite direction, toward the park. Others strolled slowly, admiring the stores decked in Christmas lights. Everything was closed except for the pub and Stefano's, and the clock tower was lit with green and red lights. Luca owed Alyssa a Christmas bonus for closing without him tonight. It had been busy all afternoon, and he was sure it had been much the same this evening. A man and a woman stood chatting near a leafless tree strung with white Christmas lights outside of Tiny's Panini. The woman's eyes landed on Donovan and did a double take. Holy shit! She clutched her companion's arm. Donovan Koenig? Marty, get the camera. What? Her companion stared at her. It's back in the truck. Then take out your cell phone. Donovan hunched his shoulders, speeding up his pace, but the woman flew in front of him, bumping into Otis's back in the process and sending him to the ground. Hey, Mal growled. Otis, are you? Hurry up, Marty. Mr. Koenig, I'm Amanda Cocker with WWJB in Portland. Donovan froze. Marty, the camera guy, held up his cell phone, elbowing Mal out of the way, presumably to get a better angle, blocking Mal from Otis. Otis! Mal's cry was interrupted by Amanda. Is this where you fled after the scandal in L.A.? Can you tell us more about that? Luca crouched to check on Otis. Hey, kiddo, you okay? Yeah. Otis sniffled and stumbled to his feet. His gloves had saved his hands, but there was a hole in the knee of his jeans and a visible scratch on his knee. Luca hugged him and kissed the top of his head. We'll get you home and cleaned up, okay? Who are these people you're with tonight? Amanda continued when Donovan stayed silent, eyes wide. Elijah had moved in front of Luca and Otis, blocking them from the camera. Can you tell us more about the affair? Why did you sleep with your best friend's wife? That swung Luca's attention off Otis. Hey, back off! Move! Mal barked at the cameraman. Leaving a softly crying Otis in Mal's hands, Luca edged around Elijah and got in the reporter's face. Enough! Pay attention, would you? You just heard a child trying to get to him. He jerked a thumb at Donovan. Now get the fuck out of my brother's face before we sue. Amanda Cocker, was it? That got her attention and she backed off, raising both hands. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... Marty grabbed her elbow. Let's go. Come on. They hot-footed it down the sidewalk, disappearing into the crowd in the park. Elijah was eyeing Donovan's pale face. You okay, man? Luca whirled to Mal and Otis. Otis, are you... But they were gone. Chapter 17. Mal's hands were still shaking as he gently placed a Band-Aid on Otis's knee. Otis sat on Mal's bathroom vanity, one leg of his pajama pants rolled up above the knee. He'd stopped crying before they'd reached home, and his face was clean of tear streaks, though he still sniffled with every third breath. He had his head buried in his stuffed giraffe, Turpentine, and his eyelashes were still damp. Mal's heart broke into a million pieces. There was truly nothing worse than seeing your kid hurt. There you go, he murmured. He tossed the strips and Band-Aid wrapper away and placed the box and the antibiotic cream into the first aid kit, then kissed Otis's forehead. I'm sorry you got hurt. I'm okay, Dad. The child comforting the parent. Mal chuckled at that. Who were those people? Otis asked, rolling down his pajamas. He swung his legs, heels kicking against the cabinet. They wanted to talk to Luca's brother. Why? Donovan's on a TV show, so he's kind of famous. Otis cocked his head. What's famous? It means that a lot of people know who he is, and those people wanted to talk to him for their news program. Thump, thump, thump went Otis's feet on the cabinet. How come they weren't nice about it? I think they were just excited. They didn't mean to hurt you. Mal ruffled Otis's hair. Were you scared? Otis nodded, hunching his shoulders. A little. I'm sorry, O. Mal picked him up and hugged him close, heart melting when Otis wrapped his skinny arms and legs around him. I was scared too. But old people don't get scared. Old? Mal huffed a quiet laugh. He'd remind Otis of this conversation when his son was 37 and see how he felt about the word old then. Everybody gets scared sometimes. Mal left the bathroom and sat on the end of his bed. Even old people. Remember when you left your mom and me at the market to get your present wrapped? We were scared then, too. Where's Luca? Did he come home with us? Mal winced, stomach diving to his toes. No, I guess he must have gone home. Where else could he have gone after Mal had disappeared on him? Not just disappeared, but ran away with Otis in his arms without a backward glance to make sure everyone else was okay. His first and only thought had been of Otis, of getting him away from danger, of getting him safe. He could admit, now that he was home, now that Otis was falling asleep against him, that he'd panicked. And it hadn't been Otis landing on hands and knees that had sent his heart into overdrive and his stomach roiling. It wasn't the first, nor would it be the last time Otis fell. It was being unable to get to him. It was the cameraman getting in his way, constantly pivoting so that Mal couldn't get around him. The helplessness Mal had felt in those few moments he'd been separated from Otis. God, the old fear had surfaced, hadn't it? The fear of losing another child. So he'd done the only thing he could think of, taken Otis and ran. Brought Otis to where he knew he'd be safe. But the thing was, Otis would have been safe with Luca, too. Just that in that moment, when fight or flight was inevitable, he'd made the instinctual choice. He held Otis close until his son squeaked, giggling against Mal's neck. His cell phone vibrated in his pocket, and he shifted onto one butt cheek to pull it out. Luca. Lots of texts from Luca, in fact. Mal swore silently and opened his text messages. Where did you go? Is Otis okay? Are you? Did you go home? Mal? What's going on? Is Otis badly hurt? Please just let me know you guys are okay. I'm really worried. We're okay, Mal texted back, then grimaced at the inadequacy. He owed Luca more than a 2-word text. Luca had been the first to reach Otis. Then Elijah had blocked them from the camera's view. And Mal had ditched them both. No wonder Luca was worried. Fuck, he never should have left like that. Never should have abandoned the person who'd brought light and laughter back into his life. If only Mal had taken a moment to think instead of letting emotion take over. Tomorrow after skating lessons, can I go to Kareem's? Otis asked, tonight's ordeal apparently forgotten. But I thought we'd... Mal cut himself off. Otis had asked to go to Kareem's earlier, hadn't he? Is something happening at his house? His dad's going to show us how to build a snow maze. Huh, that does sound fun, Mal reluctantly admitted and set aside the plans he'd made for the afternoon, without Otis's input. Because giving Otis a great Christmas wasn't about him, was it? It wasn't even about Christmas or the move. It was about hope, and it was about making sure Otis experienced the best life had to offer, including great Christmases in Mal's hometown, because Hope would never get that chance. But Otis wasn't Hope, and it wasn't fair of Mal to put all that pressure on him. He'd been so obsessed with making the first Christmas in Lighthouse Bay the best ever for Otis that he'd forgotten that Otis was his own person, who wanted his own things. Mal didn't want to be the kind of parent who dictated every inch of their kid's life. That would only lead to emotional problems for Otis down the road. And who was to say that building a snow maze with his friend wouldn't contribute to Otis's Christmas fun? It sounded better than what Mal had planned, which was crafting reindeer out of construction paper to stick to the front window. Besides, they could do that another day. I'll talk to Kareem's dad, he finally said. If he says it's okay, then yes, I can drop you off after your skating lessons. Woohoo! Now, I know it's your bedtime, but how do you feel about taking a walk to see Luca? Otis sat back on Mal's thighs. How come? I need to talk to him, and it's kind of important. As he'd rushed away with Otis, Mal had overheard Luca threaten to sue the reporter, and while Mal didn't have any intention of suing anyone, he appreciated the sentiment and the fact that Luca had been there for them. What Mal needed to say to Luca, it deserved to be said in person and not over the phone. Thankfully, Otis didn't question why Mal didn't simply call Luca instead. He just shrugged with an enthusiastic, okay, before scrambling off Mal's lap. Can I bring turpentine? If only Mal's wounds were as easily soothed by a stuffed giraffe. Luca stood in his living room and stared at Mal's text. We're okay. Great. So, that was good, right? But where had they gone? Are you at home? Luca texted back. Can I come by? He wanted to see for himself that Mal and Otis were fine. His message went unanswered and unread. He plopped onto the couch and refreshed his screen every minute before it could go dark, and was still waiting for a response when Elijah wandered in from the kitchen, 3 mugs of hot chocolate in hand. Donovan went upstairs to get the decorations, Elijah said, placing all 3 mugs on the coffee table. Luca blinked at him. Decorations for what? A baffled frown marred Elijah's forehead. The tree? Wearing his own frown, Luca glanced around and said, Oh, where did that come from? Centered in front of his living room window was an 8-foot-tall Christmas tree. Donovan and I picked it up today while you were working, from that pop-up stand near the park. Elijah handed Luca a mug. But why? Because it's a week before Christmas and you don't have a tree yet? The duh, you dummy, was implied. Luca squeezed Elijah's arm when his best friend sat next to him. Thanks. I was going to get it, eventually. Uh-huh. Tapping his phone to keep the screen awake, Luca sat back and brought his heels onto the couch, balancing his hot chocolate on his knees. Some of my customers said they don't put the tree up until Christmas Eve. What's the point in that case? Donovan's feet sounded on the stairs along with the crinkle of paper bags, the latter of which he deposited on the coffee table. He looked better. The color had returned to his cheeks, his pupils were back to their normal size, and he was no longer swallowing convulsively as he had been when they'd arrived home, as though the reporter had made him want to hurl. Donovan, Luca said, are you okay? His brother shot him a smile, and though it didn't show any teeth, it nevertheless seemed genuine. I'm good. A little rattled, but... He shrugged. I'm honestly surprised this is the first time a reporter found me. Tons of people have seen me at your store the past few days. Maybe they didn't recognize you, Elijah offered. Some of them definitely did. I can tell by the squinty-eyed looks. Plus, I've gotten asked for an autograph more than once, and I've had women pat me on the arm and tell me everything's going to be okay. Donovan scratched his head as though the thought confounded him. It's been a very strange few days. Anyway, from one of the bags, Donovan removed a box of purple and silver tree ornaments. We got these at the market. They're handmade. I'm not sure if they're eco-friendly or recycled or whatever, but we made sure to shop local. Eyes stinging, Luca lowered his head to Elijah's shoulder. Thanks, guys. Nothing from Mal yet? Donovan asked. He says they're okay, but... Luca rubbed his forehead. I don't understand what happened. Where did they go? Donovan passed a hand over his face, looking wearier than he had when he'd first arrived on Luca's doorstep. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. It's not, Luca protested. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. Elijah raised a hand. It's Amanda Cocker's fault. Luca rose and left his mug on the coffee table. He wiped his hands on his thighs. I'm going to go over to Mal's and... A knock at his door cut him off, and he blew out a breath. If it was carolers, he really wasn't in the mood. It was not carolers. It was exactly the 2 people he wanted to see. Hey. Relief hit like a wave, sagging his shoulders. Are you guys okay? Otis, how's your knee? Otis sauntered inside, stuffed giraffe in one hand, and pointed at said knee. I got a reindeer band-aid. Lucky you. Luca turned to Mal and cupped his cheek, his beard gently scraping his palm. You all right? Yeah. Grasping Luca's hand, Mal kissed his knuckles, his eyes softer than Luca had ever seen them. Do you have a few minutes? I need to talk to you about something. Oh, God, that sounded ominous. Mal must have seen the panic on his face because he added, It's nothing bad. Promise. Hey, Otis. Elijah poked his head out of the living room. Want to help us decorate the tree? Otis's eyes went huge. Can I, Daddy? Go ahead. Mal kissed Luca's temple. Come outside with me? Luca grimaced. Do I have to? My toes are only now starting to thaw. We won't be long, Mal said with a laugh. So Luca got dressed in his warmest boots and coat and hat, slipped on gloves, and followed Mal outside. The cold stole his breath, froze his nose hairs. It was pretty, though, with everyone's Christmas lights and decorations, and there were carolers somewhere, singing Feliz Navidad while someone strummed a guitar. Maybe the next street over? Mal brought him into a hug, right there on Luca's porch. Luca released a breath, the weight of tonight finally seeping out of him. "Thank you for looking after Otis earlier, when he fell," Mal murmured against his temple. "Mal," Luca said with a little laugh. "Of course. As if he could have done anything else. And I'm sorry I disappeared on you. I'm just glad you're both okay. I was worried when I couldn't find you, and then you didn't text back. I panicked." "That's understandable," Luca said, leaning an inch away, but staying within the circle of Mal's arms. He never wanted to leave that circle, content to spend the rest of his life right here, even if it was cold as fuck. "Otis was hurt and—" "No." Mal squeezed his hips. "It wasn't that. At least, not just that." He took a deep breath in, blew it out through his nose. "I need to tell you about Hope." Okay. What about it?" "Not an it, a she." Taking a step back, Mal grasped both of Luca's hands in his. "When Em and I were in college, we got pregnant. We were just kids, really. Hadn't even graduated yet. And even though we were scared to death, we were excited. But our daughter—" Mal smiled, but it was sad, as though he were trying to soften the blow. "She was stillborn." Luca's chest went tight, stomach dipping to his feet. "Oh, Mal." "We named her Hope." "The sign at your house, the one above the pictures of Otis. Hope. I thought it was just one of those home decor pieces." "I had it made a few years after. A tribute to Hope, something to remember her by, but also a daily reminder to Hope. Because I'm not going to lie. For a long time, I didn't have much." "Baby." Cupping Mal's face, Luca pressed their foreheads together. "I'm so sorry." Useless words, but it was all he had. He couldn't even begin to imagine what Mal had gone through. "I went to therapy after. It helped more than I can ever express, but—" A rueful chuckle from Mal that lacked any sort of humor. "For the most part, I can let Otis be a kid without constantly worrying that something's going to happen to him. But sometimes the fear, it just grabs me right here." Voice threaded with pain, Mal made a fist over his chest. "Until I'm breathing fear. Until it feels like I'm going to choke on it. That's what happened today. Not because Otis was hurt, but because I couldn't get to him. The camera guy kept getting in my way, and all that fear that's usually buried inside me it roared out. The only thing I could think of was getting Otis to safety. So I did." The carolers got louder, singing "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree." They must have been only a few doors down. "Mal." Swallowing hard, Luca found Mal's gaze. "I don't know what to say." Mal shook his head. "You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner." "No." Luca cut off that train of thought right quick. "No, Mal. You don't owe me anything." He kissed him, closed mouth, a soothing press of lips against lips, trying to convey, well, he wasn't exactly certain what. That he was here for Mal, whatever he needed. That he was grateful to have been let in on this huge part of Mal's past. That he was so goddamn sorry it had happened to him at all. "Thank you for telling me. It must have been hard to talk about." "Not as much as you'd think," Mal said. "It's been years. She would have been 15 this year, and like I said, I had a lot of therapy. Whenever I think of her, I find myself wondering what she would have been like. Would she love reindeer as much as Otis? Would she have her own turpentine? Would they have the same eye color? It's not that hard to talk about her, but he shrugged one shoulder. I don't, because no one wants to hear about a stillborn baby. I do, Luca told him. Whenever you want or need to talk about her, okay? Thank you. Does Otis know? Not yet. Em and I talk about it every few months. Is now the right time? Is he old enough to understand? Mal shrugged again and let out a dry chuckle. I don't know what the right answer is, but we will tell him at some point. A sound interrupted them, and they turned as one toward Luca's bay window. Otis stood next to the tree, lips pressed up to the window. He blew a raspberry, fogging the glass. Smiling, Mal waved at him. I hope you have Windex. Luca snorted a laugh. Listen. Mal squeezed his hands, took a deep breath. It's too soon to tell you I love you, but I'm going to anyway, 'cause I do. And I know life doesn't always go as planned. The breath caught in Luca's throat. I never got to tell Hope that I loved her, and I don't know. It feels stupid to hold on to the words when it's what I feel. So, I love you, Luca. It's okay if you don't feel the same yet. Mal, Luca whispered brokenly, cupping Mal's face. I love you. Mal's shoulders sagged. His grin lit up his face as he leaned his forehead against Luca's. Okay, then. Okay. Hi there. They whirled. At the bottom of the porch steps were the carolers, the guitarist hovering at the back of the 5-person crowd. Luca waved inanely. Hi. We've been spreading some Christmas cheer in the neighborhood, the teenager at the front said. Can we sing you a song? Luca shared a glance with Mal. We'd love that. The door behind him flew open as the carolers launched into Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. Out came Otis in his reindeer pajamas and socked feet. Elijah and Donovan followed, equally underdressed. Donovan had grabbed the throw off the back of the couch, and he flung it around them all, bundling them together against the cold. As the carolers sang about troubles being out of sight, Luca and his family stood huddled under the blanket together. Luca looked from one to the other, and his throat went thick, his nose burning. There was Elijah, loyal and caring. Donovan, who'd ignored Luca for most of his life, but who was here now so they could finally have a relationship. Otis, bright and cheerful, tucked between Luca and Mal. And Mal, of course. Strong and funny and dependable and wonderful. One of only a handful of people to see Luca for who he was, and like him for who he was. Who'd jumped into this relationship with both feet, just like Luca, both of them in the right place at the right time. Mel had been so determined to give Otis the best Christmas ever. Turned out, he'd made it the best for Luca, too. Him and Donovan and Elijah and Otis. As Elijah joined in with the carolers, singing about faithful friends gathering near once more, Luca rested his head on Mel's shoulder and smiled. Epilogue. Christmas Day, 1 year later. It was chaos in Mel's house. Luca escaped to the kitchen, which turned out not to be much of an escape after all. Aoife was in there, washing up the dinner dishes, along with Elijah, who was drying, and Mel's dad, who was transferring leftovers into plastic containers. It was already a tight squeeze without adding Luca to the mix. He hovered near the counter and said, "Can I help?" Aoife glanced at him over her shoulder. "We're good, thanks." "You cooked," Elijah pointed out. "We'll clean. You go relax." Relax? Now there was a thought. Not that it would happen yet. There was nothing about Christmas with the O'Tooles that was anything close to relaxing. Normally, Mal's parents hosted Christmas at their home. It was where Luca had joined Mal and Otis last year, along with Elijah and his parents, and they'd all been made to feel as though they'd always been part of the family. But Mal's mother had had knee surgery recently, and she hadn't been up to hosting, so the festivities had moved to Mal's house, which really wasn't big enough for the entire O'Toole clan. This was despite the fact that Mal still hated his house, and more than a year after the move, still hadn't unpacked anything but the necessities. Why should I? Mal had responded when Luca had asked him about it this past October. This place hasn't exactly grown on me in the last year. It was always meant to be temporary. And besides, I figure I'll be moving out at some point anyway. He'd met Luca's gaze with a suspicious smile. Right? Luca's jaw had dropped. Did you just invite yourself to move in with me? Mal's smile had grown as he'd gone back to cooking dinner without answering. They'd talked about it several times since then, but neither were in a rush. There was Otis to consider as well, because if Mal moved in, so did Otis every other week. And that was a big step for everyone, most especially for Otis. So they were taking their time, though Luca suspected that if Mal had to deal with his finicky shower for much longer, that time would come sooner rather than later. Luca couldn't wait. He could already picture the guest bedroom set up to Otis's liking and imagine his home office with a second desk for Mal. Last year, 2 days before Christmas, Mal and Aoife had been awarded the contract to update the town's website and coordinate their digital advertising. Mal and Luca were both busier than ever. Mal with A&M Designs and Luca with his store, plus working with Frank at the general store and with McIntyre Farms to supply his own gift-wrapping materials. Luca leaned back against the counter and surveyed the combined living room/dining room. Fuck, it was crowded. A group consisting of Mal's and Elijah's mothers, Aoife's husband, 2 of Mal's sisters, several aunts and uncles, and Anson from the bar, a cousin of Mal's on his mother's side, Luca had learned last Christmas, sat at the dining room table. Though it had been cleared of food and plates, the table was still peppered with crumbs, glasses, the kids' plastic cups, salt and pepper shakers, and a butter dish. The kids, aged 1 to 18, were in the living room. There was Otis, of course, plus Aoife's kids, Sammy and Laurel, as well as Mal's oldest sister's 3, someone's toddler, and the baby, Charlie, who belonged to one of his younger sisters. Mom and baby had disappeared upstairs so she could breastfeed. Then there were the kids who belonged to Mal's cousins. A few of them were shaking the presents under the tree as though they could guess their contents by their weight. Not the teenagers, though, who were apparently too cool for that sort of thing. They sat on the couch, passing a bowl of candy between them. Mal sat on the other end of the couch. One of his sister's husbands was prying a half-unwrapped gift from his 1-year-old's hands. The other was gesturing wildly as he spoke with Mal and Donovan. The only single O'Toole left was the youngest, though she was apparently seeing someone back in Oregon. And then there was Donovan. He sat perched on the end of the coffee table, glass of water held between his knees as he conversed with Mal and his in-laws. To everyone's surprise, reporters hadn't descended on Lighthouse Bay in search of him after the run-in with Amanda Cocker. Maybe Amanda had felt bad about hurting Otis, so she'd kept Donovan's whereabouts to herself. More like it was the threat of a lawsuit that had kept her mouth shut. Which meant that Donovan had been able to go on with his life free from media scrutiny ever since. Back in January, Donovan had rented Zach's place above the cafe on Main Street until he'd bought his own house not far from Luca's. Though not far was relative, considering everything in this area of Lighthouse Bay was not far. Still, he'd moved here without a second thought, not even returning to LA to pack up and sell his condo there, instead leaving that in the hands of a professional packing service and his realtor, respectively. I don't need to go back, Donovan had said in May. LA is part of the old Donovan, the one who did whatever it took to be noticed. This Donovan? He'd planted his hands on his hips as he and Luca had stood on the sidewalk outside his new house. He wants to leave the past where it belongs and start fresh. Starting fresh. Wasn't that one of the reasons Luca had moved out here? Okay, Luca had said slowly, but you can do that anywhere. But anywhere doesn't have my little brother. Donovan had slung an arm around Luca's shoulders, and I want to be where he is, get to know him more, be there for him like I wasn't when we were growing up. It's okay. It's not. I should have been there for you. We all should have. But I'm going to make it up to you. He'd been true to his word. He'd quit his job with the family business, and because his sales experience was so extensive, he'd been hired almost immediately with the print company in Portland that Luca used for his products. After he finished work each day, Donovan met Luca at the store to drive him and his deliveries around. He'd shown up every Saturday morning in the summer and fall to help Luca with yard work, offered to pick up Luca's groceries if he was going to the bigger grocery stores in Biddeford or Portland, had helped him finally decorate his house, and hosted Luca and Mel, and sometimes Otis, twice a week for dinner. Luca was concerned that in Donovan's quest to make things up to him, he was doing so by sacrificing his own life. What did Donovan want? "If you're sure," Luca had said, "but if you're really moving here, we're going to have to get you your own winter coat and boots. You just want your fancy boots back." "I really do." In the course of the last year, they hadn't had much contact with the rest of their family. Luca still texted for birthdays and holidays. He didn't expect a response, and rarely got one, but he couldn't not wish his siblings and parents a happy birthday or happy Thanksgiving. It would feel weird not to. Not rude exactly, but he supposed he was still holding on to a tiny piece of hope that things might eventually change if he kept trying. Donovan was more complicated. There were weeks when he called one family member on each day of the week, mostly to make sure they're still breathing, according to Donovan, though Luca suspected there was more to it than that. Then there were times when Donovan claimed he was done with them. Both scenarios had repeated on and off in the last year. To Luca's utter delight, Donovan hadn't reconciled with Leon Lish. The two of them had a conversation to hash things out in the spring, the outcome of which Donovan frustratingly kept to himself. Whenever Luca asked about him, Donovan just shook his head and said, "That part of my life is done." Luca couldn't say he was all that cut up about it. Now, Luca drifted to the exterior wall on the far side of the dining room, the chatter of multiple conversations and the children's laughter filling the house with joy. The hope sign was still there, along with the 2 photos of Otis. Below the photos, in its own frame, was a drawing. "No!" Otis had yelled last Christmas when Mal had been about to open his gift from his son. "Don't open it yet." Otis snatched the present away, hugging it to his chest. "I have to fix it." Mal had ruffled his hair. "Oh, I'm sure it's fine the way it is." "No." Tears had swum in Otis's eyes. "I need to fix it. Luca can help me." Luca had blinked at father and son as the rest of the family had gone quiet around them. "Okay. Sure, kiddo." Luca had followed him to the den of Mal's parents' house, where Otis had instructed Luca to carefully unwrap the gift so they could rewrap it later, and removed a pencil box full of crayons from a toy chest. Then he'd taken the drawing he'd made and had Luca wrap weeks ago, featuring what Luca now knew were Otis's parents, plus his mom's boyfriend and his kids, and drawn a final stick figure. One he gave yellow hair and gray eyes. God, Luca's heart. It had melted and grown 2 sizes at the same time. A lump the size of sleigh bells had lodged in his throat. Oblivious to Luca's fragile emotional state, Otis had put the drawing back in the box, and together they'd rewrapped it. "It's ready," Otis had announced, proud smile making him look like he'd won every spelling bee there was. "Now we can give it to Dad. Come on, Luca." Now, Luca ran his fingers around the framed drawing, smiling at the memory, his heart so full he was surprised it hadn't burst out of his chest yet. Mal had explained that he got Otis on Christmas Day because his ex-wife's family celebrated on Christmas Eve. Last week, Luca had asked Otis if he liked having 2 Christmases, but Otis had just shrugged and said he didn't know any different because it had always been that way. Arms came around Luca from behind, and he leaned his weight back. "What are you doing?" Mel murmured in his ear. "I got kicked out of the kitchen." Mel's breathy chuckle drifted across his cheek. "So did I. Guess there's some benefit to getting up at the crack of dawn to start cooking." "Here's a thought." Luca looked over his shoulder and caught Mel's eyes. "Next year, Why don't we do a potluck? Whoever hosts makes the turkey, and everyone else brings a side dish. Well, everyone who lives here, he amended, thinking of out-of-town guests. Groaning, Mal dropped his forehead onto Luca's shoulder. Why didn't we think of that? Turning in Mal's arms, Luca kissed him swiftly. Looking forward to next week? You don't even know. Emily had Otis next week, so Luca and Mal were heading out on a much-needed vacation. To Stowe, Vermont, because Mal was determined to get Luca into skis, or onto a snowboard, his boyfriend wasn't picky, and force him to embrace everything winter had to offer. More than hitting the slopes, Luca was looking forward to snuggling in front of the fireplace in their hotel room at the resort they'd booked, discovering local restaurants, and just generally not having to think about work for a week. If he'd thought business had been busy last Christmas, it had nothing on this season. He'd seen an uptick in sales and customers once Mal had gotten his website built and running in January, and the digital advertising had brought in even more. Luca had been worried that downtimes outside of gift-giving holidays would be about as busy as a ski resort during the summer, but he'd been kept plenty occupied once Mal had added an online order form to his website. When Luca had finally sat down with Jeff Belmore to pick his brain, he'd recommended getting online ordering up and running as soon as he could to maximize his store's first year of sales. It had so exactly echoed Mal's advice that Luca had laughed. Now Luca was shipping his eco-friendly and one-of-a-kind wrapping paper and gift bags as far as the UK. In the new year, he was going to have to seriously start thinking about hiring more part-time staff and outsourcing the shipment to a fulfillment center, because as it was, he didn't have time for everything on his own anymore. And if he wanted to keep designing his own products, he needed to free up some time. Mal cupped his face. Against Luca's lips, he whispered, You're probably gonna look hella sexy in your new snowboard gear. And then I'll get to peel it all off you and warm you up beneath the sheets after we hit the slopes. It'll be like opening my very own That's a Wrap gift. Saliva pooled in Luca's mouth. You can't say that to me with our family around, asshole. Remorseless and grinning a, yes, I'm proud of myself, smile, Mel kissed him hard and fast. But you're so easy to rile up. You suck. I'll tell you what I do suck. Do not, Luca interrupted, shoving him away with a laugh. Behave. If I must. Another kiss, less hard and less fast. Someone gave a wolf whistle, and Otis started singing the kissing song he was so fond of. Mel pulled away, chuckling, then kissed Luca again, as though he just couldn't help himself. Well, the feeling was mutual. Love you, baby. I love you, too, Luca said, and was rewarded with a grin that lit him up from the inside out. Now, come on. Let's open gifts before the kids start complaining. Everyone gathered in the living room, sitting on the couch, on the floor, in the one armchair, and dragging chairs over from the dining room. Mal's father donned a Santa hat, since he always played Santa, and the distribution of gifts began with a squeal from the kids. Wrapping paper rapidly ended up everywhere.